Hello, my name is Alfie and welcome to the Alfie Web Dev YouTube channel. In today's mega video, I'm going to be showing you how to build a full stack application using Next.js, Clerk, Prisma, Postgres, and a whole bunch of other similar technologies, whilst also teaching you best practices with Next.js, server actions, how to write clean, easy to understand code, and best UI UX practices. I'm now going to do a complete walkthrough of the application we're going to build. If you don't want to see the walkthrough, skip to the timestamp on the screen right now. Before we do that, please like the video and subscribe if you haven't already. And let me know down in the comment section below if you have any project ideas you would like me to build, and I will take a look and consider them. Thank you, and for real now, let's get into it. So the app that we are going to build is called Time Offer. Time Offer is just basically an app for small businesses that will allow them to manage their employees' time off requests. For example, if I work at a company and I have, 30 days off per year available to me, and I want to book a holiday of 7 days, I can send my request to my manager through Time Offer, and my manager can then approve my request or reject it. I can send notes with my request. They can send notes back if they reject it, for example. And we can keep track of the amount of days that I've had off as an employee. We can account for company holidays and public holidays when calculating my amount of time off, and a bunch of other cool features like that. The app is obviously built with Next.js, and for authentication, I'm using Clerk as my authentication provider. I'm syncing that up to a Postgres database, and I'm using Prisma as well as my ORM. In terms of UI, I'm using Shadcn, as you can probably see by the landing page over here. And if we bring them all together, we get a really nice app to use. Now, I have added in some dummy pages over here that you can go ahead and fill out yourselves if you wanted to turn this into an actual business, such as the features, how it works, and pricing items on the nav bar. These don't actually work, and I won't make them work in this tutorial, but again, you can fill those out later on. We're just going to be working purely on functionality today and getting a decent UI as well. So what I've done is I've set up a company right now on Time Offer. I have one boss and one employee. I am both of them, just using two different accounts. I'm going to go ahead and sign in right now, and I'm going to sign in as an admin. So this is my admin dashboard right now. So you can see it says over here, admin. If I try to go to the employee dashboard, it's going to push me back to the admin dashboard. Okay, so I can't navigate between dashboards. If I have an employee, the same thing would happen. If I tried to navigate to the admin dashboard, it would redirect me to my own dashboard, vice versa. So as an admin, I can see the pending requests that I have. I can see the approved requests that I've made, my number of employees, and my available invitation codes. We'll talk more about this invitation codes in a moment as well. Now I can view all my requests over here that my employees have made to me. And you see they get put on a nice screen over here as well. And you can see it says type, vacation, the status, when the request was made, the dates of that, the type, a bunch of other stuff as well. And I can also filter through them over here. The other thing I can do as an admin of a company is go to the general company settings over here. Click on that. I can see the company holidays, the working days, and the company profile. If I go to the company profile, for example, over here, I've got the name of the company, the website, and a logo URL, which is optional, as is the website. I can go back to settings over here. I've got my working days. So for example, if when this loads up over here, you'll see we can select what days the company is working. This is so that, for example, if an employee books a holiday that goes over a weekend, but they wouldn't be working on the weekend anyway, we don't want to deduct the working days from their amount of days they have available on their holiday. So that's why we've got that there, for example. We've got company holidays as well. So, for example, if there's going to go on a company excursion, or you're going to go on, a specific Christmas holiday or something, you can add that in over here as well. And we've got some information here for the admins. If we go back to the dashboard, the final thing I want to show you is the team management. So I can go over here to view employees. And I can see the employees that I have, as well as the role that they have inside of the company. So obviously I'm an admin, they're an employee. I can click on an employee as well and view them over here. So we'll just let that happen. And I can then edit it. And I can edit the amount of allowance they have for their holidays, for example, as well, which is really nice. If I go back, I also have this invitation codes thing over here as well. So I wanted to show you this. So if I go over to invitation codes and the page loads up, How this works is we generate a 6-digit code, which we can then send to our employees. When our employees sign up with their email address, they put the code in, the activation code, and that is how we link them to a company. Okay. Now, obviously, if you wanted to do, you could make like an extra verification where the boss or the admin has to approve the account after they use that invitation code as well. Really, you can take this project as deep as you want. We're just going to go with at the moment, they have the code, that's enough. And we're going to acknowledge that it might not be the best for production, but we can also say we can fix it if we wanted to put this into a production app as well. So I've got an active code over here, which means it's been unused. And I've got an active code over here, which means it's not been used. But if somebody does enter this one, they will be linked to this company. So, and I can generate the new code over here. It generates it, puts it in the database. It does do a little toast as well, but you didn't see it because my ugly face is covering it. But I won't be there for the full tutorial, so don't worry. And you've got some invitation information over here. If I go back to the dashboard now, that's pretty much it, to be fair. It's really comprehensive and really nice. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to sign in as an employee. So I'll be right back once I've done that on my other browser. Okay, guys, so I've just signed in now as an employee on my other browser, my non-incognito one is the one I'm trying to say. So I need to keep them separate. And I've got over here my total requests, my approved requests, my pending requests, and my total amount of days are available. If I go to view my requests over here, you see these are the requests that I've made. We can see my manager who approved them as well as the notes they gave us. So I said to myself, no time for me, given and well done. And the other ones I didn't give anything back, or I am still leaving them as pending for the moment. So that's really helpful for the user. I can do a new request as well over here. And I've got my start date and end date, for example, over here. So let's go ahead now and we're going to select a holiday. And let's go for the 14th of March, 2025 until the 28th of March. And you can see that's going to say it's a duration of that is 15 days. And then we've got to exclude the weekends, which we're ticking over here. We're excluding company holidays. And I can also add in any dates as well that I want to exclude from my request. For example, if I have a bank holiday in the UK or something that's not been accounted for by my boss, or if I have like a doctor's appointment that I don't want to count towards my holiday days, you can add the information over here as well. And again, if you really wanted to make this like perfect for production, you could have the admin check those things as well and approve them so the correct amount of time is taken away from the user. We have a duration summary over here as well. So we've got the excluded days, so 2 weekends. So the working days is 11, but the total days is 15. So only 11 will be reduced from their overall amount of time, which means we should get to 14 if this request is approved, which I will approve it in a minute. The type is going to be, let's say sick leave, for example, we'll say I have to have an operation. My brain is too big for coding. Okay, then I'm going to submit my request. It's submitting. Redirects me over here. You can see that my request is now in my time off requests over here. If I go back to the admin dashboard now on my other browser, up here, this is for Cooking School Limited. I'm going to go to view all requests. I'm going to see that Alfie Williams has made a request for sick. I'm going to view it. And I'm going to approve the request. And I'm going to say, hope you feel better soon, mate. I'm going to confirm it. And I'm going to go back and you're going to see the status is now marked as approved from me as the admin. If I go back to the dashboard over here and I refresh it, you're going to see it changes to approved. And if I go to my actual dashboard as well, you're going to see I've got 6 total requests, 4 approved requests, and 14 days available. So hopefully, guys, that shows you everything. We're going to do all of this stuff from scratch. There's going to be no copying and pasting whatsoever. Maybe some things, but that's only from documentation, an example code. And yeah, really excited to show you this project, everyone. Let's get right into it, and good luck. If you have any questions, leave them down in the comment section below, and I'll do my best to get to them. If your comment doesn't get noticed or it doesn't come through, message me on Discord. YouTube's being weird with comments recently, and I don't want you to think I'm filtering you because I'm really not. YouTube is just weird sometimes. So let me know on Discord if that does happen and I'll have to go manually approve it or something. I'll check. Okay, so let's get into building this project. So the first thing that I need you to do, depending on your operating system, is to open up, PowerShell command prompt, or if you're on Mac, it's going to be the terminal app, I believe it's called. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go over here and we're going to make a new folder. Now on Windows, you can do that by just saying mkdir, followed by the name of the folder that you want to create. In my case, I'm just going to go with time offer app. I'm then going to cd or change directory into time offer app. And once I'm inside of it, I'm going to run a command called npx create next app at latest. And I'm just going to press enter on that there, okay? Now, the reason I'm doing that is because I want to basically scaffold a Next.js app, and by running this command, it will make me a create next app template almost, or a series of structures of folders, you know what I mean, with the latest version of Next.js. So that does take a few minutes to do sometimes. So we should just wait. So it's going to ask us now, what is our project named? So in this case, you can call it whatever you want. I'm just going to go with time offer, like so. And now it's going to ask us a series of questions about how we want our project to be set up. In my case, I'm going to select yes for TypeScript. I'm going to select yes for ESLint, yes for Tailwind. And then here for the source directory, I'm just going to put yes as well. App router or router if you're American, yes. Turbo Pack, yes, this is a new thing in Next.js. Great stuff, makes it a lot faster to have the development server. And then for the customizing the default import alias, I'm just going to put no. And I'm just going to run through a series of scripts which will eventually build me a project I can work from. So I suppose we can talk about why that's happening and what each of these does. So hopefully if you're watching this video, you know what TypeScript is. It's just a superset of JavaScript that makes it easier to develop and debug your JavaScript code. It makes it really easy to identify errors and points of concern. ESLint ensures that we have clean and safe, consistent code, I suppose is the best way of writing it. So for example, if we put like a comma or an apostrophe in some text inside of the HTML, it will give us a warning and tell us that we have to use the HTML character entity code, for example, to prevent any errors when deploying. Tailwind is going to make our styling a lot easier, so we don't have to write pure CSS or much at all. Source directory, this just means it has a source folder inside of your project, which you can work from. If you don't have this, it just goes inside of the folder above the source folder. The app router means that we can make pages by just creating folders inside of our app folder. TurboBack just speeds up the development server. And this customizing the import alias, to be honest with you, I don't know. I always just tick no for this one. But hopefully now, yes, you should see it's been created here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to press CD and tab to CD into the time offer application. Okay. So now I'm going to go ahead and press code space dot. Whoops, wrong one. Code space dot. Now this is a shortcut that I've got set up previously that will allow me to open up this folder inside of my code editor of choice. If this is your first time doing any kind of coding, what you will need to do is go to your code editor of choice, go to File, Open Folder, and navigate to the folder that you just created. But hopefully if you're watching this, you know what I'm talking about. So let's press code space dot and press enter. So what it's going to do for me now is it's going to open it up inside of Cursor. Now I suppose I can talk a little bit about what Cursor is. If it decides to open today, it's just being really slow for some reason. If you're using VS Code or Visual Studio Code, that's absolutely fine. We're going to be able to get along just fine with this tutorial. You can follow me. Everything's going to be the same. Cursor basically is just VS Code, but with AI functionality built in. The main thing being this chat feature that it has, which we're not going to be using today, but it's great for helping you debug things. But it has completions. Basically, if you're writing a line of code, it will suggest what to put or how to finish that line of code, for example. And this is great. This is just going to help me as your instructor throughout this video to prevent myself from making syntax errors. I'm not going to tab code in or anything like that. But just if you do see any grey text on the screen suggesting code, that's where it's coming from. Cursor is free. And the completions, I think you get 2,000 per month. I'm not too sure. So let's go ahead and explore the structure of this app. Our app currently consists of just a few folders, but by the end of this project and the end of this video, or the end of this tutorial, if it goes into 2 videos, we're going to have way more folders. So it's important now to understand what everything does. So everything is basically going to go inside of this app folder for the most part in terms of what the user sees on the screen. If we create a folder in here and put inside of that folder a file called page with the TSX extension, in our case, because we're using TypeScript, that's going to represent a page in the browser that the user can visit. For example, if I create a folder called settings, and then I put a page.tsx inside of that settings folder, and I render some HTML to the screen. But when the user goes to localhost 3000/settings, that's what they're going to see on the screen, the HTML that I've got inside of that file. So that brings me to my first point, which is that this page.tsx over here, that's not inside of a folder inside of the app folder, but it's inside of the app folder itself only, not inside of a subfolder, I mean. This is the home page of our application, okay? And this is where we're going to start building today with our landing page. So to get started and put this in the local server, I can open up the terminal by doing Control apostrophe, and I can run the command npm run dev. What npm run dev does is it boots up a local server that you can open inside of your browser. And basically you can see changes as you make them inside of your code editor. So for example, if I change this text to say hello world from src app page.tsx, this text here, it will show that on the screen, for example. Now, it does take a few seconds the first time to build up the server, but once you do get this screen over here, you can control click, and that will open it up inside of the browser for you. And it does take a few seconds the first time around, if I'm being honest, as I said before. But if we're patient, we'll get there, I'm sure. Okay, I think we're done. So this is just my source code that I'm using to work from. So if I go over now to my browser over here, you can see we've got this screen over here. It's just basically what is here is what's inside of our page.tsx file over here. And you can minimize that terminal, by the way, and it'll keep running. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to minimize the main and the footer, blah, 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 like this. And I'm also going to delete all of the class names on this parent component, this div over here as well. In doing that, and getting rid of this empty class name, actually, we can keep it empty for the moment. I can actually just see now I've just got a blank screen over here. Now it's black at the moment because that's the way my browser is configured, but yours might be white or any other color you've got it set up to be. Now, what I want to do over here is make a landing page. Now, as I mentioned in the introduction to this video, we're going to be using Shadcn for our UI, and our landing page does have some Shadcn elements on it. So it's important now that we install Shadcn to our page so that we can set up the landing page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to the browser now. I'm going to open up a new tab. I'm going to type in Shadcn. And if you go to ui.shadcn.com, I'll zoom in just a tad for you there. You can see we've got docs and components, so on and so forth. We need to go to docs, and we're going to go to installation and Next.js. And I'm just going to run this command over here, npx shadcn at latest init. This will basically allow my project to be configured for the latest version of Shadcn. Now, you can kill off this terminal and install it. What I like to do is have the terminals running simultaneously. So I'm going to open up another command prompt underneath, and I'm going to do Control-V to paste that command in. Now, it's going to ask you a couple of questions, so we'll just wait for those to pop up, and I'm going to have a sip of my drink while it's doing that. Okay. You can't beat Aquarius if you're in Europe, or in Japan, I think it's from. But anyway, so we're going to go with neutral for the base color. This doesn't really matter, to be honest, because it'll change anyway. Now, here's something that might change depending on when you're watching this video. If you're watching this 2 years from now, this bit will be outdated and it'll probably just work for you. But if you're watching this on the day of uploading and you've got the same project set up as me, you need to just select the option of use legacy peer dependencies or legacy peer depth. So just press down and then enter for that one. And that's going to install all of our dependencies and ensure that it's all going to work with our project. Now, you can see it's created a source libutils.ts folder, or file even. It's just created a cn function. Basically, this allows us to combine class names. We might use this at some point, we might not, we'll see. But just so you know, that's where that's come from. It's not random, it's from Shadcn. Now, Shadcn is also going to create a components folder when we install a component. So let's get started by installing a component. And what we can do is we can get the button component by doing npx shadcn at latest add button. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste that command into the terminal, and it's going to auto enter. And we're going to select use legacy peer dependencies again. And you can see now that's installed the button for us, and it's created a new file inside of a new folder. So src components has a UI folder inside of it, and it has a button.tsx source code inside of it as well. So this has been created by Shadcn, not by me, but we can use this components folder now. So what I'm going to do is start off by creating a lovely hero section. And yeah, so let's go ahead now. We'll keep this image import up here actually. We're going to import link from next link. So that's going to allow us to connect to the different pages and stuff. We're going to import button, which is the one we just created. From where? From at components /UI/button. Then we need to import some other components as well. But before we do that, I'm going to import redirect from next navigation. So our home page is going to be a server-side page. So we need to import the redirect from next navigation, not from the use router hook. The reason we're going to redirect the users at sometimes is because if they're authenticated and they're logged in and they go to the home page, we want to check what type of user they are, and we want to redirect them back to the dashboard because there's no use in them seeing the branding and marketing on the homepage if they're already signed in. So that's the reason for that. But that's going to come in later when we incorporate Clerk. What I want to do now is I want to install another component with Shadcn. So I can just actually go up from the command from before and change it to card instead of button. And if I go back to the browser and just search the documentation for card, you're going to see this is what the card component can look like. And it's got some examples over here as well. So that's now installed. So we're going to import that one as well. And from the card, we only need to install some things. We're going to get card content, card, and that's it to be fair actually, from /components /UI/card. Okay. So that's all of the things we need to build our homepage for the moment. We haven't got the authentication stuff set up just yet, so it's not a problem. Now, in the main div over here, what I'm going to do is give this a class name of flexcol, and a min height of screen. So this is my tailwind. So basically we're saying apply flex, put the flex direction as column, and have a minimum height of the screen size. Not much to say for that part there. Now we're going to do our header for the next bit over here, and basically this is just going to be our nav bar. Okay, so typically what you would do is you would wrap your nav bar around the layout and everything, and to be fair, that would be what I would recommend normally. But as we're only going to show the nav bar on the home page, we can just write it in over here instead of putting its own component. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put it inside of a header. And the header is going to have a class name on it of px of 4. So padding x of 4, a large screen and above, padding x of 6, height of 16 at all times, flex, item center, justify between to basically have some space between the elements inside of this header. Then what we need to do is inside of this header, we're going to put a link first of all with an href to just /. This is going to have a class name on it of flex item center. And then we close it off. And inside of that, we're going to put a span of a class name of text 2XL and a font of bold. And we're going to put the company name, in this case, time offer. You can put whatever you want for that part, obviously. Make it your own project is what I always say in my YouTube videos. So underneath this link, we're going to put our nav now. So I'm going to put nav class name flex gap 4 sm gap -6. And I'm going to put inside of this a link with an href of / features with a class name of text sm font medium and hover underline. Just try to make it like interactive for the user though, so like just things happen when they hover around and click on things. Things happen for them. They're getting some feedback. So I'm going to say underline offset 4, just so it's not completely underneath it. And I'm going to put inside of this bit just saying features. Now what I can do is I can copy this link actually here. So I'm going to highlight it, and on my keyboard I'm going to do Alt-Shift down twice, and that's going to duplicate those 3 lines. Now the next one I'm going to say over here is how it works. Or we'll just call it tutorial, actually would make more sense. And we can say how it works. So you can fit, again, this is what I said in the intro, I'm not actually going to make these pages, but you can, make them if you want. They're just for show at the moment. But as you saw, we're building out the app functionality more than anything. This one can just say pricing, okay? So now if I actually go back to the browser, we can see we've got an error, first of all, over here, saying that we cannot resolve Tailwind CSS animate, okay, inside of Tailwind globals.css. So don't know where that's coming from, but I'm sure we can solve it. So over here, we've got some stuff. Don't know why it's doing that. To be fair, it's not happened before for me. But this is part and parcel of, doing web development, I suppose. I think we just need to install the Tailwind CSS animate. So I'm going to go check. I'll pause the video, and when I fix it, I'll be back. Okay, so the issue is now fixed. What you have to do at the time of recording is, thanks to this person on GitHub, you just need to force the update to be v4 by running npm install Tailwind CSS at 4. Then you restart the dev server, and then your page should work just like mine is over here. Great to see. And you can see we've got over here time offer and features, how it works, and pricing. Now I know you cannot see it clearly on the screen because it's cutting off from OBS. So let me just adjust that for you, because I don't want you to have a worse, experience. It's kind of cut off over here, but unfortunately I can't do anything about that. But you can see it says how it works and pricing over here. So just so you know why it's cut off, my OBS has been a little bit weird. So now what I want to do is go back to the code over here. You can close this. You don't have your package.json open. I did because I had to check that. And close the terminal now. You can say I installed it up here, the other Tailwind version. And then underneath all of this stuff, where we've got the pricing and all of those fun things, we're going to go underneath the header, and we're going to open up a main section. And inside of the main section class, then we're going to give it a flex of 1. And inside of the main over here, we're going to put a section with a class name of width of full, py of 12, md py of 24. So we're basically just adjusting the padding y as the screen gets bigger, just by a tad until we get to the large screen where we give it the 32 height. And the XL, we give it 48. So this is going to ensure that it's going to look nice no matter the screen size, and it's not going to be squished up to the nav bar. Inside of this section over here, we're going to do a div of a class name of container, px of 4, md px of 6. And then inside of this div again, we're going to run a class name of grid gap 6, LG grid cols 2, LG gap 12, XL grid cols 2. Okay, basically just setting up a grid over here. So inside of this grid now, what we want to do is basically show the, because we've got 2 columns, we want to make it so we have the body of text on the left with like the copy, and on the right we have a screenshot or an image they can look at. So what we're going to do first of all is do the first left side. So it's going to be a div with a class name of flex col, justify center, and then space y or 4. Then for the div inside of that one, we're going to say div of a class name of space y2. So this is where they're going to sit on top of each other now. So we're going to do inside of the bit that sits on top of each other in h1 with a class name of text 3xl, font of bold, tracking tighter, SM text is going to increase to 4xl, MD it's going to increase to 5xl, and LG it's going to increase to 6xl. Now, one thing to add is we're going to put a / none after this bit over here. So just do / none like that. Now we can close off this H1 over here. I'm going to close the sidebar as well so you can actually see things a little bit clearer. And then in this H1 over here, we're going to say effortless time off management. So just some generic copy, make it nice and easy for them. Then underneath this H1, we're going to do a P class name with a max width of a custom value. So we're going to put a custom value by putting in square brackets. And we're going to say 600 pixels. We're going to say text gray 500 and MD text XL and dark text gray 400 in the P tag. And we're going to say streamline your company. And here we want to insert the HTML entity code because we're going to be doing like a, a possessive. So it's going to be at apos :s time off management, time off requests, approvals, and tracking all in one place. Just some generic copy, Now, the nice thing is underneath this P over here, and then underneath the div that's wrapping around that P tag, we want to do another div. I promise the whole app isn't going to have this many divs. Actually, I don't promise that. It probably will, if I remember correctly. And we're going to put flex col, gap 2, and then min 400 pixels. Basically, this is going to be our container for our buttons that say learn more, so on and so forth. So min 4 and then flex row. Basically put them on top of each other, but when we get to a minimum height of 400 pixels, put them in a row so they go next to each other when we've got 400 pixels available to us. Then inside of this, we're going to put a link. Actually, we can put a button. And the button is going to have a property on it called as child. And we're going to say a link inside of it with an href of /sign up. And again, you can connect all this later if you want. And we'll just put inside of it get started. And then underneath the link, underneath the button, I should say, we're going to do another button with a variant on it this time. And the variant's going to be outline. We don't want to have 2 buttons that look like call to action buttons. Because if all the buttons are call to action buttons, none of the buttons are call to actions, if that makes sense, So it loses its priority if it's not like that. So we're going to put features over here. And we're just going to link this to learn more. Now, if I go back to the browser, you're going to see it's starting to look really nice over here on the left, really professional, a little bit plain, but definitely some room for potential. Some potential, I mean, for greatness over here. So now, this is the tricky part. We need to go to the next div to do the image. So count with me now. 1 underneath the button, 2 underneath the button, new div. Okay. And the div underneath is going to have a class name on it of flex item center, justify center. Oops. And we need to say inside of it, we're going to put a div with a class name of relative width of full, max width of MD, overflow of hidden, rounded LG, shadow of LG, and then we're going to say an image with an SRC, and we're going to point to an image. I'm just going to call it dashboard screenshot at the moment, and we'll have to put a placeholder in there in a minute because this obviously doesn't exist just yet, and make that self-closing. Now, the properties of the image after the source need to be an alt tag. We can just say dashboard screenshot, for example, will look quite nice. Then we're going to have to give it a height and a width. So the width is going to be 600 and the height is going to be 400. The priority is going to just be true, so you can just pass in priority. And then the class name of this image is going to be width of full, height of auto, and object cover. Now we've got some little buttons we want to put on top of this image, and that's going to be our next task. So underneath the image, we're going to do another div with a class name of absolute, top 0, left 0, make sure you do 0, not O, left 0, right 0, BG gradient to be from black over 20 to transparent. And then we're going to say height -8 for that part. And then we're going to close that div off. It's not self-closing. And inside of it, we're going to put another div with a class name of flex items center, gap of 2, px of 4, and a py of 2. And then we're going to do a div inside of this with a class name of bg red 500, width of 2, height of 2, rounded full, and a /. This is basically going to make it look like a Mac with the closing buttons. So you can just do another div underneath, which is going to look very similar. It's going to have BG yellow 500, width of 2, height of 2, rounded full, self-closing. And finally, div class name BG green 500, width of 2, height of 2, rounded full. Okay, so that's going to come to the effect I'm going to show you on the screen right now. You see you've got these nice little 3 buttons over here now like this, which make it look like it's taken from a machine, like an actual screenshot. Now we need to go get our placeholder image for the moment because we don't have any dashboard to put here. So what I like to do is navigate to Unsplash and just get an image. We'll just get anime, one of my previous searches, and we'll just take this wonderful image of Yoda here, okay, for example. So I'm going to download that image. This is just for placeholder purposes, and I'm going to drag it into my code base, and I'm going to open it here, and I need to move it into the public folder. I'm going to rename it. I don't know why it's not closing. That's really annoying. Okay, I'm going to rename it as dashboard screenshot.jpg. And then I'm going to change the reference over here in the image to be, you guessed it, .jpg instead of PNG. If I save it now and go back to the browser, we see we get this lovely image now of Yoda here on our effortless time off management. That is our hero section done. We now need to do the features section underneath, and then we'll continue on with the rest of the project. So in order to do the features section, I'm going to need to navigate to this section bit over here, but I need to stay inside of the main section. I'm going to make another section with an ID, or sorry, not an ID, a class name of width of full, padding of Y of 12, an MD padding Y of 24, an LG padding Y of 32, and a BG grey of 50. Okay, now I need to close off that section, and inside of it I'm going to put another div. Okay, apologies, had to take a small break there because of my voice. I keep seeming to lose it recently. So inside of this section, I'm going to do a div with a class name of container px4 md px6. And then inside of this div, I'm going to go ahead and just say div class name. This one's going to have a class name of flex col, item center, justify center, space Y of 4, and text center as well. Okay, close off that div. What we're going to put inside of it, we're going to put another div. I know, shocker, right? And this div, we're going to have a class name on it of space Y2. An H2 with a class name on it of text 3XL, font bold, tracking title, we're going to also give it SM text 4XL. We're going to say MD text 5XL. I'm going to close it off. And inside of this H2, we're just going to say key features. And then underneath the H2, we're going to put a P tag, a class name of max width of 900 pixels. PX, it should be a text gray of 500. MD text XL / relaxed. It's like a newer syntax. LG text base relaxed. XL text, and then obviously we're going to just adjust it. So it's going to be XL for this part again, text -XL. And we're going to say / relaxed. And then finally, if it's dark mode, we're going to say dark text gray 400. Okay. So inside of this P tag now, we need to put some copy, so to speak. So I'm just going to say everything you need to manage your team for time of requests, approvals, and tracking all in one place. Okay. So then underneath this div, we're just basically going to do a, how do you call it? Like a card almost for this one. So to be fair, yes, just going to do a card now. So it needs to go underneath the P tag, underneath the div, another div down, and then we get here our div class name. My computer's been really slow, guys. I apologize. MX auto, grid max width 5XL, items center, gap of 6, PY of 12, LG grid cols 3, LG gap of 12. And inside of this div, we're going to put our card. So we do need to make sure that this is closed off as well, I should say. Or did I do one closing div too many? I think I did, yes. Okay, so we're going to put our card inside of this then now. And our card is going to have the card content inside of it. I'll just zoom in for you so it's easy to follow. We're going to have the card content and we're going to have it be a class name of key-t6. Okay, I'm just going to pause the video, guys, and just try to see if I can make my computer speed up a bit. Okay, I don't know if that's going to fix the lagging for me, but we'll see. So anyway, the card content is going to have inside of it a div of a class name of flex_col, justify center, justify center space y of 4. Okay, close off that div, and then inside of it, we're going to put an SVG icon followed by some text. Okay, so the SVG icon I want to use here, really you can put any of them, it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to put a paper, and we'll just put paper clip from Lucid React. Lucid React was installed when we did Shadcn, by the way. So I'm going to say class name width of 10, height of 10, and for the color, we're just going to have text black, not text blue, which is what the AI put in for me. Text black. Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and say underneath this div, sorry, not underneath the div, underneath the, how do you call it? Yeah, underneath the div, underneath the paperclip even. I will get my words out eventually. We're going to have another div with a class name of space y of 2. And inside of it, it's going to have an h3 with a class name of text-xl, font bold, easy request submission. And then underneath this h3 over here, we're going to put a p tag of a class name on it of text-gray-500 and dark text gray 400. Inside of this p tag, we're just going to say employees. And for this part, we'll use AI just to put like some copy inside of it. But if we save this now, you're going to see in the browser, this is what it looks like. Okay, so it becomes a nice card down here. Obviously, everything's off center at the moment. We'll fix that in a minute, not a problem. But yeah, so let's go ahead now. Go back to the code. I'm going to copy this card here twice. So I'm going to highlight all of it. I'm going to do Alt-Shift down twice and save it. To be fair, you could probably map over them as well. But yeah, you can map over them and return the cards as well. Might be an idea you could do. I just realized that, to be honest, so I'm not going to do it now, but yeah. Anyway, so I'm just going to leave these the same as well because you can modify it. It's the same card. It doesn't matter. It's just the change in the text and the icon, so you can make it your own. Now I need to center everything. So the way I like to do this is with a max width wrapper component. I'm going to open up the sidebar now, go to my components folder, and inside of my components folder, I'm going to make a new component called max width wrapper.tsx. And basically, I'm going to put this in my layout, and it's going to wrap around everything to ensure that everything has the same margin. I like consistency, and so do users. So that's why we have this component, to ensure it's always going to be the same margin. So what we do is we import the cn function, which I talked about earlier from libutils, like this. And then we need to import React node type from React. I'm going to say from React. Then we're going to make an interface called max width wrapper props. And it's going to have a children property on it, which is going to be of type React node. And we're going to have a class name optional property on it, which if it is there is going to be of type string. We now need to accept these into the component and say class name, sorry, children first of all, and then class name. And we're going to specify over here that these are going to be of type max width wrapper props. Inside of this over here, we're just going to render the children inside of the div. And then the class name, it goes on the div, but we put curly braces and we combine by saying mx auto width of full, max width of screen, XL, px 2.5, and md px of 20. We close that off, and then we just put the class name next to it. So basically, this means now if I pass a class name down to this component, it's going to combine it with this class name I've already got predefined. I need to capitalize this. Make sure you do the same. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to my layout of the lowercase in React over here. And this layout file wraps around the whole app. So what I want to do is basically make it so that max width wrapper is one below the body, but it wraps around the children. If I save this now, you're going to see it centers everything on my home screen to make it look nice and clean, okay? So guys, that is the first part of the tutorial done. Next, we're going to work on setting up Clerk in our database and all that fun stuff. So I'll see you for that part. Okay, so I think the first order of business is going to be to set up the database, as the database will sync with the authentication stuff. So we should get the database working and then sync up the authentication to it afterwards. So the first thing we're going to have to do is open up our sidebar over here. Let's just close some of these folders to make it easier to follow with as well. And I'm going to make a new file in the root of the project. So inside of time offer in my case, I'm going to make an env file like this. Now, sometimes it might say to do it in env.local, but I've noticed that when you use Prisma, it doesn't work with the env.local, and that can be quite frustrating at times. So that's something you need to be aware of as well. Now we need to set up Prisma. So I'm going to go ahead and install that. So I'm going to open up the terminal over here, open up a new one alongside my server, and I'm going to run the command npm install at prisma/client and just Prisma as well, like this. So pause the video there and press enter once you've done that. And that's basically going to allow our connection to the database to happen. So we'll wait for that to install. When we're setting up a database as well, we're also going to need to do a schema to describe the relationships between all of the things we're going to have inside of our application. Basically, our users, our companies, the time off requests, all of these things need to be linked together and described in the schema for our database. But before we do that, we will do the database itself. So I'm going to go ahead now and open up my browser over here. I'm going to pull it over to this screen and I'm going to sign in. So bear with me while I do that. But we're going to be using Neon for our database. Now you can use Neon. It's neon.tech is the website. And you can get a free account. Great service that I always recommend using. And you don't need to have a pro account or anything for this one over here. So go ahead over to neon.tech, follow the sign up process. And yeah, once you've done that, go ahead and go to new project. And we need to give our project a name. In my case, I am just going to go with something simple like time offer. And for the region, I'm just going to move it to the one closest to me, which in this case is Frankfurt. And you can see my free plan includes 0.5 gigs of storage, 24/7 database at 0.25 CU, a bunch of other cool stuff as well. So we're going to go ahead and create that now. Once we've created it, we're going to go ahead and go to the connect option over here. And I'm going to change it from connection string to Prisma. And it's going to give you two options over here. You need both of them. One's going to be to put inside of your schema.prisma, which we'll come to in a moment. But the one we want is for the EMV. And you just need to copy the first line over here. So go ahead and copy that. Should go without saying, but obviously don't try to use the password for this one because I will have deactivated it by the time you're watching this video. Just want to make that clear. And then now you go over to your EMV file and paste it in there like this, okay? So that's what yours should look like. Obviously don't try to use the credentials that I've got set up. The next thing we have to do is create a file from which we can connect to Prisma. Because obviously it's all well and good to have a Prisma connection set up and everything, but we haven't actually got the connection done yet. So let's go ahead now and close the EMV file and actually close these other ones for the moment because they're going to be in the way. And inside of the SRC folder, what I'm going to do is go over inside over here, go to lib, and inside of lib, I'm going to make a new file called prisma.ts. Okay, and inside of prisma.ts, this is just some code I have memorized for connecting to the database. But we need to say import Prisma client from Prisma client. We're going to say const global for Prisma equals global this as unknown. And I would be lying to you if I said I knew what all of this code does. I mean, I know what it does, but I don't know what each line does. It basically just allows us to connect to the database. So later on, we'll export this. And then when we do our database operations, we'll say like prisma.users, so on and so forth. So over here, we can just say undefined or undefined it can be. We then need to say export const prisma equals global for prisma dot prisma. If that's there, run new Prisma client like this. If the process.env and then dot node env is not equal to production, we'll set the global for Prisma dot Prisma equal to Prisma, and then we'll export default Prisma like so. So this Prisma up here doesn't need to be imported. I'm just checking everything's all correct. Looks good to me, to be fair. And we've got personalizing media production. Yep. So this is our file, which we'll call on later on to connect to the database. Now we need to go ahead and do our schema. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over in the root of the project again. I'm going to make a folder this time called Prisma. And inside of Prisma, I'm going to make a file called schema.prisma. Schema.prisma is the file inside of which you put the tables for your database, basically describing the connections between all of the data that you're going to have in the app. So first thing we have to do is copy that code from over here. When we go to the connect and we go to Prisma, it says over here, schema.prisma. Just copy the whole thing for the moment and we'll delete the 2 lines we don't need in a second. Delete this. And then, as my AI just suggested, you do also need to add in this generator line over here. If you don't add this in, it will throw an error when you try to connect to your database and everything. So just do generator client and then provider equals prismaclient.js. It's just almost boilerplate code at this point, to be honest, for that. So now we need to describe all of the relationships between the data we've got. So let's try to think about this. The first bit one I want to do is the company holiday table. So I'm going to say model company holiday. Now, what does the company holiday represent? It represents a day on which the company is off. For example, Christmas Day, New Year's Day, whatever celebrations you have, you know? So, and this is going to connect to the company, which would be the next model that I want to do. So, in terms of how this company holiday is going to look like, well, it's going to have an ID with a type of string, and the ID is going to default. We're going to say at default to CUID. Basically, this just means generate a random ID when you inject it into the database. Then we need to have a name of type string. We're going to have a date of type date time. We need to say if it's reoccurring, so is recurring. And that's going to be a Boolean, which will default to false. You don't need the semicolons in the end. We're going to have the company ID. So this is how we're going to link it to the company via a company ID and a company. So we're going to say company ID is a string, and then the company is going to be of type company, which we're yet to create. And how are we going to relate these? Well, we're going to use the fields of company ID, which is inside of this table, references the ID inside of the company field, which we're yet to create in a moment. Now we need to specify a created at property as well, which is going to be a date time. And just like the other ones, it's going to default to now. And same thing for updated at. It will link to updated at. Okay, so it'll be automatic from Prisma and everything. I've just noticed I've got a semicolon up here, which we don't need, and that should get rid of the squiggly lines. Got a squiggly line here because now we need to go ahead and create the company table. So the company is going to link to the company holidays. So we'll say model company, and then the company itself will have things connected to it. But for the moment, we're going to say ID is string, and it's going to be again ID at default, and we're going to say UUID. I've just realized up here I put CUID. It needs to be UUID. Okay, so just make sure you go ahead and change that. The name is going to be of type string. The logo is going to be a string. The website is going to be a string. The working days is going to be a string. Created at is going to be of type date time. And again, it will default to now, because when the model is created, that will be when the company has started to exist in the app, so to speak. I'm getting ahead of myself. Updated at, going to be the same as the one above in the previous table that we had. Now, this is where we start to need to link the company holiday, the company up to the company holiday, as well as other things such as users and codes. So for the moment, we're going to say holidays is going to be an array of company holiday. And you can see that gets rid of the squiggly line up here now because they're pointing at each other and connecting that way. We're then going to have users, which is going to be an array of user, which we haven't created yet. And codes is also going to be an array of code, which we have yet to create as well. So now let's move underneath, and we're going to do the code first of all, and then we'll do the user. And then they will connect back to this company, and in turn, get rid of the squiggly lines up here. So the model code is going to be an ID of type string. ID is going to be default, just like before, UUID. Then we need the code of type string. We need the company ID of type string. We need to have the company, and this is going to again point back to the company now. So we're going to say company is going to be company, and then the relationship will be by the fields. So we'll say fields, company ID. So the company ID inside of this code model or code table is going to point back to the ID in the company, and that's how they're going to be connected. And then we need a used key as well, which is going to be a Boolean, and it defaults to false. So this used over here will change to true, obviously, And we need to create that as well and the updated that. But yeah, this will be changed to true when a user enters this code and is thus linked to the company. Which brings me to my next point, which is going to be to create the user model. So we're going to say model user. Okay. And this is where it starts to get really busy, so to speak, now. So we'll start off simple by doing the string. And we're going to say ID is going to be default UUID, just like before. The clerk ID is going to point to string and it's going to be of type unique. Then we're going to have the email, which is going to be a string and of type unique. We're going to have first name, which is going to be a string and it's not going to be optional. That's the other thing I have to mention. Last name is going to be a string and it's not going to be optional. The role is going to be of type user role, which again is something we'll have to go ahead and create in a moment. But we're going to default it to employee. They're going to either be an employee or they're going to be an admin, basically. And we'll create the user role in a second and get rid of the squiggly lines. The department, again, that's going to be of type string and it's going to be optional. The available days will be an integer, I should say, and it will default to 25. Okay, then we've got the company ID, and again, we're linking the user to the company now, so we're going to say string over here, and then this will point back to the users up here. So we're going to say company, type company, and then we're going to say relation. We're going to say fields, company ID, and we're going to say references ID. We're going to say created that is going to be a type date time, and it's going to default to now. Updated that, same thing, just defaults to updated that. Then we need to have some other things linked to this user. They are going to be their time off requests and their approved requests. So it's going to be a lot of stuff linking together, which you'll come to understand when the whole schema is built out, everything is built out, I mean. So we're going to have time off requests, and that's going to be related to time off requests, which we'll create in a minute. And the relation is going to be on employee requests, is the name it will have. Okay, and then we're going to need to do approved requests. And that's going to be, again, time off request, but the relation will be manager approvals, not manager requests. So I'm going to go ahead and update this. Manager approvals. Okay, brilliant stuff. So now we need to go ahead and set up an enum for user role. And it's going to be admin or employee. There's no in between for this one, I should say. So, yeah, I mean, what can I say really about that? So, we're going to have one second. I was just getting. I had a bit of a brain fog there. One moment. Okay, I remembered what I was going to say. I'm going to add another one over here called manager, just in case we want to have like multiple roles later on or something, and you can make it your own, so to speak. So now what we need to do is go ahead and do the time off request model now. So I'm going to say model time off request. It's going to have an ID of string, obviously, with an ID and default it to be UUID. And then we're going to say employee ID is string, and employee is going to be linked to user, and the relation is going to be to employee requests, and it's going to be fields, employee references ID. Okay, so yeah, they link back to each other. Then what we need to do is go ahead and have a start date, going to be a date time, and importantly an end date as well. So how long does what are the dates of the time of request basically that the user is requesting. So underneath that, we're going to have a type, which will be a time off type, which we'll go ahead and create in a moment as well. Then I'm going to go ahead and say the reason. That's going to be an optional string. So you can just put the question mark next to it to make it optional. The status is going to be request status, which again, we'll go ahead and create in a minute. And it's going to default to pending. Okay, then we're going to have a manager ID of type string. We're going to have a manager of type user and a relation to manager approvals. And then we're going to say fields, manager ID. And then obviously we need to say references ID. Okay. Then we need to link the notes. So we're going to say notes, and that's going to just be of type string. And that's optional, so we put the question mark. Then we need to have our working days count, because remember, our working days is different to the duration. The duration might be 2 weeks, but the working days might be 10 days if they don't include weekends. So we have to consider that as well. Then we've got created at, which is going to be of type date time, and it's going to default to now. And the updated at, again, type updated at. Now we just need to do our enums for time off type and request status. And then, guys, we are done with our schema file. So let's say enum time of type is going to be vacation, sick, personal, other. And then we're going to say enum request status is pending, which is the default, approved, approved and rejected. And guys, that concludes our schema setup. So basically, I'll summarize it. Companies are at the heart of everything. Companies have company holidays associated with them, and they also have users and codes. Codes are for signing up users when they want to sign up as an employee, and user can be either an employee, a manager, or an admin. When they sign up with Clerk, we'll redirect them to a screen where they have to choose the role that they want. Okay, and if they choose to be a manager or an admin, they have to create the company and then invite employees. Okay, so but we default to employee, but obviously that's just the default. It will change when they create their account, and they will always be redirected to create their account when they sign in, because we'll use Clerk to do that. But yeah, it's pretty much that, guys. Okay, and that's how it all links together. We've got the time off requests as well, which link back to users. And obviously they can be either approved requests or denied requests, so to speak. But yeah, okay, so you see we connect it over here, like so. And then we've got enums as well for the different types and request statuses and everything like that. So that is our almost 100-line schema file, and this is all it takes to get this app working, guys, okay, as well. So yeah, let's go ahead now and work on the next steps, which is going to be to set up our database. We'll actually connect to it, So open up your terminal, kill the server this time, because you cannot do this without the server, and run the command npx prisma generate. What this is going to do, if it all works, is generate the types from your schema file that you can use when you're using when you're trying to interact with the database. The artifacts, I think they're called, and you should see this tick over here, and it's all working. Then you just have to run the command npx prisma db push, like so. We'll give that a chance to run. Wait for it. Wonderful. And we run npx prisma-db push. Now, when I go back to my browser over here and go to Neon, and I open up my tables over here, you're going to see I have now my schema from earlier inside of my schema.prisma file, prisma.schema file, and the columns match the fields that I put inside of the schema file. So pretty amazing stuff, right? So now, guys, we need to go ahead and set up Clerk and all of the other fun stuff that comes along with that before we start actually writing the logic for UI and all of that fun stuff as well, okay? So let's go over to that part now. So in order to use Clerk, what you need to do is go over to clerk.com and you need to create an account. Once you've created an account, please come back and continue the video. I've already signed in after having created an account a few days ago, and I'm going to navigate now over to my dashboard over here. If I click on that, it's going to load up. It's going to be a little bit slow at first. And I've got an application over here called Attendance Monitor. This is the source code, basically, what I'm working with. But what I'm going to do now is go ahead and create application. Your UI obviously might look a little bit different, but as long as you get to the create application screen, you're going to be fine. So go ahead and click create application. Now over here for the sign-in options, go ahead and just unselect email so they can only sign in with Google. Obviously, you can select these other ones over here as well and have it how you want. I'm just going to do Google as I think it looks the most professional and it's the easiest to work with. So I'm now going to go ahead and click create application. Application name you also need to give, I should have said. So we're going to call this time offer. I'm going to click create application now. Perfect. So now it gives us all of the stuff we actually need to do, okay? So let's run this first command over here, which is going to be to install at clerk/Next.js. So go ahead and do that. Open up your terminal and paste in that installation command there. And we'll wait for that to install, but it shouldn't take too long. There you go, lovely jubbly. Now what we need to do is go ahead and copy our Clerk API keys. So copy these and paste them into your env file. Now, for this part, guys, I would prefer not to show these credentials, just in case I forget to delete them. So I'm just going to paste them in and then close my env file. But you can just do the same. It's not going to affect your understanding, I don't think. Now we need to go ahead and create a middleware.ts file. And this is basically going to be how we protect certain pages inside of our application. So what I'm going to do is go back to cursor, go full screen, and I'm going to run npm run dev again, actually, just to get the server booted up again. I'm going to close the terminal. And where do I make this middleware.ts file? Well, this middleware.ts file has to go inside of the src folder in our case. So just say middleware.ts like so. Okay? And that's how you can do that stuff there. Now what we need to do is copy this code in for the moment. And this is just like a simple implementation. It won't actually protect any pages yet. And we'll have to modify this code, but just to have something there to see what we're going to be working with, I'll add it in. Now we need to go ahead and update our layout file and wrap it with the Clerk provider. And you can see you have to have the app router one set up. So go ahead now and just copy this code over here. And then go to the source code, navigate to your layout file, and copy, or do Control A, Control V, and just make sure that basically around the header over here and everything, you've got your max width wrapper added back in, because we do need that. And just make sure it wraps around the children and the body. As for this stuff here with the header and everything, you can actually get rid of this because we're going to put this inside of our nav bar. Okay, so you can actually just get rid of it for them, or copy it anyway for the moment to clean up our layout file a little bit. Then we're going to navigate to the page.tsx, the home page, and over inside of the nav bar, which we set up just above over here, We're going to do next to the nav, the what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? The what's the word I'm looking for? The bits we just copied. Okay, so we'll get rid of the header part because we're already inside of a header now, and then just import these things like so. And obviously, I'm not going to just leave you blind. We have to put them imported from here. Okay, you could actually import them all from the same export, but anyway, it doesn't matter. I use the AI to do it then. So import all of our things. Now, when we go back to our application, let's delete these imports from layout.tsx up here actually. And if I go back now to my navigation bar and I refresh the screen, okay, I've got an issue over here. So it says Clerk, authors call, but Clerk can't detect. Please ensure the following. Your middleware access to src middleware.ts. Okay, let's make sure I haven't made a typo or anything. Looks like I haven't made a typo, which is good. Oh, I have made a typo. It needs to be middleware, but I put middleware. Okay, now if we go back to the browser now and we refresh, you see we get sign in and sign up buttons now over here, which is amazing. If we click on sign in, it's going to redirect us to the Clerk login screen now, which is amazing, really, if you think about it. I know I'm getting a bit excited, but I like it a lot. So now what I want to do is just tidy up the UI just a tad, and by going over to the page.tsx and wrap in this sign in and sign out stuff over here in a div. And then I'm going to put these in a flex, basically. Okay, so flex gap 4 like that. Then they'll go next to each other. Now, we do have one problem, and that is on smaller screens, this is not very responsive. So we'll have to go ahead and add in a mobile menu later on, but that can be something we do in a bit, you know? So for now, what I want to do actually is if I'm signed out, I'm just going to add sign in. Let me just check something actually. Maybe we can make this a bit cleaner. Yeah, because when they click sign in, they get to the sign up bit anyway. Okay, so we don't even have to have two buttons really. Let's just have the sign in button like this. That'll make it a bit cleaner as well when it's up here and everything. What we can also do, I believe, is we can add in a class name potentially. No, we can't. Okay, never mind. That's what I get for trying to be cocky. Can I add a class name up here? No, I can't. That's annoying. Maybe I can do it up here then. I can say BG Black. Just want to try something. Text white. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. T4 rounded Excel. That's a bit too much. A bit too much padding, if I'm being honest. Let's go for PX4 maybe. And then PY1. This isn't part of the plan, but I wanted to just see what it looks like. It does the job, you know, it looks okay, but I don't actually want that. I'm just going to leave it as it was. No use in complicating things, if we're being honest. Okay, so that's our mobile menu done. That's our menu done for the moment. We'll do the mobile menu later on and everything. Obviously, even in a real app, though, you're not going to have this pricing, how it works, and all that stuff anyway. So you can make another mobile menu for your own needs later on. But I'll make one later anyway if I remember. I will remember. So now that we've done that, we need to go ahead back over to our application on Clerk. And we need to go, after we've done that stuff, we need to go to configure. Then we need to go to, actually, I'm going to get the documentation up for this part. But for the first bit I want to do is go to JWT or session management, then sessions, I think it might be. Yeah, and I'm going to customize the session token over here. I'm going to go to edit. And over here, I'm going to select user.public metadata. this one, okay? And the reason we're doing this is because we want to basically add in some metadata for the user, such as their role and their company ID, which we can use inside of the middleware to check where to redirect them to and all of the other fun stuff like that. And that's going to be inside of this public metadata over here. Now that I've done that, I'm going to just go ahead and save that. Okay, I've got one issue. I think I deleted something by accident. Perhaps if I go and just do it like this, and then do a colon at the end. I don't know why it's playing up. 1 second, let me check. I'll be right back. I'll go ahead and just fix it. Camera, don't want to waste your time. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I remember how to do it now. So we just go to edit, and then just add in metadata like this, and then put in user.public metadata. Now that you've done that, you can go ahead and just save this now. So go ahead and copy that part. And yeah, that's going to store basically some information about the user that we can check inside of the middleware later on. Now, if we go back to our code as well, we're going to set up a global type, which is going to make it easier and prevent any issues. So what we can do is create inside of the root of our project a global.d.ts file, inside of which we're going to just say export empty object, and we're going to say declare global interface custom JWT session claims. And that's going to have inside of it metadata, which we've just talked about. And inside of this metadata, we can specify the things that we want to add to our metadata, which in my case is going to be the role, which is going to be of type string, the onboarding completed, which is going to be a Boolean. And this onboarding completed is going to be what we check to determine if they need to be redirected to the onboarding screen when they first create an account. Basically, they're not going to be able to do anything unless they complete the onboarding, and that's because we're going to have this flag inside of the metadata on their account, inside of their JSON web token. We're going to have a company ID to link them to, which is going to be a type string, as well as a company name, which is also going to be of type string. Okay. Now that we've done that, we close the global.d.ts file, and we go back to Clerk. And now we need to set up a way of connecting to our local host from over here inside of Clerk and calling the webhook on our local host. The way that Clerk recommends that we do that is with a tool called Ngrok, or Ngrok, I'm not too sure how you pronounce it. So I'm going to put up the official documentation on Clerk, and we'll walk through that together to get everything set up, okay? So let's do that part now. Okay, everyone. So now we're going to walk through the documentation on Next.js to tell us how to sync up our Clerk data with our database. We're going to be using a tool called Ngrok to do this. So let's go ahead now and get that all set up, okay? So first of all, what I want to do is you need to navigate to this URL up here first of all. And we're going to go to Ngrok first of all. And Ngrok is basically going to forward the webhook data to our local server from Clerk. Okay, so it basically bridges that gap between Clerk and our local using this tunnel, which is Ngrok. Okay, so the first thing you need to do is go ahead and create an Ngrok account. And obviously, if you haven't done so already, you need to create a Clerk account as well to set up a project, which you should have done just before. Now what we need to do is go over to the Ngrok dashboard over here. So just control click on that for now. And it's going to take you to your window over here as well. Now I'm on Windows, so the download might be a little bit different for you if you're on Mac or Linux or anything like that. But just go ahead first of all and just do download for Windows 64-bit. Whichever one applies to you, just download it and follow the installation instructions. Then it's going to give you an auth token which you need to copy and need to run this command. Now, obviously, don't try to use these credentials because they won't work by the time you're watching this. You need to use your own ones. But I'm just going to go ahead and set them up now so we're all on the same page over here. So I'm just going to paste that in. And this, by the way, is after you need to run this command from inside of Ngrok. So when you install it, run it from wherever you've got it saved. In my case, it was in the downloads. Then inside of the terminal or command line app of Ngrok, run this command over here. And then that will update your credentials for you. Then what you need to do is over here. Now your one might be look a little bit different, but you need to basically click on claim your free domain. You should have this up here. I do have this as well, or I did have this, but I had to stop the recording and start again, so that's why mine's not there. But just click on claim your free domain and it'll generate one for you. In my case, I've got Crow Choice, Moccasin, Ngrok free app. So if you click on that, copy that one there. And then if you go back to the documentation on Clerk, from inside of your Clerk application, inside of your Ngrok application inside of the command line, which should look like this over here, you need to run this command here. Okay, so copy this command. Okay, and obviously it's got your forwarding URL here, so you need to delete that part and paste in your URL, which in my case looks like this. And the port number that it runs on needs to be the same one as your Next.js app, which obviously is 3000. So go ahead and just press enter for that part there. And you can see now we've got our account, version, everything is all running nice and smoothly. And we can see our connections over here as well. Fantastic stuff. So now Ngrok is listening to point towards localhost 3000. Now what we need to do is make sure that our Clerk app hits this endpoint and will work, basically. So in Clerk dashboard now, we navigate to the webhooks page. And by the way, guys, you need to have this always running when you're working with it in development, okay? It always needs to be switched on, because if you don't switch it on, it will not work. I made that mistake and learned it the hard way. But now inside of Clerk, anyway, over here, which I got to by clicking on the webhooks page, go ahead and add a new endpoint. And then for this endpoint, paste in your URL. Okay, so it should look like this here. And also add in HTTPS before it as well. And to the end of this, you need to add in API webhooks. Okay, just like that there. So that's the next thing we have to do. So then we need to go to the subscribe to events section. So if we go back over here, we've got our subscribe to events down here. We need to look for user.created like this and tick that one. Let's also do well, we'll just do user.created at the moment, actually. And then select create over here. Now, this is going to take us to this section here for the moment. And according to this, we need to select create. Then we need to add our sign-in secret to the env file. So copy your stuff from your Clerk dashboard over here. I'm not going to put this information out there. I know I've already leaked the Ngrok credentials, which I'm going to have to change, but I don't want to leak too much stuff unnecessarily. So I'm going to open up my env file now and just paste in what I've got from this part over here. So I'm going to go to my .env and just paste that stuff in. Okay. So you've got your next public Clerk publishable key, your Clerk secret key, so on and so forth, and your sign-in secret as well. Now you need to set the webhook route as public in your middleware. So the way we can do that is by going over to our middleware file. I'm just going to save my env. And I'm actually going to move this over here for the moment. Yes, so now if we go to our middleware file, inside of this one, we need to follow it. So we need to go and do one moment. I know what it looks like anyway. I can do it myself. So we're going to say Yeah, over here, we need to make a variable called const is public root. And we say that takes in a, it's called equal to create route matcher. So we just type create route matcher, we can get it imported from Next.js Clerk server over here. And this is basically going to specify the public route. So we're going to have our endpoint like this, just the home page is a public route. And we're going to specify API / webhook is also going to be a public one as well. So API / webhook. Make sure you spell it correctly, and then do / to basically say anything that comes after webhooks is publicly available as well. And just to specify, you need to do it inside like this. There you go. Now that basically means all the stuff inside of it will be available. Now, what do we do with this is public route stuff? Well, we just say over here inside of the middleware, which we're going to create up here, export default clerk middleware. We are going to turn this into an arrow function. And it's going to be asynchronous as well. I will get there eventually, guys, I promise. I will get there, my syntax stuff. Again, a bit messy. There we go. Okay, so we just want to say now if the is public route and then the rec over here is like that, we want to return next response.next and we need to import next response from next server. Okay, momentary madness is now over. We can continue to the next bit. One moment. Trying to make the quality of the tutorials much higher, but it does get annoying sometimes when AI starts spamming your code and everything. But anyway, so we've now set this as a public route, okay? So now if I go back over here to the tutorial, which is this part, we now need to set up Spix and install this stuff. So create npm install Spix. So go ahead and copy that command. And this is for delivering the webhook. So I'm going to kill the server and import Spix. And while that's doing, we'll read the next steps. Yeah, this is going to be to create the route handler now. So inside of webhooks, we're just going to make a route.ts. And then inside of it, we're going to copy all of this code here, basically, okay? So I'm going to copy that. And we go ahead and do it. Now, that's installed. We can now go back to my API over here. So I need to create an API endpoint. So I'm going to make an API folder. Inside of that one, I'm going to have a webhooks folder. And hopefully you can start to see now how this is all tying together. We've got route.ts over here. And we're going to copy in this code, okay? Basically, what this code will do is it will listen for the webhook. It will verify that it's coming from a secure place where we want it to be coming from. What really is of concern to us is this part down here where we're listening for the payload that's coming in and the payload body and everything. And what we can actually do at this point now, guys, is I'll show you. We can check the event type over here, and then we can say if the event type equals user.created, and you can see it's starting to come up automatically here as well. We can console.log user is trying to sign up. Okay, and then we can console log as well. The event.data, for example, okay? So that's going to be all of the stuff that we need at the moment. Now what we want to do is go back to the documentation, and we've done that step over here. We've listened for a specific event type. We've just done that part now. Now we need to test the webhook. So the way that we test the webhook is by actually creating an account and starting the Next.js server. And then we should see it sync up when they create the Clerk account. Then we should see it come up in our server as well, and the webhook should be triggered. Okay. So hopefully, if everything goes okay, that will work. So I'm going to go ahead now and just set all that stuff up before I come back. Okay, guys, so everything is working. I just want to tell you one thing before I do show you everything is working. I've already signed in over here with a dummy account that I just created. But when you go to Dashboard Clerk over here, and you've got your, one second, I'll show you. It's over here is what I was looking for. Yeah, so the endpoint page over here for the webhooks, make sure that you copy this sign-in secret to your database, or to your env file, sorry, okay, not the one that says whsec123. Copy this sign-in secret here, okay? Then when you sign up, well, yeah, it works, okay, that's all I can say really. I've just done it over here, so I've signed in with a dummy account. I'll go ahead and re-sign up. I'll delete the user, and I'll re-sign up again to show you it working. So yeah, I'm going to navigate to the sign-in screen now over here. I'm going to go to sign up. Just going to continue with Google. I have just selected my Google account over here, Mark Henry www.champion123@gmail.com. I'm going to go ahead and click continue. And I get redirected over here now. I've got my M over here to say that I'm logged in with that email account as Mark Henry. If I go to the route.ts over here and open this up, you can see as well, it's just got my credentials over here that I've signed in with, confirming that my webhook has been hit successfully over here, which is brilliant stuff. I can also further show you that it's working by navigating to my dashboard, refreshing the page over here. Just wait for it to reload. It's been a bit slow. Go to my endpoint, and you can see at 5:09, which is the time right now, I've just received this user.created event. And finally, for good luck, I'll go over to my users. And you can see I've got Mark Henry 123, whatever over here as well. And that side of things is all working as well as the dummy account I also just created, okay? So guys, that is the sign up with Ngrok done now. What we're going to do now is work on the onboarding and a bunch of other stuff with our middleware. So let's get right into it. Okay guys, so let's go ahead now and work on our onboarding flow. So I do want to point out one thing, and that is the fact that right now you can see over here, we're not actually creating the user inside of our database when the webhook is triggered, like we saw earlier on. So what we actually need to do is set up our app so that from the middleware, the user is redirected to an onboarding screen when the onboarding completed or whatever it was inside of our JSON web token is set to false. Then when they complete the onboarding form on the onboarding page, at that point, we create their account inside of the database and link them with a company or set up their company as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that now. So I just need to go ahead quickly and boot up the app in the command prompt again using Ngrok, because I've since stopped recording. So I'll go ahead and do that now and be right back. So now what we need to do is go ahead and set up our onboarding screen. So what I'm going to do is open up the code, and I'm going to make a new page inside of app by creating a new folder, and I'm going to call it onboarding. And inside of onboarding, what I want to do is give it a page.tsx file. And inside of this, I'm just going to say RAFC for the moment, and I'm just going to replace the page text over here with some text that's just going to say onboarding. Okay, so now if I go over here to my local host 3000 and go to /onboarding, you're going to see I get onboarding up here, okay, meaning that I'm actually on the correct page. Now, this page actually doesn't need to be protected per se, it needs to be protected under certain circumstances, is what I'm trying to say. So let's go over to our middleware now, and we're going to configure this so that we can get everything working. Okay, so what I want to do inside of my Clerk middleware function, first of all, I'm going to move this is public root above just to keep things a bit cleaner. Okay, then inside of this over here, before I get the if is public root line, I'm going to call a function from Clerk Next.js server called auth. What the auth function does that we export from this path up here is it gives us back the credentials and session claims of the currently signed in user. Why this is important is because inside of the session claims, we have the metadata that we set up earlier inside of Clerk.js Clerk when we did our JSON Web Token configuration. We want to access that because inside of that, we're going to have a key called onboarding completed, as well as a couple of other things. So it's important that we get out here. So the way you do this is by destructuring out user ID, session claims, and redirect to sign in. These are all going to be things that we want to pull out. And we're going to await auth. Now, we need to import this auth function as well. So just go up here and just say import. And then we need to import the auth part up here. So the way you do that, one moment. Give me a second. Get it up here. Okay, slight correction. We don't have to import it from up here. We pass it down to the function, but we import it from somewhere else from the same place. So no problem. It's already here, auth. We've already passed it in earlier on. My mistake. I'm not perfect, guys. I'm not perfect, but I do want to give a type to this rec over here. I'm just going to say next request. Import that from next server. And I can delete this import up here. I could import it as well up here, to be fair as well. But I just want to keep it the same as my source code, how I set it up. So yeah, underneath, let's console log our session claims. And you can see it's got metadata associated with it, which is going to be very helpful for us. We're already checking if something is a public root, but what about if there's no user ID and something is not a public root? So in other words, the thing that comes into this request over here does not exist inside of the public root, and there is no user ID. That would mean that the user is not authenticated and they should be redirected to sign in because it's a protected page. So what we can do is under here, we can just say if there's no user ID, and if there's no user ID, well, it means they've not signed in. So if there's no user ID and it's not a public root, the request that's coming in, we want to return redirect to sign in, and the return back URL will be rec.url. So basically, the return back URL means that after they sign in, where do you want to redirect them to? We want to redirect them to where they were redirected to sign in from in the first place, if that makes sense. So that's what this line is doing over here. So it's basically protecting non-public routes. Then what we need to do is say, okay, if there is a user ID and we're going to call something called onboarding. I'm going a bit Canadian there. Const is onboarding route, or route if you're from England, equals create route matcher, and then onboarding. So this is basically going to be / onboarding is going to be our onboarding route. So we want to see if there is a user ID and they're on the is onboarding route. A route sounds more natural. And we pass in the rec over here. We just want to let them continue, basically, okay? And the way we let them continue is just by saying return next response dot next. Basically, go ahead, you're all good. Then what we want to do is we want to say, okay, if we have a user ID and the session claims dot metadata dot onboarding completed, and it's not onboarding completed is what I'm trying to say, and they're not on a route which is the onboarding route, at that point, we want to set them to be redirected to the onboarding page. So we're going to say const onboarding URL equals new URL / onboarding rec.url. And we can say return next response redirect, and we're going to pass into it the onboarding URL. Okay, and we redirect them to that part. So then what we need to do is we need to consider things that are going to be admin routes, for example, okay, or employee routes. So I'm going to go back up to the top of my code over here. And I'm going to set up now the const is admin route checker. So I'm going to say const is admin route. And that's going to be, for example, create route matcher even. And it's going to be an array of strings. The first one is going to be /admin. And then we're going to basically say anything that comes inside of the admin folder, okay? So we're going to say /admin /dot*. So basically anything that comes after the admin route as well is what we want to block off from, well, to be considered as an admin route, basically, okay? Then we need to say const is employee route equals create route matcher. And then we're going to do the same thing, /employee. And again, we haven't created these pages yet, but we will create them over the course of this video. So I'm going to say /employee / and we're going to say ** like this. And yeah, so anything that comes after the admin folder, anything inside the admin folder is an admin route. Anything inside of the employee folder is an employee route. Okay, and we want to set up our middleware so that we can, make sure people only go to the correct places based on their JSON web token. So now we can say over here, if, and we'll say is admin route. Well, we then need to check the session claims. So we can say if the session claims .metadata .role equals admin. Okay, and that's going to be something we set up later on when we create their account and everything as well. When they complete the onboarding, we'll update their session token using Clerk to have either admin or employee. We're going to return next response .next. Else, we're going to say const homepage URL equals a new URL. And we're just going to say rec.url. And we're going to return them to next response.redirect homepage URL. So that's if they're not an admin. If they are an admin, they can just continue to the next bit. Then we're going to check if it's an employee route. So we say if is employee route, and we pass to it the rec. Well, we then check the session claims again. So we say if session claims .metadata .role equals employee. Well, that's great for you. We can say return next response.next. Else, we say const homepage URL equals new URL. And we say / and we say rec.url. And finally, we return them to the homepage if they are not an employee and they're trying to access the employee page. I tried to make it fair so that admins can't access employee pages. And then the vice versa, employees can't access admin can't access employee, And finally, if none of these things are true, but they do have a user ID, we just want to let them continue. So we say if user ID, we can just return next response.next. So if these things aren't met, basically, okay, and it could be like another page, such as, settings, not settings, like pricing, features, whatever, we just want to let them go. And yeah, that's it really for that part. So now what we want to do is underneath return next response.next as well over here. And guys, that should make it so that our middleware is all secure and everything. This matcher stuff can stay the same as is the default. Now what we need to do is actually go over to our onboarding page and start working with this and setting up the relevant server actions. So our onboarding page is going to be server-side first, and it's going to render a client-side form. So inside of this over here, I just want to import auth from the, what do you call it? The and current user, actually, from Clerk Next.js server. And then I'm going to convert this into an asynchronous page over here. And then I want to say down here, const user ID equals away auth. If there's no user ID, I want to redirect them to sign in. But now that I think about it, our middleware is protecting this anyway, so you don't actually need to do this. You see, this is the great thing about doing these tutorials. I recognize things anyway that I don't actually need to be doing in my previous source code. So anyway, let's await the current user instead, because that much we do need to do. And we're going to say, okay, if there's no user, we do want to just render something saying, load in user. So we'll just say redirect, sorry, not redirect, we'll return a div. Just going to say loading, for example. Then what we want to do is pass down the information to a client-side form. But before we do that, we're going to put inside of this div over here, we're going to make it a class name with a container on it, a max width of MD, and then MX of auto like this, and a padding wire of 10 just so it's not squished to the top completely. And then inside of it, doesn't need to be minus PY10, just PY10. But yeah, instead of saying onboard over here, we want to say an H1 with a class name of text hyphen XL, 2XL actually would be better, a font bold, and an MB of 6. And we're just going to say complete your profile. So this is the page they're going to be forced to go to if they sign in until they've completed what we want them to do. Now I'm going to go ahead and make a client-side form inside of my components folder. And I'm going to say new file, and we're going to call it onboarding form.tsx. Okay, and this is where we start getting into some real beefy code. Pardon the language, but yeah. Let's say RAFC for this one, and we're going to convert this into a client-side component by marking it with use client at the top. Then we need to import some things. We're going to import use state from React to keep track of our, a couple of things really. We're going to need to keep track of if they want to be an employee or an admin or a company owner or whatever. We also need to keep track of the is submitting state of the form, as well as the error state and a couple of other things as well. So I'm going to go ahead underneath this and import use form from React hook form, and that's going to be something we need to import as well. But what I will say is the React hook form is very useful, and I think it will get installed when we install the form from Shadcn. So I'm going to go back over to the browser now and just go ahead and Google, Shadcn. And we're going to go over to search for form inside of the documentation. And then we're going to run the command. Where is it? Here, yeah. npx shadcn latest add form. And that should install all of the relevant things that we need. So I'm going to open up the terminal, go to the command prompt, and install that, and be back when it's done. Okay, great. So that's finished installing now. So what we now need to do is go back and start setting up this stuff over here. So we've imported use form from React hook form. Now that's all coming in because it's been installed when we installed React hook form now. Well, we installed form and in turn installed React hook form, at least if I'm doing this correctly. So let's import Z from Zod as well, which is going to be for doing form schemas. We might need to install that separately. And we need to import Zod Resolver as well. Okay, that's good. That's installed actually already with the hooks. Then we're going to import something called use user from Clerk Next.js. That's going to help us with the user information as well. Then we need to set up our UI elements. So we're going to import, first of all, the button component from components UI button. We're going to import the card content, card header, and card title from components UI card. Import. We need to use the input element as well, so we're going to go ahead and install this actually. So let's go back to Shadcn and let's install the input element as well, the input component. Let's go ahead and run this command over here. Perfect stuff. Then what we're going to do is go ahead and we're going to run card header. Okay. Yes, let's import the input now. Sounds like a tongue twister. Import the input. We're going to import all of our form stuff now as well, which we set up a minute ago, which we installed a minute ago even. So we're going to import form control, form field, form item, form label, and form message. We're going to use all of these things to get a lovely form. Okay, brilliant. Then we're going to go ahead and import radio group, which is something we need to go ahead and actually install. So search for radio group over here. This is going to be for the buttons like this. And let's go ahead and install this as well. A lot of web dev is just installing random stuff, isn't it, sometimes? Okay, make sure to use legacy peer decks. While we're here, we're going to go ahead and install the other things as well. We need to have a alert, okay, to give our form error message. And we're also going to need to have our separator for making the form look nice. While that's installing, we're also going to need to go ahead and install I think that's it actually for the moment, yeah. And just use legacy peer dependencies for that one if you're on the same versions as me. Okay, cool. Now we can go ahead and import these up here. So we're going to import the label from UI label, from components UI label. We're going to do the same thing for the alert. We want the alert and we want the alert description as well. From app /components/UI/alert. We want to import the separator from app components UI/separator. And I think that's everything we need for the moment, yes. So now we're going to go ahead and set up our schemas, okay? So I'm actually just going to put the schema inside of the file here. You could go ahead and put it in a separate file as well if you wanted to reduce the lines of code inside of your file. but I'm just going to keep it all on the same screen to make it easier for you to follow along with. So let's say const employee schema. This is basically going to describe to our form how we want the employee to be. It's going to have a first name, which is going to be a string type, and it's going to be a minimum length of 1. And we're going to say first name is required. We max length as well. No, we can just do the minimum, actually, it's fine. And let's say for the last name, we're going to do it again, min of 1, last name is required. The email is going to be a z.string, and we're going to validate it as an email. And we're going to say invalid email address. The company name is going to be sorry, not the company name, the what do you call it, the department even, is going to be z.string, and it's going to be optional, so it's a z.string dot optional. So it doesn't need to have a minimal length because it's optional. Then we're going to have an invitation code, which is going to be z.string.optional as well. Then that's going to be our employee schema. One thing I just want to do quickly is just set up max lengths for each of these as well. So the first name is going to be a max of 55 letters. I think that's more than enough, but not ridiculous as well. Same for the last name over here. The email can be a max of 255. Let's imagine it's got a really long email or something. Actually, let's do it down to 100. Let's be reasonable here. Department is like this. The invitation code is not optional. That was the AI. We need to say a z.string.length needs to be 6, and we can specify to the user invitation code must be 6 characters long if the invitation code they enter is not 6 digits, and if they have entered one as well. Now we need to do the admin schema. So I'm going to say admin schema is equal to z.object. And we're going to say the first name dot min. And we're going to say first name is required dot max. And again, we're going to say just 55 for this one. It's going to basically be the same. A lot of it for this part over here for the max. Sorry, the first name, the last name is the same. The email is the same. Then the only things we need to change is, or the only things that are new or unique to the admin schema is the company name, which is going to be z.string dot min 1, and then a max of 100 for the company name is required be in the error message as well. Then we're going to say the company website is z.string.url, and we're going to say invalid website URL. Z.string URL optional or z.literal. Okay, then we're going to say a company logo it's going to be z.string. It's going to be a URL. It's going to be optional or a z.literal string, okay? So that is all of our stuff over here for our admin schema all set up and everything. I think we've covered all of the stuff over here. Yeah, I mean, we can also, I guess, we can say the max length of this one. No, we can't put the max length. Never mind, it's more than enough for the moment. So those are our schemas. Now we're going to do our type. So we're going to say the employee form values are going to be equal to z.infer type of employee schema. and type admin form values is going to be equal to z.infer type of admin schema. Then we need to set up an interface for our props for the onboarding form, so the information we're going to be passing down. So we're going to say onboarding form props is going to be a user email of string. The first name is going to be a string as well. And the reason we're passing these values down is because they are going to be immutable. So the username, the first name and last name in the email that they get from their Clerk account is going to be the one that's inside of the database. So we do want to render them in the input, but we want to make the input immutable, so to speak, so that everything is synced up correctly. Now, of course, depending on your use case, you might want to allow the user to change that information. But in my case, I don't want them to change that information, which is why I'm doing it this way. So anyway, now underneath, let's go ahead and just say for the next part that the yes, now we can actually start setting up the onboarding form props over here. So we're going to accept in user email, first name, and last name. And that's going to be of type onboarding form props. And now we should go to the parent component of this onboarding form, which is the page.tsx onboarding over here. And we're going to import the onboarding form. And the information we're going to pass to it, well, you guessed it, guys, it's going to be the stuff from the user that we got over here from the current user. So I'm going to say the user email is going to be equal to user.emailaddress's 0.email address. The first name is going to be equal to user.firstname, and the last name is going to be equal to this over here as well. Now, these things, we're going to put them as an options of saying empty string. Well, no, actually, I don't think we need to. Yeah, we do. But they will always be there anyway when they sign in with their Google account. So we've got this fallback here, but the first name and last name should always be there from when they signed in with Google, at least based on my testing so far. Same thing for the email address as well. They have to have an email address to have signed in with Google. So, this is just a fallback here. It should never really happen. But if I'm wrong about that, I'm happy to own up to that and fix it. But anyway, so now underneath, we need to set up our logic for the form. So we're going to say const router equals the use router hook, which we can import from next router. That's going to be for redirecting the user. Then we're going to grab out the user and the is loaded from use user. Then we want to set up a state, I should say, for their account type. So we're going to say account type and set account type is equal to use state. Okay, and then we're going to say admin or employee, and we'll initialize it as employee. Then we're going to say const is submitting and set is submitting is equal to use state. And we're going to specify that it's a Boolean with an initial value of false. And then finally, we're going to say const error set error equals use state string. And then we're going to initialize it with a value of null because there's not going to be an error, hopefully, when the page first loads anyway. At least not an error that's caused by the user. Now we need to set up the employee form and the admin form using our employee form values and the use form hook alongside our employee and admin schemas. So I'm going to say const employee form equals use form, and that's going to take in the employee form values, and it's going to be a resolver of Zod resolver employee schema, and we're going to do some default values. First name is going to be equal to just first name. Last name is going to be last name. Email is going to be equal to user email. So a little bit different there. The department is going to be initialized as an empty string, and the invitation code, same thing. Then what we can do underneath this over here, after the default values for the employee schema, is do the admin form as well. So we're going to say const admin form equals use form, admin form values. For the resolver is going to be the admin schema. This is basically going to ensure that our form is very set up properly, for lack of better phrasing. And we're going to say first name, last name, email is user email, just like before. And then the company name is an empty string. You see how this corresponds, and I'm getting this type safety, look, here coming up as I write it out, because it's using my form, that my schema that I set up earlier. That's what I mean when it ensures everything is the same and synced up and everything, okay? This handle submit was from the AI. But yes, we've got our employee form now, we've got our admin form. Now we need to set up two different functions. We want to have a handle employee submit, and we want to have a handle admin submit, okay? I like to keep it very separated rather than doing if checks inside of one function. So now I'm just going to say over here, const handle employee submit is equal to an asynchronous function, which takes in data, which is going to match the employee form values. And what we do is we say, okay, first of all, if there's no user, we return an empty string and don't let them do anything. But they should never be on this page anyway, because it's going to be protected. But just to be safe, we're going to set is submitting to true. We're going to set error to null when they submit for the first time, in case they had submitted before and the error was not null. Then what we're going to do is run a try block, inside of which we're going to await a response from a server action. Actually, I'm just going to put that blank for a moment. I'm just going to say await a response here from server action, because we haven't set up our server actions yet. And I'm going to catch the error. And I'm going to say, set error to be, again, I'll just put here for the moment, I'll comment this out, because this is going to throw errors until I've got the server action set up and everything. But so for the moment, just leave it blank like that until we've got the rest of the form done. Anyway, underneath this handle employee submit, we're going to have our handle admin submit, which again is going to be an asynchronous function, which takes in data of admin form values. And we're going to go ahead and say, if there is no user, we're going to return. Like before, we're going to set is submitting to true and set error as null, or set error null even, just like the code up before. Then we're going to do a try and catch over here. And just like before, we're going to await a server action we're going to create later on. Okay, guys, so we're almost there in terms of the logic for this form. Now we're just going to say if it's not is loaded, we're just going to return a div just saying loading for the moment, okay? Now, finally, we can start painting and describing our UI, and that's going to start off, first of all, by having a card wrap around everything. The card is going to have a card header, inside of which we're going to have a card title with a class name of text XL, font of bold, and we're going to complete your account setup. We're going to have a card description saying welcome to time offer. And then we need to put our key characters in here. So apostrophe, colon, semicolon S, get you onboarded. And then after the card header, what we want to do is render out some card content. And this is going to be really where all of the stuff happens, okay? So we're going to say card content. Inside of that, we're going to have a div with a space Y of 6 to put everything nicely on top of each other with a good amount of spacing. Then inside of the space Y6, we're going to have a div with a class name of space Y2. And what this is going to do is have an option with the radio group to decide if they want to be a admin or if they want to be an employee. Inside of the label, I'm going to say account type. And then underneath that, I'm going to say radio group. And the default value of this is going to be employee. And the value is going to be equal to account type. When there's an on value change, what we want to do is take that value and then set the account type to be the value as admin or employee, like this, okay? Then, after we've done that default value stuff, what we want to do is set up our class name, okay, which is going to be grid calls 2, and gap of 4. So basically, so they're next to each other. Got an error over here. It's because the radio is not closed off. That's fine. I should be able to close it off now. There we go. So what do we put inside of this radio group? Well, we put in a div, first of all, which is empty. And that's going to be a radio group item. Make sure you auto import that as you type it in as well. And this value is going to be equal to employee. The ID is going to be equal to employee. And the class name is equal to peer and screen reader only. This part. Then we're going to put a label next to this with an HTML4. And you guessed it, it needs to be the same as the ID and value of the radio group item. So it should be employee or lowercase. Then we're going to set the class name to be equal to flex poll, item center, justifier between, rounded MD, border 2, border muted, BG popover, hover, basically sending some nice effects to all of this stuff here. So hover, we're going to give a BG accent to it, BG hyphen accent. And we're going to say hover, text accent foreground. And then we're going to say over here, peer data. And we need to check for the state if it's checked or not. Let me just close the sidebar over here and zoom in just a tad so you can see all of this stuff easier. And I guess what I can do, is add peer data. And then I'm going to check if the state is checked. So I'm going to say over here, state equals checked. And then I'm going to say border primary. Colon has data state equals checked. And then I'm going to say border primary. Okay, so I realize that's a long class name, so just pause the video here and you can copy through it if you need to. I'll just slowly go across for you. There you go. And we need to close off this as well, by the way. It's the next thing to do. So, yeah, close that off. By the way, this label can be self-closing, so you don't even need to have a closing tag. You can just do it like /, then the arrow, whatever that symbol is called. Now what we need to do is go ahead and basically do the next part of the label, or the next radio group item. And actually, I do want to not make this self-closing. I want to have it as a text inside it with a span element saying employee. Then underneath this div that's wrapping around them, but inside of the radio group, I'm going to go ahead and make another div now with a radio group item. Which is self-closing. And what I want to do for that one is give it a value of admin. I want to give it an ID of admin. I want to give it a class name of peer SR only again. And inside of this radio, next to this radio group item, I'm going to do a label with an HTML4 of admin and a class name of flex col item center justify between rounded MD border 2 border muted BG popover P4 hover BG accent hover text accent foreground here data state equals checked, and then we're going to go ahead over here and we're going to say border primary if the state is checked, and then we're going to do another check and just say if it has the data state equal to checked. This syntax, I appreciate, can be tricky to follow along with, so you don't have to do this part. It's not necessary for the actual overall project, so to speak. But I'm just going to apply to this a border of primary. But again, guys, you don't have to do this exact part. This is just more like optional styling, so to speak. But it does make it look nice at least, okay? So then I'm going to close off that label and put inside of it just a span that says admin, basically. Okay, let's take a moment to breathe. We'll change this to business admin. And let's go ahead and look in the browser and see what this is actually looking like now, okay? So we've got some errors, first of all, and that is that I've probably got a syntax error somewhere in my code, so we're going to have to go ahead and fix that. Or at least I'm going to have to go ahead and fix that. Let me just see what I've done wrong. I imagine it's because here, yeah, it needs to have a colon next to it. Yeah, let's see. Okay, we've got another issue. Let's go ahead and refresh the page. All right, we've got has data state checked as being problematic. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the video, fix it, and then tell you the fix. Okay, so I did some debugging, and to be honest with you, just removing it was the best course of action. It's not worth the headache of trying to go through and solving it. And I don't want to waste your time with something that's inconsequential, really. And one thing that's not inconsequential is the import of the use router hook. So when you're importing the use router, make sure you import it from Next Navigation, not from Next Router. That's an issue that I just came across as well when I restarted my server for debugging purposes. Now if I go back over here, you're going to see this is what we've got so far. Okay, so at least it's starting to take some shape now as well. We do need to fix this employee part over here though, so let's just go ahead and see how we can do that. But yeah, for the I'll show you what I did. So just remove those 2 lines of code with the has part over here, and just make sure your class names for each of them look like this essentially, okay? Then I think you will be fine, to be honest. So what I need to do now is check why the employee one is not as big as the business admin one in terms of how much space it's taking up. So I wonder if it's because of the length of the text or if it's something to do with my styling. Let's make the length of text more or less the same. It's not that. Okay, so there's an issue then. Let's have a look. What we can do is the padding 4. That's what's missing. P4 here. There you go. Okay, so now we've got the account of employee or business admin set up and everything. Now we can move underneath this radio group and start rendering the rest of our stuff out. Okay, so go to the radio group closing tag, go to the div that's after that one, then go ahead and add the separator here. Okay, to separate them out. Now if we go back over here, you can see we've got this nice bit of line now, this nice line that creates a nice separation between this parts up here where they toggle and the form that's going to display underneath. Now what we need to do underneath this separator is check the account type and then render the appropriate form based on their account type, okay? So this part's going to be quite tricky to follow along with, so feel free to copy and paste the code from GitHub if this part's like kind of hard to follow with the syntax. I'm going to start off by opening up some curly braces. Okay, apologies, got cut off there. So yeah, inside of this curly braces we've got here, we need to check the account type. So I'm going to do a condition check first of all by checking if the account type is equal to employee. And remember, this account type is referring to the state that we set up earlier on. I'm going to use a turning operator, and in the first check, I'm going to do some parentheses here, and then otherwise another set of parentheses here. The idea is going to be that inside these first set of parentheses, we put the employee form stuff. So let's go inside over here now, and let's say form. And spreading inside of this form via an object, we're going to set in the employee form that we set up earlier on using Zod. I'm just going to go over here and just put an empty div for the moment just to get rid of this red lines and stuff. It's kind of annoying. But yeah, inside of this form now, what I want to do is go ahead and put a regular form and put an onSubmit event listener on it. When I submit this form, this is a child of the form component, I'm going to call employee form dot handle submit and pass to it the handle employee submit function. Handle employee submit like this, okay? I'm also going to add a class name to this form of space -y4, not 5, 4. And I'm going to close this form off. Now inside of this form, I'm going to do a div with a class name of grid cols 2, and gap of 4. The employee form is much simpler than the admin form, so we only need to have 2 form fields here, I think it works out to be. So we're going to say form field for the first one, and this form field is going to have a control on it equal to, employee form dot control. The name of this part of the form is going to be first name, and when we render it, we're going to access the field there we go, and inside of it we're going to return a form item, and that form item is going to have inside of it a form label with first name as the form label, and then we're going to have a form control, and then we're going to have an input inside of the form control, which is going to spread the field, and we're going to have it as disabled because it's going to be for the user to decide. Sorry, not for the user to decide. We're going to draw it from their profile information from Clerk. However, you could also modify this for your own needs, depending on the kind of site you want to have. Maybe if you want them to edit it, you could do that. In my case, I want everything to come from Google when they sign up with Clerk. So underneath the form control, I need to put a form message. Oh, it looks like I've got a syntax error over here. So let me just have a look at that. I think I just need to close off the form field. There we go. Okay, perfect. So now underneath this form field, I'm going to do Alt-Shift-F just to format my code. And yeah, underneath this form field, I'm going to do another form field now, which is going to be control. And it's going to be equal to employee form dot control. Name is going to be last name. And the render is going to be filled. And then we return, just like before, we return a form item. And inside of this form item, we're going to put a form label. This is going to be for the last name of the user, the form label, last name. And I'm going to do a form, what do you call it? A form control. There we go, we'll get there today. And then inside of that form control, I'm going to put an input and I'm going to spread in the field again, just like before. And I'm going to have it disabled, and the class name is going to be bggray100, just like the other form field above. Lovely jubbly. So then underneath, I'm just going to render the form message. And just like before, we need to close off that form field as well and do Alt-Shift-F to format our code to make it look nice and pretty. Now underneath, so that's our first sets of the form. It's going to be the first and last name, and these are going to go next to each other. But then underneath these ones that are next to each other, we want to put the email, which again is going to be immutable. But nonetheless, let's go underneath the div and do a form field. And again, guys, you could let the users edit this. It's entirely up to you. In my case, I just don't want them to be able to edit it. So it is what it is. But yeah, so let's render the email anyway. And we're going to say render. Just like before, we can copy this code, to be honest with you. If you want to copy this down, you can do that. In fact, that's what I will do. Just so you can see I'm not just tabbing in with the AI. And then what I'll do is I'll replace the form label with email. And then the input over here can just be the same, really, to be fair, okay? It's just, this is what we want to change the name. Yeah. Okay, so you can copy that. And then underneath that one, what we want to do is do another form field. This one is going to be for, let's just Alt-Shift-F the code just to format it. Yeah, the one underneath this one, highlight all of it and do Alt-Shift-Down, or Command-Shift-Down, I think, if you're on a Mac. And this second one here is going to be for the department. And we can just say to them, optional. The name we have to update from email to department. And then inside of it, the rest of it's going to be the same, really. You can just make it not disabled, of course. That's the one thing I will say. And the placeholder, you can add like example, let's say engineering, sales, etc. For example, something like that. And underneath that form item, what we're going to do is we're going to render another one, and this one's going to be for the company invitation code. So just like before, highlight this previous form field and just do the command Alt-Shift-Down so you don't have to write out the form fields from scratch again. And this time, change the name from department to be invitation code. Invitation code spelled correctly, yes. And then over here, the form label needs to be invitation code. And it's not optional, but they need this invitation code if they're an employee. And then for the form description, which was going to be different from the other ones, we're going to say over here, form description. Make sure you import that and then just say enter the 6-digit the 6-digit invitation code provided by your company admin. Okay, and then over here, for this form message stuff, we need to move the form description above the form message actually, so just copy all of that and put it above the form message. Alt-Shift-F again to format our code. And then over here for this input, we need to add some special bits to it. Now, the class length can be BG grade 100 again, that's fine. The max length is going to be 6. And we can specify the pattern we're looking for using some regex. We're going to say 0 to 9 range in the square brackets. And then for the length, we put it in curly braces and say 6, like this. Okay, and then placeholder, we can just say, enter the 6-digit code. Okay, guys, now we just need to go ahead and put an error underneath this item over here, but inside of the form. And you can check if there's an error. And if there is, you can put an alert with a variant of destructive and an alert description. Okay, then over here, we're going to say, not curly braces again, we're going to put a button now for this one. Important to this button that you give it a type of submit. A class name of which fault was not as important, but the type submit is important. And the disabled needs to be equal to the is submitting state. So the user cannot spam it when they've already submitted the form, basically. That's why we're doing that there. Then underneath it, we're going to check again if it is submitting. We're going to render a text. It's just going to say processing. Otherwise, we're going to say complete setup. Format your code, Alt-Shift-F again, and that concludes our employee form, okay? Now underneath, we need to go ahead and work on our admin form. So the syntax is going to be very similar to before. So again, the big form for the parent of the form. The capitalized one, I should say. Then to this form, we're going to spread into it the admin form that we set up earlier on. And then inside of it, the form on submit is going to be equal to admin form dot handle submit. And we're going to call handle admin submit. And then the class name is going to be space YF4, just like the previous one, to be honest with you guys. Just make sure that inside of this form, we put the correct field. So we're going to put a div and then an H3 inside of it with a class name of text MD, font medium, and margin bottom of 2. And we're going to say personal information. Then inside of this over here, we're going to put in another div with a class name of text-MD, font medium, margin bottom of 2. And then inside of it over here, we're just going to say, what am I saying? I've just had a bit of a brain fart then. It's not, okay, ignore me. It's grid calls 2, gap of 4. There we go. Okay, much easier like that. Then inside of this, what we want to do is have a form field, control, and then admin form dot control. The name is equal to first name. And close off this form field, just have it self-closing. And yeah, so now we're going to say for the render for this one, it's going to be just like before. Curly braces, parentheses, curly braces, get the field, then go out, and then go over here, do the arrow, followed by a parentheses there. Then inside of it, just return the form item, the form label of first name over here, then form control, and then input. Disabled class name. Yeah, it's just like before, really, to be honest, for this part over here. And to be fair, guys, I think we can actually just copy it down from before. Just put the form message underneath. And yeah, to be fair, I Alt-Shift-F this, yeah, I can just copy the other ones from before because the email and the last name is going to be the same. So yeah, just copy it across. No point in wasting time writing it from scratch, you know. So let's copy the first one down and put it directly underneath. Alt-Shift-F to format the code. Then go ahead and grab the email one as well, which sits underneath the div. Let's copy this email and put it underneath this div here. Okay, and then underneath that one, underneath that div even, sorry, we're going to put a separator and we're going to give that a div inside of it. And this one we're going to put the company information. So we're going to do another H3 with a class name of text MD, font medium, margin bottom of 2. And we're going to put the company information inside of this over here. And then what we can do is have a form field. Control equals admin form dot control. And then name is equal to company name. And to be fair, guys, you can just copy a lot of the stuff across if you want to for this part. I'm going to do it from scratch for this one here at least, though. And for the field, yeah, inside of it, have the form item with the form label. Then underneath the form label, we need to do the form control. So, sorry, not the form control. No, yes, the form control. No. We render the field. We have the form line. Okay, yeah, we do need the form control. When you look at code for so long, you start to lose yourself in it a little bit, and it's hard to keep track of sometimes. At least for me. Let me know if the same happens to you. But yeah. So then we're going to put an input inside of this, spread into it the field, and we're going to give it a placeholder. You know, we'll just put like enter your company name here, or we can just say company name, make it easier to read. And then we're going to give it a class name of BG grade 100 and render the form message underneath it. Alt-Shift-F to format your code. Now, guys, underneath this over here, we can just copy this form field underneath and just change this one to be for the company website. So just change it to company website. Then same thing for the thing over here. And just say this is optional. Update the placeholder to be company website. And then you save this up a bunch of time. And you can copy this form field again. So do Control C. But remember, this one needs to go underneath the div. So put it underneath now. Actually, no, sorry. No, it doesn't need to go underneath. You just do it here. And then you can do company logo. And you can have optional. And you can put a company logo URL, company logo for the name up here. And that pretty much concludes all of the fields for that part. We just now need to go under the div for this form and do the error check. Say if there's an error, render the alert with the error. And then have it as destructive. And then have the alert description. Okay, and then over here underneath this alert description stuff after the alert, let's go ahead and do our button with a type of submit, just like the other ones from before. I'm going to give it a class name of width of full. Disabled is going to be if it's equal to is submitting, just like before, to be fair. Then if it is submitting, go ahead and just say processing. Otherwise, render complete setup, okay? Now, guys, after 429 lines of code, we get to a point now where we finally have a working form. Okay, a form that looks good anyway at the moment. It's not going to work just yet because we haven't got our server actions set up and everything. But, you know, it looks good over here. let's go ahead now actually and check what this looks like. Let's go to the browser. We've got a lovely employee form now over here. We go to the business admin, change to employee, business admin, employee. It works correctly like that. Looks good to me. One thing we can do actually is update the parts over here so they get highlighted when whichever one is clicked, you know. So if we go back to our source code over here, what we can do is go to those buttons. Okay, had to cough then, so I had to pause the video. But yeah, we're just navigating back to the parts over here. Yep. So over here now, what we can do is just actually, yeah, when they click on, yeah, we've got the value change over here for the radio group and everything, which is great in the radio group items. Just going to make sure that code is correct, you know, I just want to make sure I've not made any mistakes there. Yep, looks all good to me. So what I want to do, yeah, is modify this line of code to wrap inside of the CN helper function. So class name wraps in curly braces, then CN parentheses, and then go to the end of the class name, close the parentheses and put the curly brace. And then what you can do is format the code. And then after you've got this line over here, you can say if the account type is equal to employee, you can add in the condition check over here. So now when I go back over here, we should see employee. Yep, look, it shows it's selected now, business admin, like this. Okay, that looks much cleaner if you ask me. So now what we need to do, yeah, they can't click on these ones, which is what we want. Can't click on these ones, which is what we want, but they can click on these ones if they type them out. They can type stuff in and type stuff over here. Yeah, okay, cool. So now let's go ahead and work on our server action side of things then. It's going to be fun. So let's go ahead now, guys, and actually set up our server actions then, shall we? So what I want to do first of all is go and make a new folder, or new file, even is the word I should be using. And inside of that file, I'm going to put the relevant server actions. So what I'm going to do is call them, open up the sidebar, go over to, and I like to put my server actions nowadays in the lib folder over here, but some people like to put them in other places as well. It's entirely up to you. And I'm going to put a folder in here called actions. And inside, I'm going to make a new file called onboarding.ts. Inside of this onboarding.ts, I'm going to make, well, the first line is going to be marked with use server so that we can indicate to Next.js that these are server actions and they will only run on the server side. What I want to do now is import something called Clerk client. I'm going to import this from Next.js server. I'm also going to import Prisma from /Prisma. This is the database connection thing that we set up earlier on, and we're importing it and calling it Prisma here, okay? Now what I want to do is make a function called create employee. And this is going to be the server action that we call when the employee submits the form. And you probably guessed it, the next one we're going to make is going to be called create admin. But for the moment, let's say export async function, create employee. And what is this going to take into it? It's going to take in a department, which is going to be of type string or undefined. We're going to take in a clerk ID, which is going to be a string. And we're going to take in an invitation code, which is going to be a string. Okay? Then the next thing I want to do is run a try catch block. So I'm going to put a try over here and a catch and catch the error here. Then inside the try block, what I want to do first of all is see if the user is logged in and what their credentials are. So I'm going to say const user equals await, and then I have to put in curly braces, square braces, parentheses even, await clerk client. And then after I put dot over here, dot users, dot get user. and pass to it the clerk ID. Then I'm going to say if there's no user or there's no user dot first name or there's no user dot last name, I want to throw an error saying user not found. Okay, then I need to locate the code that they've sent in first of all to determine if that exists before I try to look for them in the database. I'm going to say const code equals await prisma.code.find first. And I'm going to say where the code is equal to invitation code and the used is equal to false. So we want to find unused codes that have this invitation code that they've passed in. After we've got the code, let's go ahead and, well, actually, we should check if there's no code first of all. So if there's no code, we throw an error, invalid invitation code. Then what we want to do is await to update we check if the user, well, we have to await the updating of the metadata, and then we'll create the user in the database. Because remember, at this point of the code, the user doesn't exist in the database just yet. So we're going to await, and we're going to call await clerk client, and we're going to say dot users dot update user metadata, and we're going to pass to it user.id, and we're going to say public metadata is onboarding completed. Okay, I'm getting this issue here, one moment. So I'm just make sure I've got this correct. Inside of the public metadata, I have, onboarding completed. Okay, I need to put that in myself as true, because at this point they will have completed the onboarding, and the role that they're going to be assigned is an employee. Okay, we can also do the company ID later on and update that stuff if we want to, because we've also got that inside of the type that we made the global.ts earlier on. But yeah, now what I want to do is await prisma.user.create, and I'm going to take the data and I'm going to give it the clerk ID of user.id. The email is going to be user.email address is 0.email address. The first name is going to be user.first name. The last name is going to be user.last name. We keep going. User.last name over here. The role is going to be employee. The department is going to be department or null if there's not one there. The company ID to link them to is going to be the code.company ID. And that's that part there done, guys. And then also what we can do over here in the public metadata is have the company ID be company ID, and then the company, and I'll just check in the global.ts file, the company name can be equal to code.company. One moment. Let me just check actually one thing. Okay, we'll just do the company ID for the moment, and then we'll update the company name later on, because company name doesn't exist yet on there. So anyway, let's catch the error now and handle that before we and we also want to return and update the Prisma code to say now it's used as true. So where ID code data is now used as true because this person has signed up with it. Then we're going to return an object saying success is true. Okay. Sorry, apologies for that cough there, guys. My apologies again for coughing. Now what we need to do is just catch the error, console log it, or console error it, and we're going to return success as false. Okay. Now what we can do is use this create employee inside of the onboarding form by going over to the handle employee submit function from a moment ago. And we can call it there. Okay, so look, you can do it by saying over here in the try block, first of all, const response equals await create employee, data dot department being the first parameter, or undefined. And then we want to pass in the user ID and the data.invitation code. We want to check the response to come back to see if it's returning success. We can then say if response.success, we are going to say router.push/dashboard. And we want to catch the error and give it a type of unknown. And then we can say over here, console.error, and we'll just say like a message saying error create employee and put the error there. Then underneath we can say set error to be error is an instance of error. If that is the case, render error.message, which we're not actually returning back, but we could do, or failed to complete onboarding. And then finally, regardless of if it's successful or not, we set is submitting to false. Okay, so that's our onboarding for the employee handled now. What we need to do is do the server action for the admin stuff now. Okay, so we'll be right back to do that. So let's go ahead and do the server action now for the admin and get all that stuff set up. Okay, so first thing I want to do is head back over to the onboarding.ts file. And under here, I'm going to go ahead and make the create admin function. So we're going to say export async function, create admin. It's important that we, at this point, that we remember that an admin is not an admin of the website, but rather an admin of the company that they are creating inside of our website, okay? They will not have the permission to, do things that an admin could typically, like in the typical sense of the word for an admin website, you know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to make that clear as to why I'm using the language that I'm using. But inside of this one over here, it's going to accept to it a company name, which is going to be a string, a company website, which again is going to be a string, a company logo, which is going to be a string, and a clerk ID, which is going to be a string. Okay? Then we need to wrap everything in a try catch block to have good error handling. Catch the error. Oops, there we go. And then inside of the try, let's go ahead and just say const user equals await. We can tab that in because it's the same as before for that part there. Same thing for the if statement as well. We can just throw the error like so, because it's the same as before, so I don't mind tabbing it in there for the code and stuff. Now what we need to do is create the company first of all, okay? Because the company the user depends on the company, so we have to create the company first and then link the user back to the company. So we can say const company equals await prisma.company.create, and the data that we give the company is a name, company name, a website, company website, and a logo, which is company logo. Okay, so we create the company first of all, like so. Then what we want to do is update the public metadata of the user who is signed in. So we can say await, and then we await the clerk client. And then we call on it .users.update user metadata, user.id, public metadata, and then onboarding complete. Onboarding completed, even is what I'm trying to say. Onboarding completed is now set to true. And the role is set to admin. So this person becomes an admin of the company that have just created with their account. The company ID can be equal to company.id as well over here. And the company name can actually be equal to company.name. Can it? Let's see, 1 second. Company. Yeah, no, okay, never mind. I don't want to worry about it right now. So anyway, underneath this one over here, we got to create the user now. So it's await prisma.user.create. And let's say the data. And for the clerk ID, we're going to say user.id. The email is going to be equal to user.email address is 0.email address, just like the other one from before. The first name is going to be equal to user.firstname. Last name, same thing really, user.last name. Role is going to be admin. And the company ID is going to be equal to company.id. Okay, so that's our bit over here created. Now what we need to do is just return success true, like so. And then if there's an error, we're going to catch the error and we're going to console it and we're going to return success as false. So that's our company all set up now, okay? So they are now the admin of the company. So basically, when the company ID is linked to a user who has an admin role, that user becomes an admin of the company, okay? They are the company creator. You could look into, for example, transferring ownership or making other people admins if you wanted to as well, if you wanted to really take this project to the next level. But for the moment, we're going to leave it like that. So now over here inside of this try block for handling the admin submit, what we need to do is just simply await the server action by saying const response equals await create admin. And as you type in create admin, just import it like so. It's just imported automatically. And well, we now have to give the data to it. So the data we're going to give is data.company name, data.company website, data.company logo, and yeah, I think that's it for everything at the moment. Oh, we need to pass in the user ID as well. Yes, so let's pass in user.id over here, okay? So we create the admin. We've got some issues over here, just saying, I guess it's going to say it cannot be has to be undefined if it's not there. Okay, that's fine. We can just give the alternative as an empty string for both of these, and we should be good there. Now we just need to catch the error. So we always console the error. Then we're going to set the error to be error is instance of error. Oops. Oh, I've messed up my keyboard. 1 moment. Oh, that's funny. Okay, let's say over here error.message or failed to complete onboarding. Please try again. Or something to that effect, essentially, okay? Now what we need to do is go ahead and make sure that we're going to do the finally part so that we can set submitting to false regardless of if it was a success or not. So set is submitting to false. And then over here in the response as well, we want to check if there's a response.success. And we don't want to push them to the dashboard. And same thing for this one over here. We want to push them to, 1 second, I'll just check if we're pushing them to the right place. Yeah, we want to push them to employee. Okay, up here, not dashboard. So just make sure you change that when it's an employee. And when it's an admin, you want to push them to the admin page, which we are yet to create, but we will create later on. So guys, that should actually conclude now all of our stuff for the onboarding form. It's been quite a while to get there, of course, but we should be all good now. So let's go ahead now and actually check this out. So I'm going to refresh the page. I'm going to try and navigate to a protected page, for example. And I'm going to be redirected to the onboarding whenever I try to navigate away from this. So that's good. I'm still being forced back over here. Let's sign up as an admin now. My name is Mark Henry. My email is markhenrywchampion123@gmail.com. The company name is going to be Hall of Pain, which is Mark Henry's finisher. Company website, let's just go with just some random thing like this, markhenry.com. I don't know why I picked Mark Henry. I haven't watched WWE in like 15 years. I don't know why I put this name here, and company logo will leave as optional, okay? Anyway, then let's go ahead and complete the setup and see if we get any errors. Hopefully not, but you never know. Okay, it's completed the setup, or at least this part's gone over here, but we haven't been redirected, so we need to see if there's an issue with our code. Let's go ahead now over here and just see. So we're getting some empty objects and stuff first of all. Let me pause, debug, and come back and explain the error if I find one. Okay, guys, to be fair, it's actually working in terms of the database operation. You can see I've just opened up the database over here. And by the way, the way you can do that is by opening up another terminal and running npx Prisma Studio. And then if I go over here, I can see I've got the Mark Henry username all set up and everything correctly. Not a problem there whatsoever. The role is the admin, so on and so forth and everything. And the company over here as well has been created as Hall of Pain. So that stuff's actually all working, okay? The problem is it wasn't getting redirected after we come back from the after the database operation over here and everything. So I'm going to debug that now and then give you an update. Okay, guys, I think it was actually working because I just deleted the company and deleted the user and then redid it again. And this time I got redirected to the 404 page. So I think it was just Next.js being slow for whatever reason. You can see over here, I've done some testing. Yeah, I get redirected to admin now from that onboarding page and stuff. So obviously it's 404 page not found, but that's what we expected because we haven't created the admin page just yet anyway. So now let's go ahead and create the actual admin page. And yeah, guys, so that's that part there. But actually, one thing I do want to do just while we're here is update the metadata, the middleware, because I don't want the user to be able to navigate back to the onboarding after they have created an account, after they have created a company and stuff. So we're going to say over here, we're going to say if there's a user ID, yeah, if they're on the onboarding route and they have got onboarding completed, we're going to redirect them. So we can say if session claims, and then if they're an admin, redirect them to the admin page. And if they're an employee, redirect them to the employee page. That way they can't just keep going back to the onboarding and messing things up and making some things confusing. So yeah, now when I go back to onboarding over here and refresh potentially, let's see. Okay, it's not working. That's annoying. So onboarding completed is definitely there. Check the terminal. Onboarding completed is true. We want to redirect them to admin URL. Let's go ahead over here and just console log, redirect them to admin page, redirect them to employee page. Let's do a hard refresh, just see what happens. Okay, strange. Let's do another console log here just to check. Okay, they're not being pushed away and it's not flagging that it's an issue as well. Let me just rebuild the app, run npm run dev and try it again. Because that is a bit concerning because they have got a user ID, they have got their onboarding completed, and they are on an is onboarding route. So yeah, we need to fix that because we don't want them to go back to the onboarding after they have been onboarded. So we'll see. We shall see. Let's just go ahead now and reopen this up. Let's navigate to the onboarding. They're not getting pushed away. That is weird, that is, to be fair. Okay, that is concerning. It's like it's not picking up that they're here already. Maybe we need to move this a bit further up. So yeah, maybe we need to move this before this one, potentially. Yes, that's it. Okay, yeah, we need to move it before. Now when they try to go back to the onboarding, after they have done the onboarding, they get put to admin, which is at the moment a 404 page. Okay, so let's go ahead now and actually work on the admin page and everything. Okay, let's start then by getting rid of this ugly 404 page over here and instead making a beautiful admin page. So what I'm going to do is inside of app, I'm going to make a folder called dashboard. But I'm going to put it in parentheses so we can organize our pages just a little bit more. Oh, bless me, I sneezed. Okay, then inside of this dashboard folder over here, we're going to then make the admin page. Remember, when you put something inside of parentheses in Next.js, it's not read as a route on the page, so it's just to organize your folders and stuff. Inside of admin, I'm going to make a page.tsx now. I'm going to say refc, and this is going to be the dashboard page for the admin. Okay, so what we want to do first of all is go ahead and import some things. What we need to do first of all. So we want to authorize the user. So we want to check, not so much to authorize them because our middleware does that anyway, but we want to import auth so we can get the current user's information to then make interactions with the database. So let's import clerk / Next.js / server. Let's import redirect from Next Navigation. Let's import link from Next / link. Let's import Prisma from at / lib Prisma. Let's import button from at components / UI / button. And let's import our card and card content, I should say, is the next part. Card header and card title from at / components / UI / card. Okay. Then we need to grab the current user's information. So we're going to convert this into an asynchronous component or an asynchronous page for the time being. I say for the time being, it's going to be for the entirety of the app. And then we're going to pull out the user ID from the auth so that we can then do some database interactions using that user ID. And because we need those, we need to check if the user ID is not there just to prevent any type issues more than anything. So let's redirect them to the home screen if they don't have anything there. So now let's grab the user from the database by saying const admin user equals await prisma dot user dot find unique, where the clerk ID is equal to user ID, and we're going to select company ID as true, and we want to grab back the company as well, and we want to select from the company the name as true as well. Okay, so that's that part done for the moment. Then what we want to do is after we've got this admin user, if there's no admin user, we want to redirect them to onboarding. Now this should never happen. Like they should never get to this page because of the middleware if they haven't got their account. But just to be on the safe side, let's redirect them to onboarding if there's no admin user in the database and they need to be pushed back there. Just for whatever reason, we want to have that extra layer of security. Now let's pull out the company ID by saying admin user dot company ID and const company name equals admin user dot company dot name. Then what we want to do is do some database calls now. We want to get the pending requests. We want to get the what's it called? Not the what am I saying? Yeah, we want to get the pending requests that they've got coming in, the approved requests that we've made, the employees count, and the activation codes count as well. So we're going to do that all inside of 4 database calls. So we can say const pending requests count equals await prisma dot employee request sorry, yeah, no, Prisma dot time off request dot count, and we're just going to say where the status is equal to pending and the employee company ID is equal to the company ID that matches that of the admin. Okay, so this one up here matches this one for the employee. So that's how we get the pending request count. Then we're going to get the approved request count by weighting this. To be fair, now that I look at it, you could probably do this inside of one operation. And then just, yeah, let's try doing that actually. Yeah, let's just say, instead of saying status bin, let's just get all of the employee ones. And in that way, we can filter them and prevent ourselves from doing another database call. So let's do our employee count now, which is equal to await prisma.user.count. And we're going to say where the use is equal to false and the company ID is equal to company ID. You can just say company ID like this, actually. Then what we can do, why is this a problem over here? Is used. What's the problem? Used is not failed. What's the problem? Oh, because I'm counting the wrong thing. I'm counting for the things. Yeah, we want for the employee count, we want the company ID to match the company ID, yes, and the role can be employee or admin. So we get all of the people inside of the company, including the person viewing it. Then we're going to get the activation codes count as well. The active ones anyway. Active invitation codes count equals await prisma.code.count, where the used is equal to false and the company ID is equal to company ID. Okay, so yeah, originally I had it as pending requests and approved requests in my first bit of code, but then I looked at it and I'm like, well, we can actually just filter them anyway, and we can just select the what do you call it? Oh no, we can't. That's why they're different, because we're counting them. You see, yes. Silly me. This is what I get for trying to be clever. Because I'm counting them, I can't filter them, so I have to do it separately, I think. And then we're going to say the approved request count. Yeah, this is what I mean, you see, where the employee is equal to company ID and the status is equal to approved. There we go. Okay, so now inside of our code over here, what we can do is we can make an array, say const data equals an array of objects. The first title is going to be pending requests. Okay, we put a comma next to it for that part. Then underneath that one, we're going to have a subheading, which will just say something like, actually, no, we don't even need that really. We can just have the data here. And we can just have the pending request count. And then we're going to have the link as well. Actually, we don't need the links for this bit here, to be fair. So yeah, let's just have over here title, the next one approved requests, data approved request count, and basically just do the same for all of them over here. And then we're going to map over this data and return inside of the card some data in a moment, okay? But first thing I want to do is wrap all of this div with a class name of space y8. Okay, then I want to do a div with a class name of flexcol space y of 2. And then h1 is class name, and we're going to say text-3xl, font bold, and we're going to say company name inside of this, and we're just going to say dashboard next to it. Okay, then we're going to do a p tag underneath with a class name of text gray 500, and we're going to say manage your company and employees. Okay, then what we need to do is go ahead and hit the div underneath, we're going to add one with a class name on it of grid gap 6. Then we're going to say MD grid cols 2, so they go next to each other. And then on large screens and above, there's going to be 4 columns, like so. Then we just want to map over the data and return a card, essentially, okay? So let's just say over here, data.map. For each item, we want to return a card, just the card with nothing attached to it in the class name. And then inside of the card, we want to have some card content. And it's going to have a class name on it of p-6. Then inside of the card content, I want to do a p tag with a class name of text-sm, text gray 500. And then we want to render the item title inside of this, like so, for each item that we get. And then we want to render as well underneath an h3 with a class name of text-2xl, font semi-bold, and we want to say activation or active, what am I saying? Item.data. Oh, there we go, silly me. Okay. Got an issue over here. Key. Oh, I need to add a key to the card. That's fine. We can use the item.title as that is going to be unique for the key. Now, guys, if we go back to the admin page now, you're going to see it looks like this, okay? And we've already got the employee count because I'm the employee at the moment. And the dashboard is actually starting to take some shape, you know, okay? So now what I want to do, first thing, is add some space up here. We're going to say MT12. There we go, that looks much cleaner now. Okay, so this is our dashboard over here. Well, for the first part anyway, looks really clean. Underneath now, we're going to render all of the operations that the user can do. Okay, so now, I'm not going to map over these ones. I'm just going to write them out manually this time because there's some buttons that have more than other buttons. Stuff like that. Okay, so now, let's go ahead and do another div underneath with a class name of grid gap 6 MD grid cols 3. Because we're only going to have 3 items anyway, so we don't need to do more columns. We're going to do for the first one a card. Then we're going to have a card header. And then we're going to have inside of the card header a card title. And we'll just say time off requests. Card description. I'm just going to say manage employee time off requests. Underneath this card header, we're going to have some card content. We're just going to have a div inside it with a class name of flex col space y of 2. And then we're going to have a button as child on it. And it's going to have a link inside of it with an href pointing to admin time off request, which is again a path we haven't created yet, but we will later. Let's say view all requests on this link over here. And underneath this button, we're going to go ahead and give it a variant of outline. And we shall just say as child again for this part here, to be fair. And then we're going to put inside of it a link with an href to admin. And, to be fair, we don't even need to that. We've got the time of requests here, actually. So why am I writing another button? Yeah. Let's just leave it like that, okay? It will look quite clean. If we go back now and see what this is looking like so far, it's taking up the whole thing. But then eventually, when we've got the other two, they will go next to each other and it'll look a lot cleaner. So yeah, now I can actually just copy this bit over here. To be fair, I could have mapped over these, I can't lie, but it is what it is, I can also just copy them down, is the other thing. Company settings, let's say manage company configuration. And then we're going to have over here our endpoints, or not our endpoints, our links we're going to go to. The first one is going to be admin company settings. And instead of saying viewer requests, we will just say general settings. So it's just going to be like the name of the company, the company name, the company website, that kind of stuff, And underneath this button, again, I can just copy this down so I can highlight and Alt-Shift down twice on Windows, that is. And this one can point to company settings /holidays. And we can put inside the text over here, company holidays. Okay, and then over here, we can say working days for this next one. And the company settings this time is going to forward to working days. All right. So now that we've done that, after the card content, we're going to do another card. And again, I can just copy the card again this time. So I just scroll up to the top of this card and do Alt-Shift down. I can now say over here something like team management, for example, and we can say manage company or manage your companies. We need to do the @ symbol. And then we're going to say a postcode semicolon S team. And then over here, we're going to have the card content, flex core space by 2. And then for this button, it's going to link to admin /employees. And we shall just say something to the effect of view employees. Then over here, we're going to have one for invitation code. So it's going to be /admin /invitation codes. And that's going to point to invitation codes. And the text is going to also say invitation codes. Then the next button as child is going to say a link inside of it, which is going to point to admin /. I know we don't even need to render this button here. Actually, we can get rid of this last button. And we can say underneath it just a p tag of a class name on it of text sm, text gray 500 mt2. And we can say you have active invitation codes count, active invitation codes, just like this, okay? And actually, if you really want to be clever, you can pluralize it as well if they've got one or more. So you can just do like this. You can say activation codes count is not equal to 1. Have S. Otherwise, you can have it as 0. It's okay. So it's not equal to 1. And it's not equal to 0 as well, I guess. Then you put the S on it. Otherwise, you put the nothing on the end of it, okay? Now, if we go back over here, you can see I've got viewer requests, company settings, company holidays, working days, view employees, invitation codes, so on and so forth. You have 0 active invitation codes. Okay, so I'm trying to be smart. Get rid of this. There we go. So these need to be going next to each other, but they're not at the moment. So I just need to fix that as well to see why that's happening. I imagine it's because this div over here, it's got grids cols3 instead of grid cols3. There you go. Hopefully you didn't make that same mistake as me. And now these items go next to each other and everything looks a lot cleaner. Okay, so we've got viewer requests, general settings, company holidays, working days, view employees, invitation codes, so on and so forth. So now let's go ahead and work on the view or request page, for example. Actually, no, let's do the no, let's do the viewer request page, yeah. So I'll be right back to do that part. Okay, so time to make this page now. So first of all, what I want to do is open up the code, obviously, and the page is going to be called inside of admin. That is, it has to go inside of the admin folder, and it's going to be called time-off requests. I believe I can just check that though. Yep, time-off requests. Okay, and then inside of this time-off request page over here, we make the page.tsx file. And then inside of that file, we're going to say RAFC like this as well, okay? Now we can start to style that page out and everything. So what I want to do is import auth from the server again, as always. I want to import redirect from next navigation. I want to import Prisma from libprisma. I want to import time-off request from Prisma client. No, I don't. See, that's what I mean. You can't trust AI sometimes. You cannot trust them. Now, I do need to install some components from Shadcn, actually. So let's go ahead and do that together. So I'm going to go over to Shadcn. I'm going to install the table over here. Let's copy this. Open up the terminal. And just install that. Okay, that's installed. Then we need to do the same thing for the badge as well. So you can just do badge over here. It's just a circle. There's no point me showing you on Shadcn that part. Okay. Now what I want to do is over here, get the user ID again, which I'm already doing. If there's no user ID, you guessed it, I return the sign in over here, for example. And now I need to get all of the time off requests, okay? So I'm going to say const requests. Whoops, it's frozen. Const requests equals await prisma dot time off requests dot find mini. See, when I'm doing this, I always think of like optimizations. Like I could have just got the array in the parent and passed it down as a component, so it's a prop, and then just used the length for the count in the other part elements. But besides the point, this is part of the fun, looking at it and then seeing how you could improve it, So the status we want is if there's a status, sorry, where status, if there is a status, we get, what am I doing? Okay, never mind, we just want where. Okay, I will get there, yeah. The company ID or the employee. Okay, one second, I need to think. I'm having a brain fart here. Okay, I figured out what I wanted to do. Yeah, so I'm going to get the requests and I'm going to get them based where the employee has a company ID matching the company ID of the person signed in at the moment. And the company ID we can grab from the session claims from the auth function that we call. So over here, I can just say const company ID equals session claims dot metadata. And then I can get them over here. And I want to include the employee. And more importantly, I also want to include the manager as true as well, okay? So this is over here. We've got the, why is it throwing an error? Okay, we've got the where. I need to go outside of the where clause. That's why. So just copy this code here. and just move it underneath the where clause down here, where I already had the code added up. I don't know how some people do it, where they record like videos for like 12 hours and edit to get this to look like there's no mistakes. It's just so long. I'm never going to do that if I'm being honest with you guys, if you're watching this now. If you are watching the video at this point, shout out to you, honestly. Leave a comment down below if you're here at this point, and I will, yeah, be very thankful. Really, truly. So anyway, that's our request now. Now we've got the requests, we need to return a div with a class name of space y8. And then inside of this div, we're going to do another div with a class name of flex col space y2. And I'm going to do an h1 inside of this with a class name of text 3XL font bold time of requests. And p class name can be equal to text-gray-500. And let's say view and manage all time of requests. Okay. So now that we've done that, let's go ahead underneath this div now, and we're going to start actually returning all of the requests and everything, okay? So what we can do is do a div underneath, sorry, not a div, a card. Inside of that card, we're going to do card content. And inside of the card content, we're going to give it a class name of p-6. Make sure you're importing these things as well, by the way, the card and card content. I should have mentioned that earlier on. Up the top there. And then inside of the card content, I'm just going to go ahead now and get my table. And then my table header. And then inside of my table header, I'm going to do my table row. And inside of that, I'm going to do my table head. And I'm going to say employees for the first one. You need to import all of these things, by the way, so just also import them by tabbing the imports. There you go. And then just add in over here, we want the, it should be employee, not employees. Then this table head needs to be manager. And then we have the table head. This next table head is going to be a type. So the type of their holiday, vacation, personal, whatever. Table head again for the next one is going to be status. Then we're going to go ahead over here and say table head is going to be approved by. Table head then for the next one is going to be created. And then table head is going to be actions for this next one as well. So then finally, underneath this table header, we need to do our table body. Okay, this is where a lot of stuff happens as well, where we actually map over some things. But stay inside of the table and go into the table header and just say table body. And then we're going to map over the requests, if they do have any, of course, that is the thing. And then for each request, we want to return a table row with a key of request.id. We want to have a table cell inside of this, which is going to have a request.employee.firstname. followed by afterwards the request.employee dot last name. Okay, make sure you import the table cell as well. That's the other thing I forgot to mention. Maybe I'll just hover over it and then import it. I'll do a quick fix perhaps. Yeah, update the import, there you go. Then for the next table cell, we want to do the date. So here, let's do a table cell. Let's have this one as format date. Now, actually, we need to create this format date function as well. Actually, that's the other thing I forgot to do. Well, I didn't forget to do, but it's just another thing we have to do, I should say. So let's go ahead now and take a slight detour to create a new function, which is going to go inside of our lib folder over here inside of utils. And it's going to be called format date. Now, for this part, guys, please just copy the code from GitHub, okay? These are just some helper functions I've got, only 3 of them. We've got format date, format time, and calculate days, okay? These are just for calculating some things, all right? So you don't need to worry about this too much. It's very simple code, but just copy it across from the GitHub repo and you'll be fine. Okay, so anyway, let's import now into that table cell. We need the format date. Okay, so let's say over here, format date, and as you write it, import it and pass to it the request dot start date followed by there you go, the request dot end date. Okay, that's what I was trying to say. So now underneath this table cell, we do another one. But I'm going to do Alt Shift F to format the code first of all. Okay, and then underneath this table cell, we're going to do another one, which is going to be class name. And we're going to say over here, table class name. Yeah, we give this a capitalized class on it. And we're going to put in the request.type over here. And for the next table cell, we're going to add to this one the badge. Okay, so import the badge from components UI badge. And now the variant is going to be conditional. If the request.status is equal to pending, we give it a secondary class. If the request.status is equal to approved, you can go ahead and do the default one. Otherwise, you can go ahead and do destructive. Okay, so basically the colors now will match up and give the vibe, so to speak, of the item that's been clicked on. So close off that badge, by the way. And inside of this badge, what we're going to render is the request.status.char@0. So just get the first one plus the second one. Okay, so request.status.slice dot to lowercase. Okay, and let's close off that badge as well. So now underneath this badge, what we're going to do is do another table cell. So do another table cell underneath. And we're going to go ahead and do a request manager. Let's have a curly brace, $, curly brace request dot manager dot first name. plus request dot manager dot last name. Okay, so that is the first part over here. We just got a syntax here. I'm just checking what the issue is. I think it's because I've got the yeah, I need to do the other check over here. I need to just put a line like that if it's not been done yet by a manager, because you only get the manager after it's been approved by someone. So sometimes you won't have it. So in those cases, we want to put a hyphen. All right. And finally, underneath that table cell, we're going to add another table cell. This one is going to have a format date on it. And we're going to say request.created at. And then underneath that table cell, we're going to have a button. Okay, with a variant of link. And it's going to be an as child on it. And then we're going to have inside of it a link. Make sure you import the link from Next.js, not from Lucid React. Give it an href of /admin /time off requests /request .id. So this is going to be to view the individual request, okay, to actually approve it, deny it, or whatever the case may be. So over here now, let's just import our button and everything. And then we're going to put inside of this view. Okay. So now what we need to do is go back over here and we're going to go to view all requests, open it up, and we won't see any requests at the moment because I don't have any employees, but eventually it will work. We've got some issues I've just noticed, so let's fix them. T-head cannot be a child of SVG. Okay, let me check what I've done wrong. Perhaps I've imported something wrong somewhere along the lines or something like that. Nothing to worry about though. At least I hope not. We've got Lucid React. Oh, because I've got table from Lucid React, not from components UI table. That's the problem. Okay, so I just need to import table over here. And then I can update the table head to be imported from this part over here. Yep, you see now I've got a beautiful table now. Now what I want to do is go ahead and add some margin top to this. So I'm going to go over here now and we're going to say to the time off request page, MT12. Okay, now if I go back to the browser, it's going to look clean. If I navigate back, it's going to look beautiful. Okay, and then later on when we've got a request over here, we can view it. And that will be later on in the video when we've actually created the user. And yeah, so now they've done that, let's go back and do the general settings page. And then when we've got the users all set up and everything, we'll go back and do the individual request page. So as mentioned a moment ago, time to do the general settings page. So first of all, what we should do is look at the, what do you call it? The page endpoint, which this is actually going to be on. So inside of the admin folder, let's zoom in actually as well so you can all see this clearly. Hopefully that's clear enough for everyone. We need to go to admin, and inside of this, we're going to make a new folder called company settings. And of course, inside of company settings, let's go ahead and do a page.tsx file and refc inside of that one there. Now, company settings is going to have a couple of sub pages as well. But for the moment, we're just going to do the main page.tsx, and then we'll do the working days, the profile, so on and so forth. So inside over here, let's say this is going to be like the page where we redirect them to the actual company settings, so to speak. Like it's going to show what ones are available. So let's first of all import redirect from Next Navigation. Okay, let's import link from Next Link. Make sure you don't import it from Lucid React like I've done sometimes and then get weird errors. Then what we need to do is import Prisma. So just do import Prisma from lib Prisma at lib Prisma. This is going to be our database connection. Then we're going to import the button from at components UI button. Then we're going to import card content, card header, and card title from at components UI /card. Then we're going to import calendar days from calendar days, clock, and building from Lucid React. It's going to be like just for our icons. Then we're going to import finally auth from at Clerk /Next.js /server. Let's make some more space on the screen actually. Now what we can do inside of this is go ahead and just check for the user and get the company name out of everything. So first of all, let's go ahead and just say const user ID equals await auth. If there's no user ID, we want to redirect them away. To be fair, the middleware does this anyway, but this is more so we don't get a type issue in case user ID is null for whatever reason, and they do get to this page, because that would affect the database call. So it's better to just check anyway, and you can never be too safe, I suppose. It's only 3 lines of code. So now let's get the admin user from the database. Equals await prisma.user.findUnique. And we're going to look for where the clerk ID is equal to user ID. And we're going to select where the company ID is equal to true. And the select name is true as well. I mean to make this an asynchronous function actually as well too in order to get this await to work down here. Now we can obviously just say if there's no admin user, redirect them to onboarding. But again, there will be a user at this point because the middleware is checking for it in theory, but you can never be too safe is what I always say with these things. So now underneath, let's actually just get the company name by saying const company name equals admin user dot company dot name. Okay, and we can then render that to the screen in a moment. Inside of the return, I'm going to make this have parentheses so I can do multi-line. And I'm going to do a div with a class name of space -y-8. And then I'm going to do a div inside of that of a class name of flex item center justify between. A div class name of flex col space -y of 2. And then an h1 inside of that with a class name of text3xl. And we're going to go with font bold. And inside of it, we're just going to say company settings. Underneath this h1, we can do a p tag with a class name of text-gray-500. And it's going to say manage settings for company name. And then we're going to have a button underneath this div with a as child property on it and a variant of outline And quite simply, this is just going to say a link, or how it's going to have a link inside of it, which itself is going to point to admin, and it will just say back to dashboard. Okay, so that's our first part done there. Now what we want to do is go underneath this div, underneath the button, and do another div, which is going to be for our grid. This is going to have a gap 6 on it. It's going to have an MD grid cols 2, and it's going to have an LG grid cols 3. Then we need to render some cards inside of this. So what we're going to do is map over some information up here. So let's say const data equals, it's going to be an array of objects, and the first one is going to have a name on it, which we'll just call company holidays. To be fair, we should actually call this title. And again, you could put this in like a constants file if you wanted to as well. It's entirely up to you. Entirely up to you is what I say. And then we're going to have over here a description. We'll just say manage company holidays and time off blackout dates. Then we're going to do a, we'll call it like a, how can we describe it? Information, we'll call it. And we'll say configure holidays that will automatically be excluded from time of requests. Okay, I've just accidentally clicked live server on my demo code, so I'm just going to wait for that to go away. All right, there we go. And now what we can do is we can map over this and return a card, and I'll just add the other data to it in a moment. So underneath over here, what I'm going to do is just say data dot map, and then for each item, I'm going to return a card, and the card is going to have a class name on it of hover shadow MD transition shadow, and we'll have a card. Sorry, we'll have a link inside of this, so the whole card is clickable, and it's going to point to an href property which I've yet to add inside of this over here actually. So I'll do that now. And this first href is going to point to admin company settings holidays. And then I'm going to point the link to item.href. There you go. And that link is obviously going to wrap around everything. And it's going to have a card header inside of it with a div class name of flex items center justify between, and then a card title item title, and then we're going to render out the item.icon like this and give it a class name of height of 5, width of 5, text blue 500. Okay, and we're going to go underneath this div now, and I'm just wondering, I've got an error here. Oh, because I need to have an operator, I need to have a key on this over here. We'll just use item.title for the key to get rid of the error. Now underneath this div here, we're going to have a card description with no class name on it, and that's going to render out item.description. Okay, and then underneath the card description, we're going to have a card header with card content inside of it, key class name of text SM, and we're going to say configure holidays that will automatically be, why am I hard coding it in? It just needs to be the item, not information. My brain's on autopilot almost. But now if we go back to this page in the browser over here, and we go to, I'll just pull it across one moment. Yeah, over here. Let's go to general settings. You're going to see we've got company holidays over here now. And if I do say so myself, that is looking very nice. So now what I'll do is do the other ones inside of the data. So we'll go ahead and write those out quickly. And I'll add a margin top over here as well. But you can just copy this object, just highlight it all and do Alt-Shift down. So you don't have to write out the keys again each time. And now for the next one, you can just call it working days. And we're going to have a icon as a clock for this one. And we'll just say manage company working days. Okay, then we're going to go ahead and have the information be set which days of the week are considered working days for your company. And then the link is going to point to admin company settings working days. And I need to do the other one up here, the company holidays as well. We'll just set that one to be company profile. It will be building for the icon. The description will just be, let me think, let's have update your company information. And we'll just say information will just be edit your company name, website and logo. And logo, okay, and that's going to point to company settings profile. Now if we go back to the browser over here, we can see we have all of these lovely pages now. If we click on back to dashboard, we get sent back to the dashboard. We have company holiday over here. Yep, looks lovely jubbly to me. So now what we can do is we can go back and we can start to work on the next bits. Okay, so now, to be fair, these general settings here are available here as well. So these pages will point to the same pages anyway. But, you know, it looks good in my opinion. So let's go ahead now and do the, we'll actually create the individual pages we're linking to. So we'll create the company profile page, the working days page, and the company holidays page. And then we'll link to them from all the correct places correctly. Let's go ahead and do that. So let's create those pages now then. Very simple process. All we have to do is go to our open up Control B in cursor and then company settings over here. We just have to make the pages that correspond with the roots over here. So for example, inside of admin folder, I'm going to create one called profile. I'm going to make a page.tsx inside of that. And just do RAFC and just have a page. And we'll say profile there. And we'll create that in a minute. We'll create the actual logic for that in a second. Then the next one we have to create after company settings is, and actually one thing I should say, profile should go inside of company settings like this and have its page.tsx inside of it as well. The next one I want to do inside of company settings is going to be the working days. So just do a new folder and just say working days. And then inside of that, do a page.tsx with refce and just have it be working days for the text for the moment, just so we know what page we're linking to and everything. So we've got profile, we've got working days. We just need to do holidays now as well. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll say holidays. Make sure you spell it correctly, unlike I just did them. And we're going to have a page.tsx over here with refce. And then for the text, let's just say holidays and save it. Then if we go back to the browser over here, if I click on general settings now, I click on company holidays, I get taken to the holidays page. If I click on company profile, I get taken to the profile page. If I click on working days, I get taken to the working days page, so on and so forth. Over here, if I click on company holidays, I get taken to company holidays correctly. And over here, I get taken to working days correctly. So those are all linked up together correctly now. Now what I'm going to do is go ahead over to general settings, open up the company profile, and we're going to work on the company profile page. Okay, so hopefully that sounds good to you all. So let's navigate to the profile page over here. And actually, I'm going to open that one up. And what I want to do is I'm just going to go to the company settings page over here. And I'm just basically going to go, sorry, I'm lagging a bit my computer. Let's go to the page.tsx over here for the company settings page. And let's just give it a margin top of 12, I think is what we have from before. Just go ahead and check that when it loads up. Back over here, refresh. Yep. Yeah, that looks good to me. Looks good. So if I click on general settings, yeah, it's in the line with the other ones as well. Okay, so yeah, now let's go to the actual profile page and start working on this over here. I'm just going to close the other tabs because I feel like I'm lagging quite a lot. So hopefully it's not showing up on OBS. No, it's not. It's lagging. It's not lagging. Okay, that's good. I want to make sure I've got the best quality video for my lovely subscribers and viewers. So instead of working days, or rather inside of company profile, I should say, which is over here, we need to make the actual company profile a form. Okay, so the way we're going to do that, very simple. We need to, first of all, we need to grab some things from the import. So let's import our first thing, which is going to be auth, which is going to come from @clerk /Next.js /server. Then we're going to import redirects from Next Navigation as always. Then we're going to import link from Next link. Then we're going to import the button from components to our button. Then we need to go ahead and import the whoa, not all that stuff. We need to make a company profile form and import it into here, but at the moment, obviously, we don't have that. So now what I need to do is get the company profile, okay, of the currently signed in user. So how that's going to look is going to be over here. So we'll convert this to an asynchronous function first of all. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say const user ID equals await auth. Obviously, if there's no user ID, we throw a new error saying unauthorized, or we'll redirect them. Okay, then we have to go ahead and say, okay, get the user. I need to import Prisma up the top over here as well. from libprisma. And then when we get the user, we're going to get the company associated with them, and we're going to select the company ID. Okay, so let's say where clerk ID is equal to user ID. And then we'll select the company ID, or just company even, as true. Okay, and the company ID as true as well. Sorry, we just want the user at the moment, don't we? Company ID is what we want to get as true. And we want to get the role as true as well, because we want to compare the role to see if they're an admin or not. Just kind of try to limit all of our areas, really. So if there's no user, we're going to say redirect to redirect to onboarding. But again, they should never get to this point anyway because of our middleware, but it's good to check. Then we're going to check if the user role is not equal to admin. And if that is the case, we redirect them just in case, for whatever reason, if an employee wants to go to this page somehow. Then we just need to actually grab the company. So we're going to say const company equals await prisma.company.find unique. And we're going to say where the ID is equal to user.company ID. And we're going to select inside of a new clause underneath. The ID is true. The name as true. The logo as true. And second, I've changed my keyboard by accident. Okay, logo is true. And the website is true. So I want to get all of the company information basically, okay? Then if there's no company, we throw an error. Okay, we'll just return them to redirect to onboarding again. So now inside of this profile over here, what we want to do is call or use this data rather here and render it to the screen. So what I'm going to do is say over here for the div, kind of wrap it in a class name of space -y6. And then I'm going to go first of all and make a div, a class name of flex item center, justify between. And then inside of that, I'm going to do a div with a class name, an empty div, which is going to have an h1 first of all with a class name of text-3xl and font bold. And it will just say company profile. And then underneath the h1, we're going to do a p tag of a class name saying text gray 500. And we're going to put inside of it next to it, update your company profile. Okay, then underneath that div, we're going to do a button with an asChild property on it and a variant of outline. And what we're going to say is put a link, which is going to point to admin company settings. And this is basically going to say, back to company settings. Okay, so back to settings, back to where they just came from, basically. Okay, cool. Let's format our code just to make this organized, do an Alt-Shift-F. And then we need to go underneath this button, underneath this div. And this is where we're going to put the company profile form, okay, which obviously we haven't created just yet. So I'm going to go and close some of these sidebars and go ahead into the components folder, make a new file called company profile form.tsx, RAFC. And then I'm going to do a company profile form. And it's going to have next to it, one moment. Yes. It's going to take some properties first of all and some imports. It's going to be client side as well. So we need to say use client over here. We're going to import use state from React. We're going to import card and a bunch of other things. Card content, card header, and card title from app /components/UI/card. We're going to import our input from at components UI input, and then import a button. And we're going to import, one moment, after our button. Yeah, we're going to import a loader icon is what I was going to say, a loader 2 icon from Lucid React. I'm also going to import after the loader 2 Z from Zod. So say import Z from Zod. Then we need to import the Zod resolver from hook form resolver Zod. Then I'm going to go ahead and import form. I'm going to import form control. I'm going to import form field, form label, form message from at /components/UI/form. Okay, I think that's good. And let's also import, no, we've got the card already. Okay, cool. So now let's set up our company profile schema then. So we're going to say const company profile schema equals z.object and let's calculate the name. Sorry, not calculate the name. Let's put the name in. So we say z.string and the min is going to be 1. And if that's not provided, we say company name is required. Okay, AI is genuinely kind of annoying how it's put it in the way there. Now, the next thing we have to do is put the max, and we'll just say 100. Then for the website, let's do the similar things. Let's say z.string, and we'll say .url, and we're going to say invalid website URL, and we're going to put it as optional, but it can also be or a z.literal as well, or z.literal, and then same thing for the logo. Now for the company profile form props, just like in the other form that we did earlier on, the onboarding one, put the type company for profile form values, not props, is equal to z.infer type of company profile schema. Now we're going to set up our interface for our props next. So we're going to say interface company profile form props. And we're going to say the initial data. And we're going to put curly braces. And we're going to say the name is a string. And it should be semicolon. The website is a string. And the logo is a string. Then we're going to export default function. And we're going to say company profile form. And it's going to take in the initial data as a prop name. And the type of that is going to be company profile form props. Okay. Then inside of this, we're going to set up our state. So we're going to have const is submitting and set is submitting equal to use state of false. Then we're going to have const error and set error equal to a use state of type string or null. Okay, and we're going to do parentheses and just put null here. All right, cool. Now what we need to do is not have any more states set up for the moment, actually. And this time we're just going to go ahead and put underneath const form is equal to use form. And it's going to take in company profile form values, which is the one up here, obviously this type. And then we're going to put this as a function call and curly braces. Then we're going to say resolver is going to be equal to Zod resolver. And it's going to take in the company profile schema. Make sure you import the use form hook as well up here, which I forgot to do a moment ago. Then after this, we need to set up our default values. So let's just say default values, curly brace, and we're going to say name initial data dot name, and website is equal to initial data dot website, and then the logo is equal to initial data dot logo. Okay, brilliant. Now what we need to do after we've set up that form bit there is make our onSubmit function. So we're going to call it onSubmit. It's an asynchronous arrow function, and it's going to take in data. We need to say data like this. And then we're going to say company profile form values. Okay, cool. And then we're going to set it submitting to true inside of this. So when the form submits, says submitting becomes true. Then we're going to set the error to null in case they like submit after they've had another error. We want to set the error to null for the new submit. Then we're going to do a try catch block here. So I'm going to say try and catch. Okay, and inside of the try block, what I want to do is for the moment, I'm just going to say call server action because we haven't got the server action just yet. So we'll call that after we've set up the form and everything. But now we want to do the catch in the error. And what we just do is very simple. We say set, whoops, there we go, set error to be error. Sorry, we say error is an instance of error. If that is the case, we're going to put error.message. Otherwise, we're going to say fail to update company profile. And then finally, so even if it passes or doesn't pass, we're going to set it submitting to false, okay? Because even if it's successful or not, it's no longer submitting at this point. So now we can go underneath and start writing out the UI and describing that and everything. So for the return over here, I'm going to put in parentheses because it's multi-line. And I'm going to, first of all, just handle my error. So if there is an error, I want to render an alert. Okay, so I'm going to do an alert like this and just make sure you import it. And the variant of the alert is going to be destructive. And then the alert is going to have inside of it the alert description, and it will just render out the message there. Okay, now one thing I do have to make sure of is that I've got some syntax errors. There we go. Thank you, AI, for fixing that. So just go ahead and copy that part. Now I'm going to put a card for my next part. And the card is going to have a card header. The card header is going to have a card title. None of these have class names yet. And for the card title, we're just going to say company information. Then what we want to do for our card header underneath it is have the card content. And we're going to set the class name as space y of 6. And then it's going to have the form, the big form as I like to call it, because it's got the capital letter. And we're going to do dot 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 form and spread it into it. Then we're going to have a child of that as the baby form. And the onSubmit is going to call form.handle submit. And we're going to pass it as onSubmit. Okay, and then inside of it, we're going to have the class name as space wire4. Okay, that's weird. I'm trying to tab it and it's pushing me across. That's very weird. Okay, it's not letting me type. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, then inside of this form, we're going to have a div with a class name of space wire4. Close off the div. And then inside of it, what we're going to put is a form field with a control, a form.control, and the name is equal to name. And we're going to render, just to make it easier to work with. I'm going to close off the form field as self-closing, then do a new line, and then I'm going to say control is equal to form.control, name is equal to name, render is equal to calling the field like this. Just tab it in for the moment if you're using cursor, but I'm only tabbing it in to get the syntax, then I'm going to fill it in myself here. I'm going to return a form item. The form item is going to render a form label, which is going to be equal to company name. The form label next to it is going to have a form control. And then inside of the form control, I'm going to have the input. I'm going to say ... field. And the placeholder is going to be enter company name. And close off that input with self-closing. Just make sure you import the things up here and just render the form message underneath and close off your form field as well. I'm now going to do Alt-Shift-F just to format the code. Brilliant stuff. So now I need to go ahead and do my next form field, which if we think about it, let's go underneath the form field here, where it closes off. And we're basically going to just go here. Yep. Oh, it's being laggy. Okay, then we're going to do another form field. And to be fair, guys, we can actually just copy this form field up here, save ourselves the hassle. So highlight all of it and do Alt-Shift-Down or Command-Shift-Down if you're on a Mac, I believe. And we just got to change the name for this one to be website. The form label can be website. The what's it called? The placeholder can be changed to enter website link. Okay, and then for the yeah, not much else to say really for that part there. It's all set up and everything. Okay, then we can copy this form field here, do Alt-Shift-Down again, and we do the same thing now for the logo. Okay, so the name now becomes logo. The form label becomes logo. And then the placeholder becomes enter logo link. All right. Now what we want to do is have a P with class name, text XS, text gray 500, enter a URL to your company logo. So if they're hosting it on like a platform like AWS or, well, wherever they may be hosting it, they can link to it here. And then you can whitelist the IPs or all IPs for image addresses, not IPs, whitelist all URLs for the images inside of your next config if you wanted to, for example, to display this logo. Just so I'm not leaving you completely in the dark with that part there. But anyway, underneath this div now, I'm going to do the another div with a class name of flex justify end. And this one's going to have a button on it with a type of submit. And disabled is going to be equal to is submitting. We're going to say if it is submitting, we want to render a fragment, and the fragment inside of it is going to render a loader 2 with a class name of mr2 height of 4 width of 4 animate spin. And then otherwise, we're just going to say save changes. Okay, so that is that now set up and everything. So if we go back to our page.tsx now, by the way, I've got a red line up here. That's just because I'm not calling the server action yet. Let's go ahead now and actually render out the company profile form. So make sure you import it as you do it, and then pass in the initial data as, what do you call it? An object which passes in the company.name, company.website, company.logo with the keys that match the interface in the company profile form over here, okay? Now let's go back to the browser and we can see this. So 1 second. And this is what it looks like. It looks really clean if you ask me, to be fair. So now I'm going to go ahead and add a margin top on my page over here. So I believe if we just go to the page.tsx and we'll just say MT12. And if we go back to the browser, yep, that looks really clean now if you ask me. Go back to settings, company profile, and let's update it from Hall of Pain to WrestleMania. And then the website can be www.testingsite.com, and we'll save those changes. And obviously this won't actually work if we click on it. Yeah, it won't work yet, because we haven't got a form to submit. So we should go ahead and do that now. I don't know why I tried testing that, but at least you can see what it looks like, I suppose. So now, let's go ahead and make our server action. So the server action we're going to call is going to be called update company data. So what we should do is make a new file inside of our actions folder over here, and we're going to call it adminactions.ts. Okay. And then inside of admin actions, we're going to mark the file with use server. Okay. And then we're going to export an asynchronous function from this called export async function, update company profile. It's going to take in an object with name, website, and logo. And the type of that is going to be, what do you call it? String, and string. But the website and logo are optional because they are not required in the company profile. Then we need to go up to our use server bit up here, actually. And what we can do is import some things as well, namely to import the auth from Clerk Next.js server. We're going to import Prisma from the Prisma. And then we're going to import revalidate path as well from Nextcache. Just make sure that you spell correctly, unlike I have done here. Okay, cool. Now inside of the what do you call it? Inside of the function, let's go ahead and do our basic stuff. So if there's no user ID, we want to throw a new error. Unauthorized. Then we're going to go ahead and say const user equals await prisma dot user dot find unique. I am writing this code as I speak, guys, but it keeps lagging and it doesn't process my typing as fast as I speak. So we're going to get the user where the clerk ID is equal to user ID, so we identify them. And then we're going to select their company ID and their role, because we want to make sure they're an admin when they do this as well, okay? Now this select, by the way, you can just copy this and move it outside of the where clause as well. Then what we want to do after we've got the user, well, first of all, we want to check if they do exist. So we're going to say if there's no user, throw a new error saying user not found. And if there's no user role equal to admin, I should say, then we want to throw an error saying they're unauthorized and they cannot complete the action. Okay. Then what we want to do is update the company with the data that we've passed in. So we're going to say const company equals await prisma dot company dot update, and then we're going to say where the ID is equal to user.company ID, and this needs to be in curly braces, not square brackets. It's one of the things of typing fast, you get these issues. But anyway, so yeah, after we've done the where clause, we're going to say where, then we're going to say data, and we're going to say name, website, and logo, like so. And then after I've done the company, I will revalidate the path that I'm on. So I'm going to revalidate the path on admin, and then company settings, and then profile. So it updates as they do it. And then I'm going to revalidate as well, just in case, the company settings page, and return from this the company. Okay. So pretty clean if you ask me. We just need to await auth here. I suppose one other thing we can do as well is wrap this in a try-catch block, so I can copy all of this code we've just written, I should say, if I'm being grammatically correct when speaking, and put it in a try-catch block, just so everything's like handled much better. And cool, that's our update company profile server action now. So if we now go back to the company profile form, we can import this company profile from lib actions admin actions, and then call it from inside of this try block over here, okay? And then guys, we'll almost be done, I promise you. So yeah, we want to await over here. And we're going to actually just say const a request or const data equals await update company profile. And then we're going to pass in the name, the website, and the logo. And then guys, we're going to go ahead now and install a toaster from, what do you call it? I'm just seeing why I've got this error over here. Data, oh, because it's called data over here. Okay, we'll just call it request then, that's fine. And then data, okay, yeah, problem solved now. I don't think I need to put this or undefined over here. Yeah, that was because it was getting the data from the wrong place before. Yeah, so now I want to go ahead and install a toaster from Shadcn so that we can have a toast pop up as well when they do a successful action and stuff. So let's go back now to our browser. We're going to navigate to Shadcn, so I shall do that quickly. One moment. Okay, brilliant. We're over here on Shadcn, and we're going to go look for the toaster or toast. And we're going to go ahead and install the toast. It's going to install the hooks that we need and everything as well. So let's move back over here. Open up our terminal. Open up another one. Paste in the command and run it. Wait for it to install the toast. And then we'll set up our toaster as well so that when we update the form, the user, gets what we need. So let's install this thing that it needs to install. You might not get that pop-up depending on when you're watching this video, it depends. Okay, it says the toast component is deprecated. Use the Sonar component instead. Okay, but I've just installed this from Shadcn, so that is strange. I wonder if we look for Sonar over here. Okay, we need to add Sonar instead then, so I guess that's an update they've just made. So let's install Sonar instead then. And hopefully we don't get any issues. Use legacy peer dependencies, just like always. Cool. Okay, now let's go ahead and follow the instructions then. So in the layout, we need to import this component. So we'll go to app layout. And what we'll do is we'll wrap it underneath the main. Okay, we need to import it up the top. And then underneath the main, and then, okay, so underneath the max width wrapper, we get our toaster. Okay, so I think we've done that part correctly. Then to use it, yeah, we just import toast from Sonnet. Brilliant stuff. So let's go back now to our company profile form. We will import toast from Sonnet. There you go. And why am I getting an error? Okay, it's just unused, that's fine. And yeah, I can just call the toast now over here if it's a success. So I'm actually going to say if request dot success, knowing at the moment that it's not going to exist just yet, but we will make it work in a minute. You'll see what I mean. We'll call toast dot success with company profile updated successfully, otherwise toast dot error. And what we can do is go back to our server action and just return success is true over here as well as the company. So success is true. And to be fair, we don't even need to return the company really. Let's just return success is true. Okay, so now that we've done that, we can get rid of this const company as well. Let's go ahead now and try to use our form and hopefully everything will work out nicely. So let's change it from Hall of Pain to WrestleMania. And this will change to WWE.com. Save the changes. It's loading. Company profile updated successfully. That's good. Let's go back to settings. Manage settings for WrestleMania. It's updated correctly. Go back to the dashboard. We have WrestleMania dashboard instead of Hall of Pain dashboard. So our update company profile server action, guys, is now completed. Let's go ahead now and work on the next bit, which I think we'll do the working days next. So yeah, let's go ahead now and do the company working days form as well, which will work in conjunction with this company profile, well, the other forms we've all been doing today. So I'm going to go ahead and make a new component first of all. One moment. There we go. And let's make a new file called company working days form. Let's say RAFCE. And now I'm going to say over here, one moment. Yeah, we need to import some things like we always do, to be fair. So let's import first of all. Well, let's mark it with a use client actually is the first thing. Then we're going to import use state from React. And then I'm going to import card content, card header, card title. And they're all going to come from the, what do you call it, the components part over here. So card title from components UI card, brilliant. Now that we've done that, we need to import some other things as well, namely the label. Import label from our components UI label. And then I'm going to import the button from components UI button. Then I'm going to import the use toast hook. Sorry, import Sonar. I meant to say. Import toast from Sonar. There we go. Toast from Sonar. And then I'm going to import loader2. From Lucid React. Okay. Then I'm going to go ahead and set out my weekdays over here. So we'll say const weekdays equals, and we're going to basically just say label Monday, what do you call it? ID Monday. And then basically just tab in the rest of it because it's going to be the whole weekdays or the week even, every day of the week. So yeah, just put it in. I'm just going to tab this in because yeah, you don't need me to explain that. And then you can just minimize this so it doesn't take up too much space. Then I'm going to set up an interface for, 1 second, interface, working days or company working days. Form props. And that's going to take in an initial working days, which is going to be an array of strings. Okay, then what we want to do is go ahead and say export, sorry, what am I saying? Over here, we get the data and we'll say initial working days. And that's going to be working days form props. Company working days form props even, there you go. And then we're going to go over here and start working on our UI logic. So we're going to say const toast equals use toast. We're going to say const selected days is equal to set selected days. And we're going to say equals use state string. And we'll say initial working days. Then we'll say const is submitting. Set is submitting equals use state. And we're going to call it false. And we're going to specify this of type Boolean. There we go. And then I'm going to go over and do my error as well. Set error is equal to use state string null initialized as null. Then we need to go ahead now and do our handle days toggle function. So we're going to do handle day toggle. It's going to take in a day, which is of type string. And it's going to set the selected days to be whatever the previous of that was. And we're just going to say prev.includes day. If that is the case, we call prev.filter. And for each day represented as D, we filter out that day basically. And then over here, I'm just going to spread in the prev and the day to add it to it if it's not already inside of the previous version of the state. So that's for toggling our day changes and everything. Now we need to go over to our handle save function or handle submit function. I'll put it handle save for the moment. So I'm going to say const handle save. And this form doesn't have to be as strict as the other one because it's just literally toggling some things. So that makes it nicer for us. Okay, cool. And then handle save, we're just going to say for the moment, call server action. And we'll write the server action later on like we've been doing before. And inside of this form in terms of UI logic and everything, it's going to be very similar to what the other ones we've done, to be fair. I'm going to put an empty fragment to wrap around everything first of all, like so. And then I'm going to go over here and say if there's an error, I'm going to do a div with a class name of bgred50 order red 200 text red 800 rounded MD key-4. Okay, cool. I'm going to render the error inside of this over here. But actually, now that I think about it, why am I doing that? I'm just going to use my alert. You see, this is what I mean. My brain goes into autopilot sometimes. And the variant of the alert should be destructive. Then we get rid of all the other crap that we just wrote. Oh, development is fun, isn't it, really? Development is fun, that's for sure. Okay, and let's render the error inside of this now. Now that we've done that alert description, And to go ahead and render out our card underneath, so we're going to say card, and we're going to say card header, and we're going to say card title, and we're going to say select working days. And then what we're going to do is go underneath this card header, go to a card content, give it a class name of space y6, do a div with a class name of grid cols 1, md grid hyphen cols 2, and gap of grid cols 3, gap 4. And we're going to map over the weekdays. And on each iteration of the weekday, we're going to return a div with a key of day.id and a class name of flex items center space x2. Now, what's going to go inside of this? That's an interesting question, Alfie. Thank you for asking. Well, we're going to put a checkbox. Okay, now I don't recall if we've installed the checkbox earlier on or not, so I'll just go ahead and try to import it, and if it's not, we'll do it. So check box. Yeah, we need to import this from Shadcn. Okay, so let's go back over to the browser now. Go to Shadcn, look for checkbox over here, and let's install the checkbox component. And we'll wait for that to install now. Use legacy peer dependencies on the installation if you're watching at the time of recording this and you're getting the same message come up. That's now installed the checkbox, and so we're going to return that checkbox on each iteration inside of this div over here. So we're going to say checkbox, and as you write it out, make sure to import it. Checkbox, and it's self-closing, I forgot to say. And then the ID is equal to day.id, and the checked is equal to selected days dot includes day.id. And then the onCheck change, so when it changes its checked value, we're just going to call handle data and pass to it the day.id and render inside of it the label with day.id and day.label being the text for the label. Okay. Now that that's done, we just need to do our button and everything as well. So that's going to go underneath the div. Just say class name, flex justify end. And then inside of it, we're going to put a button with an on click with a handle save as the function to call when it is clicked. And the disabled is going to equal is submitting, or if selected days.length is equal to 0. Okay, so now what we want to do is actually this doesn't need to be here because they might have 0 days to submit. So then over here, we're going to say is submitting. If it is submitting, we're going to render a fragment. You know the drill by now, it's the same as earlier on. We're going to render out a loader2 icon with a class name of mr2, height of 4, and a width of 4. And we're going to pass to it the animate spin property. We're going to say saving ... And then underneath this over here, we're just going to say save changes. Okay, cool. So that's going to be our bit done now for that. We need to actually put this into a page now, of course, as well. So let's go back over to our working days page over here. And we're just going to put this, we need to actually, set this up as well, of course. One thing to mention. So it's going to look pretty nice. We're just going to basically use similar stuff from before. Let's convert it to asynchronous first of all, and we're going to import some things, namely the link tag from next link. we are going to import the button. And where's that coming from? It's coming from at components UI/button. Then we're going to import working days form, or company working days form, I should say. And yeah, okay, so we'll get that now. And let's say, first of all, 1 second. Yeah, let's do a div over here. And we'll give it a class name of space Y6. And then we're going to delete this text that says working days over here like that. And then I'm going to do a div with a class name of flex items center, justify between. I'm going to do a div again, which is empty. This is the same as before. To be fair, you could probably put this in a component at this point, and then not have to update it each time individually if you wanted to change the styles and keep it consistent. But you know, I can give you that tip now, and I can apply it when I try to build this into a full project, like at production level, for like a company, I mean, or something. But for the moment, as we're just doing like a tutorial, we can stick it in like that. Let's do a P class name with text grayer 500. And we're just going to say to it, configure your company. And then we need to do the, what do you call it? The @ symbol, @ semicolon S working days. Underneath this div, let's do a button with as child and variant of outline. And a link href equals /admin/ company settings. And we're going to say back to settings. Okay, so then underneath this div with the button inside of it, we're going to go ahead and import now the company working days form, which at the moment it needs to have some initial working days, which we could just pass some dummy data as an empty string. And now we need to create a function call to get the company working days as well, okay? So let's just say over here, get company working days. Up here. Let's first of all grab all of the information we need. So let's just say const, really? Okay. Const user ID equals await auth, and we need to import auth as we type it out up here. If there's no user ID, redirect to the home screen. And then underneath, let's go ahead and get the company. So we're going to say, and also we can check the role if, and actually we can get the session claims, can't we? So let's just take the session claims out. And then, yeah, we can say if session claims dot metadata dot role is not equal to admin, we can go ahead and redirect admin company settings. And now we just get the company. So we say const company equals await prisma.company. And just import Prisma as well as you write it out. So just up here, just say import Prisma from @/lib/Prisma. And we're going to say await prisma.company.find unique to grab the company. Oh, this lag on this computer is ridiculous. Okay. Keep watching my videos, guys, because then I can become a YouTube partner and buy a better computer. So we want to say company where the ID is equal to session claims dot metadata dot company ID. Okay, and then we select the working days as true. Okay, then over here, we can just say json.parse, we'll say company dot working days, or if that doesn't exist, an empty array. Got an issue over here. That's going to be that it says it cannot be undefined. Okay, otherwise I'll just pass in then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and so on and so forth. Let's modify our code just a tad then. Let's set up here if company holidays. No. One moment. Yeah, like that. There we go. And over here, we pass in initial working days. We've got a type issue. I think I just need to say like this, potentially. No, okay, that does not fix my type issue. Let me read it. Type string on every is never type string. Type string is not assignable to type string. Okay, because I need to yeah, I see the issue. Let's go back to the company working days form and see over here. The initial working days is an array of strings, fair enough, but when it comes in the type from Prisma, it's just one big string. Why didn't I think of that before? This is part of the fun of coding, So what I can do, I think, is why did I fix that before? I'm trying to do this from not from memory, but how did I solve this issue before? Because it is a problem. Here is lagging so much I can't even load the source code. I'll pause and come back. Okay, so what I've done is just basically I go back over to the source code and show you is I've just gone to the parent over here and I've just split them by the comma essentially, and that converts into an array from a string, and that means we should be all good now. So now what we've got to do is go ahead and let's check this, shall we? Let's see what it looks like now. So it looks good. We can toggle them and everything. All looks nice there and everything. So now we go back and we can start working on the server action. And also I want to go ahead and make this have a margin top of 12 as well. So it's all consistent. And by the way, the way you got to that page, or the way that I got to that page, we'll go back over here, is going to working days down here, and we take it back to the page, and we can navigate between them like that. Okay, so we're clicking around, all that fun stuff, okay? So now what we've got to do is call the server action. So fun. Inside of our form now, let's call server action, shall we? So the function is going to be inside of the admin. The server action is going to be inside of the admin actions folder. And we're going to call it update company working days. We're going to say export async function, update company working days. And we're going to say the working days is going to be equal to an array of strings. We're going to try catch this obviously as well. Okay, and now let's go ahead and console the error for the moment, if there is one. And we're going to go in the try block and we're just going to say, okay, const user ID equals await auth. If there's no user ID, let's throw a new error saying unauthorized. And we're going to say const user equals await prisma.user.find unique. I'm just thinking, actually, what we can do, we don't need to grab the user. We can actually use the session claims instead. This is one of the beautiful things about these tutorials, like I said earlier on. When you do these things, you can see when you're speaking through your code, you can see better ways of doing things. It's kind of like rubber ducking. For those of you who've coded for a while, you might know what I mean, or you've heard of that before. But yeah, so let's just say if the session claims dot metadata dot role is not equal to admin, we're going to throw an error as unauthorized, and then we're going to grab the company. So wait, prisma.company.find unique. Sorry, find prisma.company update even. And we're going to say where the ID is equal to session claims.metadata.company ID. Then I'm going to go over here underneath, I'm going to update it to say data working days is equal to JSON.stringify working days. Okay, and then working days, when I send it in, needs to be an array of strings with a comma separating them. Okay, so let's just try this now for the moment. Okay, I know it's not perfectly implemented just yet, but we will see. And let's just return success as true as well then. Okay, now we go back to the company working days form over here, and we're going to call this server action now. Okay, so I shall do that. Company working days, and I might keep saying holiday as well. Over here, yep. So we're going to say await. So try catch the error, just console the error for the moment. And in the try block, we want to await update company working days to be selected days. Okay, so now if I save that, update it, let's just go ahead now and try to update the company working days and see how we're going. I need to think through this for a moment though, actually. Okay, guys, I have had to do some debugging completely on my end. I made a mistake earlier on. I'm open to admitting that, though, of course. So what I want to do is just show you a couple of changes that I've had to make. So the first change that I've made is inside of the working days page.tsx over here. I'm grabbing the user first of all and then grabbing their company ID. I've noticed that the company ID inside of the metadata is not correct. It's not matching the ID inside of the database. So that is an issue, a bug that I'm going to have to fix in a moment. But for the moment, I've just got in and done prisma.unique.find unique, get the Clerk ID, select the company ID as true, and then grab the company based on the company ID inside of the user over here. Then for the initial working days, I'm just doing json.parse company.working days like this. Nice and easy. I'm passing that information down. Inside of company working days form, I haven't made any changes yet. This is all of the same stuff as from before. And inside of the server action, I have basically, again, yeah, grab the user up here, get their clerk ID, their role, and their company ID, and then grabbing the company based on that as well. And then that gets the code to work, because when I ran it before with the original code, I was having some issues. And I've just set Wednesday and Friday as the days of working days. And I go over to the database. We can see that Wednesday and Friday are over here. If I update this now to say Tuesday and Thursday as well and save those changes, I'm going to be able to go back to the database and refresh it. And in theory, I should see those 4 days up there, okay? So we just need to work on now on actually improving the UI and UX of the form. And then we will be all good to continue on rest of the tutorial, no problems, after I fix that bug as well, which I think we can easily solve. So over in the form now, on the company working days form, I need to go ahead and set is submitting to true inside of the server action, yeah, over here. So let's just say set is submitting to true, and that should fix the loading issue. And then I'm going to go ahead and import the toast from Sona as well. So toast equals Sona, or use toast, import that from Sona, I should say. Is that how you do it? I don't even remember at this point. No, I want to import toast from Sona, which I'm already doing above actually, and then call toast instead of use toast. Oh, we will get there eventually. All right, so inside over here, let's say if, and then we'll say const data equals await that. Then if there's data.success, we success it. If there's an error, we throw a toast error, and we set submitting to false at the end of all of this stuff happening. Now in the update update company working days thing over here, we're already setting success to true if everything goes well, okay. So we'll just go over here now and just await this. And finally, if I go back now over here, I've got one issue with the error stuff as well. So I should set the error now that I look at it as well. One moment. Yeah, if there's an error, we need to set the error to be the issue that's come back. And all we've got to do is just say failed to update working days for the moment. And then that will go over here in the error as well. So guys, let's go ahead and check now. Let's do Monday. Let's have Monday be the only working day, for example, and save those changes. We save them. The thing comes up over here to notify us. We go to the database. It should now just be only Monday. Refresh it. And it's only Monday here. Now I want to go ahead and quickly debug the issue with the company ID and the session claims not matching what it should be. I think we need to look at the onboarding for that, to be honest. So let's go to the onboarding page or the onboarding actions, which are down here for me. And when we update the user, so when we create the admin over here, for example, it should be, yeah, company.id, to be fair. It's not matching a company ID when we create the company. Do we need to, it's interesting. Okay, because that's not reliable, you see, because the company ID was not matching before. But yet we're getting the company over here. We're saying company ID over here inside of the metadata. And the company ID over here in this is working. There might be an issue then with how Clerk is handling things. I'll have to look deeper into that at some point throughout the video. But for the moment, let's continue. And now let's go ahead and work on the next bit. So back to settings over here, takes us to company settings, back to dashboard. And we're going to go now to the done working days, we've done company holidays, we've done general, no, we haven't done company holidays. So we'll do that then next, okay? And then we'll do view employees and so on and so forth. So let's crack on with it. So I'm over here on the holiday page right now. So this is the holidays company settings admin page over here. And yeah, we just did obviously the working days form as well. Just click on it and open that up 1 second. There you go. We can see we've got this over here. It's all working. If we go back, company holidays now. So let's go ahead and do this one as well. Okay. So just like the other forms, really, what we need to do is set up our, server actions and things like that. So we'll go ahead and do that now. So the first thing I want to do is go ahead and make a new component. And I'm going to call this one company holidays form. Like this, okay, company holidays form. And I'm going to go ahead over to the company holidays page over here, or just holidays in this case. And I'm going to convert it into a server action, and I'm just going to return the the company holidays form, okay? Just so we can see it on the screen. And if I go back to the pet browser now over here, you can see we've just got holidays like this. It looks the same, to be fair. But yeah, so let's go ahead now and do that. So first thing I want to do is close some of my other tabs. It's getting pretty messy to follow along with. So let's say close others, and we'll just open up the company holidays form that just create over here. As for setup, let's go ahead and do that as well now. So like always, we'll start with our imports, which actually is the most important thing. So over here, import React from React, we're going to import use state and use effect from React for starters. We are also going to go ahead and just put this as a use client over here. We're going to import Z from Zod. We're going to import Zod resolver from app put form resolver Zod. We're going to go ahead and import the link from next link. We're going to import, well, we need to install a library actually. Yes, we're going to import the datafns library as well, or we're going to install the datafns library. So I'm going to go ahead over here and just open up another command prompt. I'm just going to run npm install datafns, which stands for date functions. This is just going to allow us to format the date easier for our calendar stuff. So we'll wait for that to install now. But while it is installing, we can assume it's all going to go correctly, and we'll just import format from date-fns. At the moment, it'll say there's an error, but there won't be when it's actually set up and everything. So now we're going to import a button from that component's UI button. We are going to import card content, card header, card title, and that's it. We need from card. We're going to import that from /components/UI/card. We're also going to import our table. We can just import that stuff there. We're going to import the dialog, which is something we need to actually install. So let's go back over to Shadcn actually, and we'll do that. Let's get Shadcn up now. Because we need the dialog, because we're going to have like modals pop up for different things. And this is Shadcn blocks, not Shadcn, so I'll just change that quickly to the right one. Shadcn blocks, so shout out to that website, great tool. But yeah, this one's over here. We're going to go for dialog. And this dialog is going to be to pop up with the modals with forms inside of them and everything. So let's go ahead and install that. The datafns is installed as well. While that's installing, we can already start to import it by importing dialog. We're going to import dialog content. Dialog header. Dialog title. Dialog description. And also just take a quick break to use legacy peer dependencies for the installation. Then we're going to go ahead after we've got the dialog description and run a dialog footer for the next import. We want to also have dialog trigger, quite a lot in the dialog to be fair. But that's because we're going to have like the opportunity or give the option for the person to delete the company holiday update it, so on and so forth. It's all going to be inside of this same page. So that's why we need to, do it this way. So now that that's installed anyway, let's go ahead now and import input from at components /UI/input. And we're going to import the form control, form field, form item, the form label, and form message. From at components /UI/form. Then we're going to go ahead and import the checkbox from components UI checkbox. We've already used this earlier on, obviously. And this is going to be to tick if it's going to be reoccurring or not. Then we're going to do some icons. So let's import the pencil icon, the trash icon, the plus icon, all from Lucid React. Let's import the badge from components UI badge. And then import alert description from at components /UI/alert. So the alert's obviously going to be for the errors, the dialog's going to be for the modal pop-ups. And finally, we need to import toast from Sona. Cool. So we got all of our imports out of the way now, guys. There was quite a lot there, 17 lines of them. But it's going to make for a great form. So let's go ahead now and set up our schema. It's going to be our holiday form schema. It's going to be equal to z.object. The name is going to be equal to z.string.min1. And we're going to say holiday name is required. The date is going to be z.string.min. And then we're going to do date is required. And then finally, we're going to have the is recurring or recurring, yes, is going to be z.boolean.optional. Cool. And then after we've done that, we're going to do our type. Same pattern as before, to be fair. So we're going to say type holiday form values is equal to z.infer from the schema. Say type of, and we're going to say holiday form schema. Then we're going to set up our interface for the company holiday. And this is going to be used for our props to get the existing ones as well, I should say. So company holiday, the ID is string, the name is string, the date is going to be of type date, the is recurring, it's going to be Boolean. And then finally, underneath the interface, we're going to go ahead and actually set up our prop intake, so to speak, over here. So we're going to say initial holidays is going to be the first one we get. And initial holidays is going to be an array of company holidays like this. Okay, so company holiday array. Then we need to set up our states as well over here. So we're going to just put a comment here to keep track of it all. We'll say dialog states for the moment. We're going to say const is add dialog open. Set is add dialog open is equal to use state of false. Then we're going to say is edit dialog open is equal to set is edit dialog open equal to use state. And then we'll go, the next one is delete dialog open So we can't just have one open state. We need to have three because we've got different dialogues to set up, you know. So set is delete dialog open. And then what I also want to do is go ahead and make sure that all of these are specified as Booleans. Just let the AI do that bit there, not for this form data stuff, but yeah. Now we do want to do the form, not the form states, but the form initialization. Initialization, that's definitely not how you spell it, but you get the idea. With React hook form, we'll comment here just so we can keep track of everything. Hook form, you get the idea. Even if the spelling's bad, meaning is still clear. So let's go ahead now and say const add form equals use form. We'll take in the holiday form values and import use form as well. And the initial values, we're going to get the resolver first of all. We're going to say Zod resolver, and we're going to say holiday form schema. And we're going to go ahead then and say underneath default values, the name is going to be an empty string. Date is going to be an empty string. Let's close this down over here so it's getting in the way. The date is going to be an empty string to start off with, and is recurring is going to start off as false. Underneath this, we're going to do our edit form value, like for the use form hook as well. So we'll say const edit form equals use form, and we're going to say holiday form values. Close that off. And then the resolver is going to be Zod resolver. And we're going to say holiday form schema and default values. Then we're going to say name, date, and is recurring. Okay, brilliant. Now that that's set up, we can go ahead and do the next bit, which, one moment, I've just got to check one thing. I was just checking. Yeah, something different. Not related to coding, but I just had to check it. So let's go ahead now and do a use effect over here. And this is going to be that when the holidays come in, we want to filter them. Okay, when the initial holidays come in. So we're going to say over here for the dependency array of this, we're going to put our initial holidays. Oops. And then we're going to say over here, async function fetch holidays. And basically, we're going to like normalize the data almost. So we're going to say try. And inside of the try, we're going to get a set holidays call to initial holidays. And then we're going to map over these holidays. And for each one, we're just going to say the holiday. And then we're going to get the ID string, the name of string, the date string or number, or date is recurring Boolean. Okay, then after that, we're going to close it off, which works out to be about here. And then we're just going to return them, basically. Okay, the syntax is getting very hard to follow, so I'm just going to tab it in at the moment, and then you guys can copy it from the database over here, okay? Just got one issue, cannot find any set holidays. Oh yeah, I need to do my state up here as well for the holidays. Oh, fun, fun, fun. So many states to keep track of, isn't there? So anyway, let's go up here now and say const holidays, set holidays is an array starting off with a use that common holiday array, the initial value being initial holidays. Then we're going to go ahead and say is loading. Set is loading equals use state. True. And then const error, set error equals use state, and it's going to be a string or null, and it's going to be initialized as null. Then when we go back down here now, set holidays will be working correctly because it actually does exist, so to speak. We'll catch the error, of course, and throw an error if there is one. And yeah, that's that really for that part. Then we're going to say finally, regardless of what happens, we will set loading as, or set is loading to false. Format our code, do an Alt-Shift-F. Now underneath this, we need to go ahead and set up our server action as well as a format date year input as well. So let's go ahead and just pull one moment. Yeah, over here, we'll do it underneath, we'll say it. Let's say const format date for input. It's going to take in a date of type date, not data, date. And we're going to return, well, sorry, inside of this, we're going to say const year is equal to date.get full year. We're going to say the month is equal to a string. So a typecasting of date.getMonth. +1 and pad start to be 2 and 0 there. Then we're going to say and get the date is equal to, sorry, the day is equal to string day.getDate.pad start 0 to 0 again. And then we're going to return the string like this. Okay, so we're going to go for the year, month, day format. Because that's what Americans use, and Americans are the big ones in the world, I guess. But you could also just change it to be, what's it, day, month, year as well. But you know, unless I'm just speaking out of my backside here and not saying anything correct because I'm drinking my tea. But anyway, let's go ahead now underneath and say const handle add holiday is equal to an asynchronous function. And it's going to set its submitting to true. We are going to set the try block and the catch block to be an error like this. And then we're going to say over here, try const new holiday. Well, let's just say call server action actually, because we don't want to, we haven't got our server action set up just yet anyway. So yeah. Okay, cool. Then what we need to do is we'll do the error handling as well. We'll just say over here, handle error. Okay, underneath the handle add holiday, let's do the handle edit holiday as well. And we'll just do the same thing as before, catch and just say call server action. And then, I mean, yeah, same thing for handle delete holiday. We'll call set submitting true. And we'll just put like some comments here for the moment because we haven't got the server action set up yet. So let's go ahead now and do the dialog stuff. So what we got to do underneath over here is have a function for prepare edit dialog, which takes in a holiday and the company holiday. And we're going to say set selected holiday to be a holiday. And if I remember, yeah, set selected holiday, guys, actually doesn't, we need to set this state up as well. So we're going to go all the way back up to our states. Or sorry, yeah, our states up here. I zoned out for a moment then. And it's just say const selected holiday, and that's going to be in the dialog states over here. Then we scroll back down over here to where we've got that function of the prepare edit dialog. And yeah, we're going to set the thing over here. Then we're going to call edit form.reset. The name as holiday.name. The date is going to be equal to format date for input, the function we just created a minute ago, and pass to it holiday.date. And then the is recurring will be equal to holiday is recurring. And then we're going to set is edit dialog open to true. Okay, cool. Now what we need to do, or what I'm going to do is take a sip of my tea. But yeah, the next function we want to do is the prepare delete dialog. So let's just say const prepare delete dialog, and that's going to take in a company holiday again. And we're going to set the selected holiday to holiday and set is delete dialog open to true. And now, guys, believe it or not, we're actually going to get to describing the UI now and building that out, okay? I can appreciate it took a long time to get to this point, though. So anyway, now, first of all, for this div that's wrapping around everything, we want to give it a class name of space -y-8. And then we're going to do a div with a class name of flex items center, justify between. We're going to do a div with a class name of flexcol space y2, and a button with a variant on it of ghost. And we're going to say that is as child property on it as well. And then we're going to say class name is equal to width of fit, padding of 0, height of auto, text-sm, text gray of 500, hover text gray of 700. Okay, that's our button. And then for the link inside of this button, we're going to say href is equal to admin company settings. And now take them back, basically. This is what this is going to be for. So we'll close off that link and we're just going to say arrow left icon with a class name on it. Of width or height for MR2, and then we're just going to say back to settings underneath it. Okay, cool. And then underneath this button, we're going to do an H1 with a class name of text-3XL, font bold, and we're going to say company holidays, P class name of text gray of 500, and we'll just say manage your company-wide holidays and time off calendar. Okay, brilliant stuff. So now we're going to go ahead underneath this p tag, underneath the div tag that's contained in that p tag, and then we're going to do our first dialog. And the open, the property that's passed to this dialog component is going to be the is add dialog open state, and then the on open change will correspond to one minute we'll take in open, and then what we'll do is we'll call this anonymous function, and we'll say set is add open dialog to open, and then we'll say if it's not open, add form dot reset. Okay, let's close off this dialog, and inside of this dialog, we're going to put a dialog trigger. Trigger, not title, and that's as child property on it as well. Then we'll put a plus icon with a class name of MR2, height of 4, and a width of 4 on it as well. And then we'll just say add holiday next to it. Let's take a moment to go back to our actual code. And I think the only errors we've got are just unused imports. We've not got any errors at the moment. So we can go back now then, yeah, to the browser, and I can show you what we're actually looking like so far with the code. Nothing is visible at the moment. Oh, we've got an error. Okay. That's fine. So we've got to fix that. I shall pause, debug, and go from there. Not a problem. So it looks to be that the error is just the result of our code so far, for the time being at least, it looks like. Doesn't seem to be any issues. I just checked the source code again, and I've got it the same. So as for what the error actually is at the moment, it's hard to say, but yeah, let me just double check everything. I like to keep it real with you all. So dialog over here has a dialog trigger inside of it with a button inside of it as well. Oh, this is why, because the button over here, that's why. Button, there you go. And then the class name of it is going to be flex item center, gap of 2, and then put that in there. And I think that should solve the issue actually then. There you go. You see, it's amazing what you can do when you just take a step back and look at the code and see what's going on exactly. So anyway, now underneath this button over here, let's go ahead and do underneath the dialog trigger. Let's do our dialog content. And that dialog content is going to have a dialog header, a dialog title, add company slide. Okay. So what did I say slide for? That is just crazy. I meant to say holiday. My brain is thinking about some other things, that's why then I think of, I start writing into the code. Anyway, dialog description is going to have an add a company wide holiday to your calendar. Recurring holidays will be observed every year. Okay. Dialog header goes underneath. Then we're going to have the form now starting to get juicy. And we're going to spread in the add form to it. Close off this form. Then we put the baby form, as I like to call it, and then on submit for that. It's going to be equal to add form dot handle submit, handle add holiday. Okay, cool. Quick tea break before we continue. Take some water, everyone. This is a rehydration warning. Okay, rehydration alert over. Let's go back to our code. And then inside of the form now, we're going to, after we've called handle submit, let's go ahead and put a class name on this as well. Of space hyphen y hyphen 4. Then we're going to go ahead and have a div with a class name of grid, gap 4, py of 4, form field. Form field is self-closing. And then the control on this is going to be add form.control. Probably we need to import form field as well, actually. Let's just do that. Oh no, it's just saying it's missing something. Okay, that's not a problem. The name of this is going to be name. The render property is going to take in the fields. We'll say parentheses, curly braces, field. Then we go out of the parentheses and do an arrow, and then do parentheses again. And we render a form item inside. The form item is going to have a form label, and we're going to give it holiday name. And then we're going to say form control. And we're going to say input dot 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 field with a placeholder, for example, of e.g. e.g. Christmas Day, or whatever other days you want to observe in the company. Then we can close off this input. And then underneath, we just render our form message. Lovely jubbly, nice and easy. Now what we want to do is set up the date for this holiday that it occurs on. So we're going to go underneath this form field over here and do another form field. And guys, to be honest with you, you can just copy this. Just highlight it and do Alt-Shift down. And then inside of name, just change it to date. And then for the, we don't actually need a label for this one. We need an input, but the type of the input is going to be type of date. Okay, then the, what's the error coming from over here? Type date is not something to take. Oh, because I've got a typo. I put data instead of date. So I've just got to check for I've got data. Well, first of all, this should be date FNS, not data FNS. Then this one over here needs to be date, not data. There you go, problem solved for that part there. We scroll down now. We can say date.get full year. And then, yeah, easy mistake. So now if we go back down, yeah, we get rid of the error now and everything, which is great. Underneath the form item, we should do the form field again for the next one. So it's highlight all, Alt-Shift down. And for this one, let's change the name to be is recurring. The form control is going to have a checkbox inside of it. And the checked is going to be equal to field.value. And the onChecked change is equal to field.onChange. Okay, then we don't want to have this input here. It's not necessary for this one. We just need the checkbox. So underneath the form control, I'm not going to do a form message, but I am going to put a form label inside of a div of a class name of space y1 leading none. Okay, then I'm going to put a form label inside of this and just say recurring yearly holiday. Cool. Okay, so now let's go ahead and underneath the form item and underneath the div that's wrapping around the form, wrapping around all of the form items, let's go ahead and do a dialog footer. Which is going to have a button inside of it with a type of button, a variant of outline. Remember, this is all happening inside of a dialog, by the way. So we're going to set the is add dialog open to false. And then we're going to put cancel inside of this over here. Then we're going to say button type is submit. Disabled is equal to is submitting. And then we're going to say is submitting. And we're just going to say add in dot dot dot. Otherwise, we're going to say add holiday. Okay, cool. And I think we're all good over here. Just got to check. Is submitting, or is it submitting? Okay, I think I've got typo. Let's go ahead and check. No, I haven't got a typo. I just got to actually set up the state for submitting. Okay, brilliant stuff. So now, okay, that's strange. I thought I set up his submitting earlier on. It looks like I didn't. I got the is loading. That's probably the confusion. But then I've got his submitting down here. Okay, never mind. I don't know what happened there. Anyway, so now let's say over here is submitting. Well, we're going to say add in, otherwise we're going to say add holiday, and then we're going to close off the div. Sorry, go to the closing div that's wrapping around this dialog and then go underneath. And we're going to do another card. And this time, inside of the card, we're going to put card content. And the card content is going to have a class name on it of P-6. Then inside of the card content, we're going to just check for if the state is equal to is loading. If the state is equal to is loading, we're going to render a div with a class name of flex justify center py-6. And then we're going to do a p tag with loading company holidays inside of it. Like this. If it's not is loading, we're going to do the alternative option, which is if there's an error. Okay, if there's an error, we want to render the alert with a variant of destructive. Okay, close off that alert and do an alert description and then put inside of it an error. Then we're going to go ahead and say holidays.length is equal to 0. And if that is the case, we're going to just render a div with a class name. Flex col item center justify center py of 6. And we'll just say p class name text gray 500 margin bottom of 4. No company holidays found. But obviously we're not going to leave them high and dry. We're going to say a variant inside of it with an a button inside with an on-click event on it, which when clicked on will set the isAdd dialog open to true. Okay, and then inside of the button we'll just say add your first holiday. Make it clear for the user and everything. Then what we want to do is do the other condition to check for. So yeah, we've got some syntax errors over here at the moment. But nothing crazy. So yeah, I lost my train of thought a little bit then. Okay, yeah, underneath this, we're going to check for the alternative condition, which is finally going to be to render a div with a class name of overflow x auto. And then inside of the div, we're going to render a table header, and a table row. Then we're going to render a table head. Inside this, make sure you import in all of these things, by the way, as well. Inside of the table head, though, we're going to render our first one as holiday name. Then in the next table head, we're going to render the date. Then underneath that one, we're going to set the table head to recurring. Make sure you spell it correctly. And then the next table head is going to be our actions. So we'll say table head. And for this one, we're going to give it a class name of text right, just to make it a bit stand out a little bit. And we'll say actions on it. So underneath this table header, but inside of the table, we're going to do the table body. And then finally, we're going to map over our holidays, but we're going to sort them first as well. So they're organized by time. Then we're going to map over them. So we're going to put curly braces inside of this over here. Silly AI getting in the way. Let's say holidays dot sort. Then we're going to get in the A and B. Then we're going to get the date and time of A. So get the time of A. And then if it's less than B.date get time. And then we're going to map over the key equal to holiday.id. Okay, then we're going to do our table cell. And inside of the table cell for the first one, we're going to give it a class name of font medium. And it's going to just have the holiday.name inside of it. Okay. Then we're going to do another table cell underneath. Then we're going to do our format, and we're just going to render inside of it holiday.date, mmmm, d, y. And then we're going to go underneath our table cell. And we're going to render if its holiday is recurring, first of all. Dot is recurring. Well, if it's holiday recurring, we'll just render some text saying yes. And if it's not, we just say no. Pretty straightforward for that part there, I hope. But then anyway, underneath now, this table cell, we're going to go ahead and do our next bit. So we're rendering the text, right, to say yes or no as well. But we can also go ahead and render badge, is what I'm trying to say, yeah. So I can say over here, holiday is recurring. I can render a badge with an outline, with a variant, sorry, of outline. And we'll just say class name is BG green 50. Text is green of 700. And border green is 200. I'm just thinking if there's a better way we can improve this for the user experience, to be fair. But no, I think it's okay for the moment. And anyway, if it's not that, well, we're going to render out a closing tag of just null. Okay. So now they've got like a little green badge to say if it's yes or not, basically. Okay. So underneath this table cell, we're going to do another table cell now, which is going to be for our actions and stuff. So let's say table cell class name text -write. Close that off. And then do a div with a class name of flex justify end space x2. Inside of the div, do a button with a variant of ghost, size equal to sm, on click is equal to prepare edit dialog, and pass into it the holiday. So we're basically triggering that dialog to open when this is clicked, and we're going to put the pencil icon inside of this with a class name of height of 4 and a width of 4, close it off, make it self-closing, and then a span, which is just going to be for screen readers only for people who are visually impaired. And we're just going to put some text saying edit, for example, there, okay? Fandabidozy. So now, what I want to do underneath this button is do another button with a variant of ghost as well, and a size of sm. On click is equal to prepare edit dialog with holiday. And then we're going to put for the class name on this button, it's going to be a little bit different. Actually, we'll change the variant to be destructive. I believe that's one we can use. I forget the names of the button variants you can have. Yeah, destructive is a valid one, okay. But it's going to be called in prepare delete dialog, not prepare edit dialog as well, I should say. Prepare delete dialog. And then for the text of this over here, let's just say the trash icon, or the rubbish icon if you're from Britain. Height of 4 and a width of 4. And we'll do a span with, again, a class name of screen reader only for people who are visually impaired. And we'll say delete for this one as well over here. Now that closes off all of our card stuff over here. Now we've just got to render out the edit dialog, the edit holiday dialog modal, essentially. So take a quick break, then be back to do that. So I'll start off by going underneath this card over here, as I said a moment ago, and then opening up another dialog. So I'll just say dialog like this, and we'll say open is equal to is edit dialog open. So you see the one up above, which we've been working on, is the where is it? Is the is add dialog open one. Okay, so what we want to do now is the is edit dialog open one. Okay, so what we'll do is say the on open change is equal to set is edit dialog open. And then the dialog content is going to have a dialog header inside of it as always. And then the dialog title is going to be inside of the dialog header. And the dialog title is just going to be edit company holiday. And then the dialog description underneath the dialog title, just bear with me to do that part, is going to be equal to update the details of this holiday. Okay, cool. Now what I want to do underneath this dialog header is put a form. And I'm going to do a spread into it of ... edit form. Okay, got one issue over here. Just make sure that I've that's the problem with AI, it tabs in too much stuff sometimes, right? Anyway, but the baby form, as I like to call it, is going to be on submit on it with edit form dot handle submit. And then we call handle edit holiday and a class name of space hyphen y hyphen 4. Inside of this form, we are going to have a grid with a div, or a div with a grid on it of class name, grid gap 4, and then we're going to add onto it py4. And then we'll do a form field inside of this with a control equal to edit form.control. Name equal to name, and then render equals the field. And then I'm going to do a form item, form label, put the holiday name inside of the form label, obviously. And then for the form control, we're just going to do an input, and we'll just spread in the ... field like this. Okay, underneath that form control, we're going to have a form message as well. I forgot to add. Okay, looking good so far. And I think, yeah, I need to close off this form field as well to get rid of the error there. Then I can go underneath that form field and add another form field. So I can just highlight all of this and just do Alt-Shift down. Again, on Windows, Command-Shift down if you're on Mac. And then here, I'm just going to change this. I'm going to remove this label actually for the moment. I don't need a label on this one. There we go. And then for the name, I'm going to have is recurring. And then for the field, I'm going to have my form item next bit over here with a class name of flex row items start space x3. Okay. Form control goes inside of it. This input gets changed to a checkbox, which is self-closing. and it has the properties of checked on it equal to field.value, as well as onChecked change equal to field.onChange. Okay, then underneath form control, we're going to do a div with a class name of space -y-1 space leading hyphen none, sorry. Then inside of this div, I'm going to go ahead and say form label, and I'm going to say recurring yearly holiday. Cool, that's our form item done now. And then for this div underneath, we're going to just do a dialog footer. And that dialog footer is going to have a button inside of it with type button, a variant of outline, and the on click. If anyone's watching at this point, honestly, shout out to you. Please leave a comment down below because you are amazing if you make it this far in the video. It shows real dedication to learning and coding. Truly, to sit this far through writing out a form like this, it's not fun. I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you and say it's fun, but I mean, it's not fun to do in general. I mean, it's not. I'm finding it fun, but I mean, I can't imagine it's very fun to follow along with. But it's part and parcel of doing coding, and doing these things. And if you make it this far and this is all new to you, honestly, really, I do mean it. Shout out to you. You're doing great, and you're going to go far if you just started learning coding on Next.js or anything like that. It takes time and patience with a lot of the stuff that you do. So honestly, yeah, shout out to you if you are watching at this point, and in general, if anyone's made it this far, and you're not learning and still coding or whatever, just a shout out really to you all. But anyway, underneath this dialog now, we're going to go to our final dialog, which is going to be for the delete holiday one as well. Okay, so let's go underneath this dialog, do another dialog, and we'll just say is delete dialog open. On open change is equal to set is delete dialog open. Then I'm going to set the dialog content, the dialog header, the dialog title, same as before, to be fair. Again, you could probably split this up into some components if you wanted to, but I like to keep it all on the same page when doing these tutorials, just because I find it easier for people to follow along with if everything is inside of one file. Let's do our dialog description next. And we're going to say, well, we don't want an L there, but let's just say, yeah, dialog header. Why is it adding in things I don't want it to add in? Okay, we'll let it do what it wants to do. I tabbed it in to get rid of the L, and it's bloody just only gone and added in other bits and stuff, which is really annoying. Okay, I'll do it myself. Shall I? Dialog description is going to have inside of it, are you sure you want to delete this holiday? This action cannot be undone. Okay, cool. So now, what I want to do for dialog footer, actually, before I do the dialog footer, underneath the dialog header, I want to check if there's a selected holiday first of all. So I'm going to say selected holiday, and if there is one, we'll do a div with a class name on it of py-4, a p class name of font medium, a p class name, or sorry, inside of it we'll say selected holiday.name. And then underneath this p tag, I'm going to do a class name of text gray 500. And then inside of it, I'm going to call format with selected holiday.date and then mmm day, yeah. Then underneath this P tag, I'm going to go ahead and do a selected holiday is recurring and let them update that as well. Okay, so and we'll do a div with a class name of py4. Sorry, not py4. We'll do a badge even with a variant of outline, and it's just going to render yearly holiday text inside of it like this, yearly holiday. And then for the class name of this badge, what I want to do is make sure it's spelled correctly first of all, and then have a class name next to it of mt2 bg green 50 text green 700 and border green 200. Fantastic stuff. So now that I've done that, underneath this yearly holiday bit, we can do the dialog footer finally. Guys, we're so close to doing this form, I promise you, in this page and everything. This button is going to have a type of button on it. It's going to have a variant of outline. We're going to have an on-click of set is delete dialog open as false. And I'm going to put cancel text inside of it. Then for the next button, I'm just going to say type is equal to destructive. And button destructive. So variant is equal to destructive. Then the on-click, we're going to call handle delete holiday, which is one of the functions, obviously, that we set up earlier on. Then inside of it, I'm just going to say, is submitting. We're just going to render some text saying deleting, or otherwise we'll render delete holiday. Okay, looking good so far. Then what I want to do inside of this next bit over here is say the disabled is equal to is submitting. And then we'll close off this dialog, looking good. And then underneath, finally, we're going to render out a card of information. And guys, I think we've done enough coding for the moment. We're just going to copy this one in, as it's just some text really anyway. So underneath the dialog, just copy this in from the code. It's nothing crazy really. It's just to say what the company holidays are and everything, okay? I can appreciate we've been doing this form for an hour now, so I don't want you to just have to write a list boring bit out here. Just copy it along, okay? Let's go back to the browser now. And we've got an error saying holidays is undefined. Not a problem, I'm sure we can fix that. Let's just look for all instances of us using the word holidays. There's 27 of them. Maybe if we do holidays dot sort or holidays dot like this. Yes, probably this part over here. We should just check the length with a question mark. And if we go back, we're still getting holidays. No, we're not getting holidays undefined anymore. Oh, we are. Okay, not a problem. We can fix that. Let's check again. We just got to check for where we're using it. Oh, yeah, like over here, holidays dot sort and then dot map. Check it over here with the question marks. And that fixes it. Okay, now we've got our company holidays page almost set up. We just need to go ahead now and do our server actions and everything as well, okay? But making good progress, everyone. Honestly, well done. Let's go ahead now and just add the margin top and everything to make it look nice. Let's go back to the page. Let's wrapping around everything over here. Actually, yeah, let's go ahead and style the page that's the parent of all of this stuff as well, because that itself is an important part of the page and everything. So I'm going to say over here, page. Okay, I'm going to first of all, no, I'll do it inside the company holidays form. all the way at the top over here, top of the div anyway. Let's just say margin top of 12, everyone. Okay, if we go back now, let's see what it looks like. Refresh. Looks really good if you ask me. Let's go back to settings. I'll click it, sorry. It goes back, yep. Go back to the dashboard. And it's looking good now, I'd say, to be fair, right? So we've just got to set up the server actions. That'll be our next job. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so let's create those server actions. We're going to need 3 of them. So what I'll do, all the way up here, and I'm going to make a new, inside of the admin actions file, actually, I'll write the functions here. Okay, so we are going to need to have, what's it called? We need to have delete company holiday. That's that one first. Okay, that's the easiest one. We'll say export async function, delete company holiday. And that will take in the holiday ID or an ID as string. We're going to get the user ID from auth. If there's no user ID, well, that means they're unauthorized. So write that out here. Okay, then we're going to say const user equals await prisma.user.findUnique. And we're going to say where, in a second, the clerk ID is equal to user ID. And then we're going to select company ID as true. And this would need to go in the other clause, by the way, and the role is true. Yeah, you just need to take this select part and move it outside of the where. Just copy that like that, and then put it underneath. Like that. Then once we've got that, we're going to say if there's no user, throw a new error saying user not found in database. If the user.role is not equal to admin, we're going to say throw new error. And we'll say only admins can delete company holidays. Then we need to get the existing holiday to make sure it's there first of all. Equals await Prisma dot company holiday or find unique. And we shall run where the ID is equal to the ID passed into the function. Then we're going to select the company ID as true because we need to make sure that the company ID of the admin matches the company ID of the holiday that they're trying to delete in the first place. Then Alt-Shift-F to format the code. If there's no existing holiday, we'll just throw an error saying holiday not found. We will then also go underneath and we'll just say await, and then obviously we need to check if they're here. We'll say if existing holiday dot company ID is not equal to user dot company ID, we will throw a new error saying you can only delete holidays for your own company. Then we're going to revalidate the path after we've deleted it. So we'll just delete it first of all by saying await prisma.companyholiday.delete, where the ID is equal to the ID passed in. We revalidate the path, close this off as well. And we're going to return over here success as true. Now I'm going to highlight all of the code we've just written and delete it. No, I'm joking. I'm going to cut it. Yeah, I'm going to cut the code about here and just wrap it in a try-catch block. I'll just throw the error. And that's our delete one done now, okay? So now we're going to need to do the other ones. So let's say the next one we can do is the add company holiday, because that's also going to be pretty easy. So let's export async function again underneath over here. Add company holiday, where the name is equal to date and is recurring. Take that in as well. Then we're going to specify the type of these coming in. So the name is obviously going to be of type string. The date is going to be of type date. The is recurring is going to be a Boolean or Boolean or whatever you pronounce it as. I think it's Boolean. It's going to be Boolean. Okay, cool. Then over here, we're going to say the user ID is equal to await auth. And then you say if there's no user ID, throw a new error saying unauthorized. Please sign up or sign in even. Okay, and then we're going to say const user equals await prisma.user.find unique. We're going to say where the clerk ID is equal to user ID. To be fair, you could probably put this in a function again by itself as well, this getting the user. But, you know, good practice, I guess, for syntax for this next bit. Then we're going to say the role is equal to true. And just like before, make sure you don't put the select inside of the where clause. So comma, then put the select there underneath. Now let's go ahead and say we've got the next bit. If there's no user, throw a new error saying user not found in database. If the user.role is not equal to admin, well, you know the drill now, guys. We just say that's not allowed. Throw a new error saying unauthorized. Then we're going to say const holiday, and we're going to grab it now, or create it even. It's Prisma await Prisma.company holiday.create. And we're going to say the data is going to take in name, date, is recurring, company ID equal to user.company ID. Then we're going to go ahead underneath and say revalidate path, admin, company settings, holidays like this, okay? Cool stuff. And then we're going to return the holiday like so. And just like before, we're going to wrap this in a try catch block. So that's again over here, just cut the code, try it, catch it, throw the error after we console log it on the server side so we can log everything and keep track of all the stuff. Now let's go ahead finally and do the update company holiday one as well. It's going to be our, what's the word I'm looking for? Our next one to do. So we will go over here underneath and we're going to say export async function. And guys, we can actually just copy this one up here, okay, because a lot of it's going to be the same. So let's just copy this function. So just highlight it and do Alt-Shift down, and then change it to be update company holiday, because a lot of the logic is the same when you look at it really. So update the company holiday, it's going to take in the ID, which is one thing that's different. And then the ID over here is going to be of type string. In terms of this stuff over here, we get the user ID and the auth. We throw in everything if there's no user. We check the user over here. We select their role and company ID. We throw the error here. We check their role here. Then we just need to get the existing holiday. So say const holiday equals await prisma.company holiday.find unique, where we're going to say ID, and then select company ID as true. And then we're going to say if there's no holiday, we will throw a new error saying holiday not found in database. And then we're going to go ahead and say if the holiday.company ID is not equal to the user company ID, we throw the error. Then underneath over here, we're going to update the holiday, and we're just going to say where the ID is equal to ID. And then we're going to update with the data we're providing from the function, name, date, and is recurring. We're going to revalidate the path and return the holiday. Okay, but let's call this one over here actually const updated holiday and return that instead. Like this. Okay, then update the updated holiday. Fantastic stuff. Okay, so I think I've got a syntax error potentially. No, I've just got to say equals. There you go. So those are our server actions now, guys. Now what we've got to do is I'm just saying I've got what's the problem over here? Have I got a typo? What's the issue? I've got updated. It needs to be updated. That's why. Okay, cool. That's our server actions. Now we need to go back to the page we've been working on and then to call the server actions essentially. Okay, so inside the company holidays form now over here, let's start off by going to the first one, which is the handle add holiday. And writing out the logic for this. So we're setting this submitting to true already. We're then going to run inside of the try catch block const new holiday equals await add company holiday, and actually write it out. You can import it and just pass in the date and the name equal to data.name, the date equal to new date, and pass to it data.date, and then the is recurring data.isRecurring. Okay, now this data, where is it coming from? It's coming into the function over here. So say data, that's going to be equal to holiday form values, all right? We've got one issue over here, and that is the is recurring. It's going to just be false if it's not provided. There you go. Then for catching this over here as well, sorry, before we catch the error, if there is one, we need to set the holidays to be whatever holidays is, plus the new holiday that we've just created from the function, so new holiday, because it's getting returned from it. And then we're going to run add form.reset. And then set is add dialog open to false. And then we're going to say toast. And we're going to pass in the title of success. And I think we need to import the toast as well from Sona, not a problem. And we'll just say description holiday added successfully. Let's go ahead and import the toast from Sona up here. So we've already got it installed because we've used it earlier on. Let's just say import toast from Sona. Okay, brilliant. Oh, I've already got it set up. Okay, never mind then. So we've already got it installed. Silly me. All right, brilliant stuff. So now then, let's go ahead underneath down here. And I don't need to pass in title then for it. I just need to pass in the string. So you can just say total success. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Then if there's an error, let's set the error. And we'll say toast.error failed to add holiday. And that is our error handled. Then finally, no pun intended, let's go ahead and set is submitting to false. Brilliant stuff. Okay, so now that we've done that, we can actually add a holiday. So let's go ahead and test that server action out now, guys. That'd be fun, won't it? So now, go back to the browser. Go over here. Let's go to company holidays. Add holiday. Let's add in Christmas Day. Let's say this occurs on the 25th of December. Okay, and it's recurring. Add the holiday. It's added. Okay, we've got a bug. It says failed to add holiday and holidays is undefined again. Okay, so that is a problem that was happening from before, wasn't it? Let me pause the video and see what the issue is then. Not a problem. Okay, so I've actually just checked and the it's actually put in the holiday correctly. Like it's actually put into the database correctly and everything. So I think the issue is just that we're not passing the initial holidays down. I forgot to do that earlier on. But we still got this issue of saying holidays is not defined. So again, I'm just going to do a search in the code base for inside of company holiday form for all of the words of holidays. Like so. I'm just going to check them to make sure that there's no issues. To see like kind of what is the issue, why it's saying holidays is not defined all the time. So I think it's here. I mean, I can get the holidays is undefined, fair enough. Oh, because we're not passing it down, I think. Yeah, because we're checking it here, the length and everything, but we've got the question mark correct and everything. So yeah, I think it's because we're just not passing it down. So let's go ahead and fix that then now. So what we've got to do is go to the parent component and make it asynchronous and just do our usual stuff. So let's say const user ID equals await auth, and then import auth as well, as always up here. And then over here, let's go ahead and say if no user ID redirect to sign in, then const company holidays is equal to await Prisma and then import Prisma dot company holiday dot find many. There you go. Just seeing why it's throwing an issue over here. There you go. And then what condition do we want to do it on? We want to say where, not where company ID is equal to user ID. That won't work. I want to just see if I can get the session claims out and just check if I can use session claims.metadata, because in theory I should be able to. Like session claims.metadata has company. Oh, but it wasn't matching, was it? That was the issue from earlier on. Okay, never mind. Let's just go ahead and get the user's company ID then. So it's a const user, and then just grab the company ID and put it here as well, and pass down the initial holidays as company holidays. Now, if we go back to the code, I still need to fix here why the session handler metadata is not the same. It's really strange. But anyway, if I go back now over here, yep, we've actually got Christmas Day coming up now, okay, which means we just got to add in the edit holiday one. If I click on the modal now, though, you'll see comes up at least, and delete also comes up as well, okay? So I can just do, I can improve this button over here actually, and then I will, yeah, do the server action, then we can test it out properly. I wonder why the metadata is not correct. I'm going to have to really look into that before the end of the video, and I will do my best to remember. So anyway, let's go ahead now and call the handle edit one. So over here, I'm going to go ahead and just say inside of handle edit holiday. First of all, we need to say if there's no selected holiday. Let's return an empty string. Then what we're going to do is say inside of the server action even, const updated holiday is equal to await update company holiday, import it as you use it, pass in the ID as selected holiday.id. The name is equal to data.name, which we'll pass down in a minute. The date is equal to new date with data.date. The next part is recurring. Let's just say data dot is recurring. And then we're going to go next over here and just say data holiday form values. And then this can be false if it's not provided to get rid of the type issue there. Then what we want to do after we've done it is to set the holidays to be holidays.map. For each holiday, get the h.id. If it is there, oh no, we need to check if it equals, sorry, to selected holiday.id. We'll just say dot 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 and just have that in, to be honest with you. But yeah, so we want to send in the I'm just going to copy it across actually because my syntax is a bit dodgy from my brain owing to recording for 7 hours now at this point. So anyway, let's go ahead and we've done the set holiday stuff. Then we're going to set edit dialog open to false, which is fine. Then we're going to finally call toast.success and say holiday updated successfully. However, for the error in the finally, let's just go ahead and use the same thing we did earlier on. Set error to the error.message if there is one. Otherwise, the error occurred. Failed to update holidays, the toast thing over here as well. Let's try to edit the holiday now and then to test if it's working and everything. So let's change it from Christmas Day to New Year's Day. Okay, one issue is where's my calendar? Did I forget to add in the calendar earlier on? Don't tell me I'm going crazy, guys. Don't tell me I'm going crazy. I think I am. Yeah. My days. Okay, I need to do a form field for a calendar. Let's just tab it in for the moment because that's a bit, yeah, I don't know how I managed to forget that. I think that'll be okay. Let's just check. Okay, I'm gonna have to take a moment to get the other form field. How did I forget the calendar? That's ridiculous. Okay. Anyway, let's get the calendar. We used it when we added the holiday, didn't we? Over here, yeah. So let's copy this form field and move it over here. And that should solve our problem, okay? I'm just checking now if it's all the same. Yeah, and then if we go back to the browser now, and click edit, now I've got my calendar set up. So let's say that this is going to be on the 31st, and that's the 31st of the 3rd, 2025. No, let's do it for the first. I think my computer's being weird and putting a date behind. Yeah, I think it's just my problem. So anyway, let's go ahead and set the holiday name from Christmas Day to what do you call it? Let's go for just birthday, for example, and then update the holiday and see if it works. And let's say it's not recurring. Update the holiday. Holiday's been updated successfully. If I refresh it now, okay, the date is still December 25, 2025, so that's obviously wrong. We need to go back and see why that's happening. Let's go and let me pause and I'll be right back when I've solved that issue. Yes, I believe it's because I've got up here edit add form.control instead of edit form.control. There we go. And then the type is date, and then we spread in the field. We don't need a placeholder for this part either, to be fair. And we just need to have the form control form message, type of date. Let's save that then and see how it all goes. Let's try again. Let's say this happens in 2026 on January the 1st, sorry, 25th of the 1st, 2026. Update the holiday. Yep, we refresh as well just to make sure. And the holiday has been updated successfully, nice and fast. So yeah, now we can finally do the, what's the next one? The delete. Yes, the delete one will be the easiest to be fair. So up in the server action now, up here, all the way above. in the handle delete holiday, we need to call the handle delete holiday correctly. So let's say over here, if there's no selected holiday we return, then we're going to do the set is submitting to true, just like before, to be fair. So let's just say underneath set is submitting as true. Okay, then we're going to do a try catch block. Brilliant. And then inside the try block, what we're going to do is we're just going to say we're going to say await delete company holiday and import it as we write it. We're going to pass to it the selected holiday.id. And then we're going to say set is delete dialog open to false. We're going to call toast.success. And we're going to say holiday app deleted successfully. And then when we catch the error, we're just going to do the same as before, really. Just set the error and toast the error as well. And then if we go back now, we are going to be doing good, I think. Let's just try deleting it. Delete the holiday. And we've deleted the holiday. Okay, so all of our server actions now are working. And guys, we're almost done with the admin side of our website. The last thing I want to do now is just make a layout to wrap around the roots of the signed in users. And then I want to render a custom navbar for those situations, essentially. Okay, so the way I can do that is by going into the dashboard folder over here and just say new file, layout.tsx. And all I've got to do is just say RAFC. Sorry, we'll call it export default function dashboard layout. We're going to take in the children, and we're going to say children is equal to react.react node. Okay, looking good so far. Then we're going to just import some bits and bobs up the top over here as well, above everything. So let's just say import auth from Clerk Next.js server. Let's import user button from Clerk Next.js, which is going to be the thing that they can click on to sign out from. Then we're going to import link from next/link. We will then import redirect from next navigation. Okay, then we're going to import button from app/components/UI/button. Okay, brilliant. And then over here, we're just going to check inside of our function const user ID equals await auth. And to be fair, actually, no, we don't need to do that because we've already got it in the middleware. I'll check in a minute. But yeah, let's just first of all return a div with a class name of min height screen and flex col. Close off that div. Inside of that div, put a header with a class name of sticky top 0, z of 50, flex height of 16, item center, gap 4, border B, BG background. Okay, after done BG background over here, let's just say PX of 4 and a MD PX of 6. Okay, close this header off. Inside of this header, let's just put a link with an href to /, and we'll close that off, and we'll just say class name. What am I saying? Class name goes inside of the link up here. We'll say flex item center, gap 2, font semi-bold. Then we're going to say the span has a class name on it of text LG, font of bold. Close that off inside of the span, and we'll just say time offer. Underneath this link, you can do a nav bar now with a class name of ML Auto, flex gap 4, SM gap 6, and just basically put the user button here. And then I think we could pass in, is it after sign out, sign in? Okay, they've deprecated it. Okay. So what do we do after we sign out? After switch session, configure after is a global configuration, either in await or clerk.load. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to go for just / at the moment with the after sign out because I don't want to do it differently to what I've already done. But if, obviously you can update it to be what they've got outside of their deprecation thing. Let's do a div and do a class name of flex1 and put a main with a class name of flex1 p4 md p6 and just render the children inside of this. And then we don't need these two imports anymore. They can go. Likewise, this can also go now as well. Now, if we go back to our browser, yep, we've got a nice login over here now, over here and everything. Looks good. We've got our manage account option as well. Okay, for their security and everything like that. And yeah, they can update their profile, their picture. They can sign out. Looking really good, guys. I'm really impressed with our work so far, and well done for following along. Let's continue to the next bit now. Okay, I may have overestimated or underestimated, rather, how long it's going to take to them in, because we've still got to do the view employees in the invitation codes as well. So let's just dig into it, to be honest, and let's get right into it. It's not going to do it itself, is it? So let's go ahead now and make a new page for the employees, which inside of admin, so it's going to be /admin /employees. So inside of dashboard, inside of admin, go ahead and make a new folder called employees. And then just call it page.tsx. Make sure you spell it correctly out like I've just done there. Okay, like that. Then what we've got to do is did I say it to employees or employee? I just got to check. Employees, yeah, okay, that's good. Okay, and yeah, we need to render over we're going to say RAFC now. And this part can all happen inside of the same page because it's all server side, this stuff we're going to do now. It's just going to be rendering out some information about the employees. So let's start off by saying import auth from @clerk Next.js /server. Then we're going to import the redirect from Next navigation. We're going to import link from Next link. We're going to import Prisma from @lib Prisma, like so. We're going to import the card content, the card header. Actually, sorry, just the card and card content. Actually, my brain went into autopilot then. And we're going to say from @components /UI /card. Then we need to import our table. So let's say import, and we're just going to say table table body, table cell, table head, table header, and table row, all from app /components/UI/table. Okay, and then finally, we're going to import our button from app /components/UI/button. There we go. Then we need to get the users of the person who is currently signed in, or the employees rather, of the users over here. So say async, and we're going to say const user ID equals await auth. Then I'm going to say if there's no user ID, let's redirect to sign in. Okay. And then we're going to say const users equals await prisma.user.findMany. And we're going to say where. And this is the part where we need to filter for employees of only of the current company. So actually here we should get the company ID too. So say const user equals await prisma.user.findUnique, where ID, and select the what do you call it? The company ID as true. And then over here, obviously, if there's no user.company ID, redirect them to where do we want to redirect? Well, to be fair, this is never going to happen, you see, but we have to put it for type safety. So let's put, if it's not in user.company ID, if there's no user.company ID, let's put it in, let's redirect them to onboarding, seems to be the best place. Then we're going to get the users where the company ID is equal to user.company ID, so they share the same user basically. And then we get all of our users. We'll just say order by, last name, send in. Okay, so that's our server-side logic for all of this stuff done now. Now we just need to do our table, which is going to be much more simple, guys, than our other tables. I promise you that much. Okay, so the class name is going to be space y8mt12. Then we're going to do a div over here of a class name of flex item center justifier between. Then we're going to do a div, a class name of flex col space y2. And then we're going to do an h1 with a class name, say in text 3xl. Font -bold. And then employees, that should be good for us. Then underneath the h1, we do a p tag with a class name on it of text -gray -500. And we're then going to say for the next part, manage employee accounts. Okay. Then for the next part underneath this div over here, let's go underneath it and do a card. And we'll say the card content is going to have inside of it, well, first we need to check if the user's length is equal to 0. If that is the case, we want to render a div just saying class name flex col item center justify center padding y of 6. And then the p tag is going to be a class name of text gray 500. And we'll just say no employees found. And after this div, with a div, we'll put a class name of a flex overflow x even of auto. And we're going to put a table a table header, and a table row. And then we're going to do a table head with a name, email, role, status, role. And then we're going to have a department, table head is going to be company. And then finally, we're going to have actions. Okay. When we get the users, we're obviously collecting everything as well from them. Let's go underneath now to the table. Underneath the table header, we'll go to table body next, is what I was going to say. And here, we just have to map over the users essentially, okay? So nothing too crazy. Let's just do some curly braces and say users.map. And then we're going to say over here, table row key is equal to user.id. And then table cell is equal to user.firstname and user.lastname. Table cell is equal to user.email. Table cell for the next one is going to be equal to, we'll say, table cell is going to have a class name on it. That's what I was going to say, capitalize. And then we're going to put user.role. And then we're going to have, for the next part, the user department. It's put apartment instead of department. Oh my God, okay, department, that's embarrassing. Department. And then over here, inside of this table cell, we're going to say user.department. Or if there isn't one, we'll just put not available. Then for the next table cell, we will just have the user.company.name. Even though the company's all the same, but it's good to be specific. And actually, now that I think about it, I don't need the company name really because they're only going to have one company, aren't they? So yeah, let's just do for the next table cell. No more table cells actually. We've got 4. We've got 5 even. 3, 4, 5. Okay, wait. We've got the last one needs to have the buttons in it. That's why I was getting confused. So the buttons here, we're going to have a variant of link, and it's going to have an as child property on it. Then we're going to say link href is equal to admin employees allowance. This is going to take them to an allowance page where you can set how many days the employee can have off when you want to reset it. Okay. Now we've got one syntax error to solve. How lucky for us. I wonder if we can just tab it away. Okay, we've tabbed it away. It was up here. There was an issue. That was the problem. So now underneath this, we're pretty much set up, okay? If I go back now to the browser, we can test it. Going over here, let's go to view employees. Nothing's showing up. Okay, oh, that's strange. I'm getting redirected back. Okay. Obviously, we don't want that. I wonder if my session has expired. Let's just do a hard refresh and check that. No, it's not that. So I'm getting redirected to employees and I'm getting pushed back. Okay. Strange. Huh. Interesting. Why would it do that? Employees is over here. Employees is inside of admin. Yeah, it's pushing me back. I'm going to have to do some debugging on that, I think. Let's just check what might be happening there. No errors, which is always nice. But what is the problem then? We've got... Okay, let me pause and I'll fix that and come back when I've done it. Okay, guys, after a little bit of debugging, I think the issue is over here. There seems to be clerk ID is equal to user ID. And if I go back now, go to view employees, yeah, it's actually taking me to the correct place, okay, over here. The only things left to do now is put these things on top of each other because for some reason they're next to each other, which obviously we don't want to happen. So shouldn't be too much of an issue to get that solved though. Let's just see what we're working with over here. Yeah, I think we just need to say flex col here. Okay, that's next to each other now. Then we get rid of the justify between an item center. And we should be good, I think. We're getting closer. Then we just need to do space wire 6 or 4. Okay, let's do 6 and then we'll be good for that part there. Okay, that looks good to me. Yeah, so now we just need to do the page for, well, the next page to do is the allowance page. Then we do the invitation codes page and modal, and then we will have done all of the admin pages for the moment. Then all we have to do after that is the employee individual holiday request page, but that can only be done once we've got an actual holiday request from a user. But actually, we might do it afterwards. We'll see how it goes, okay? So let's go ahead and do those next parts now. So let's start off by going back over to the code. I should do that. And we'll do the page now for the what do you call it, the allowance page, okay? So I'm going to go ahead over to the we need to look at the page it's linking to. So it's linking to employees allowance. So should we go to the employees part over here, make a new folder, and then add allowance here, and then add a page.tsx inside of this over here as well, okay? Now we're going to go and render out the employees of the company. So we will do, we'll get the employees again, or we'll get the employee allowances again. So I'm thinking what we should do is make this an asynchronous component. And guys, you know the drill by now. We get the import auth from Clerk Next.js server. We import redirect. We import get employee allowances from and we'll say lib actions employee. What am I saying? I'm ranking random things up now. Okay, I'm thinking ahead. Yeah, we need to import card and card content from at /components/UI/card. Then I'm going to go ahead and import my table body, table cell, table head, table header, table row, at components/UI/table. Then we're going to import, well, we're going to make a form to put inside of this page. But for the moment, before we do that, we need to actually get the employee like allowances and stuff. So we're going to go over here first of all and write the logic out for that. So say const user ID equals await auth. If there's no user ID, redirect to sign in. So what am I saying? Redirect away to somewhere else. And then we'll say const user equals await Prisma dot user dot find unique, where the clerk ID is equal to user ID, and we're going to include the company ID when we get it back. But to be fair, if I can figure out why the metadata thing is not working correctly, we'll be able to get rid of a lot of this repeated code over here. But for the moment anyway, I should be fair. So let's go ahead now and get the company ID. Okay, I'm getting a weird issue. I don't want the company, I want the company. Okay, company true, yeah, sure. That's fine. And then if there's no user, obviously, we redirect them away. Then we're going to say const employee allowances equals await. And then we're just basically going to say Prisma.allowance dot find many. And we're going to say where and it's not Prisma.allowance, it's Prisma.user, where the company ID is equal to user.company.id. And then we're going to say order by last name ascending. And we're going to select pretty much everything from the user. Okay, we're going to select the first name, the last name, the ID, the email, the department, the role, and the available days. The available days obviously being the most important part of all of this stuff to get it working. Over here, I need to say true next to all of these as well. Just make sure you do that. And then I'm going to, inside of the page, over here in the content and stuff like that, I will render, or I'll put it as a class name of space hyphen y hyphen 8 and mt12, same as all the other ones really. And then I'm going to do a div with a class name of flex item center justify between. And we're going to do a div with a class name of flex col space y2. We're going to do an h1 with a class name of text hyphen 3xl, font of bold, and we'll just say holiday allowances or holiday allowance management. And underneath this h1, we're going to do a p tag of a class name of text gray 500. And we'll say manage employee holiday allowance is, or allowance, I don't know what the correct verb is, but yeah. Anyway, card content. And then we're going to check inside of this over here. Well, the card content actually should have a class name on it of P6. But then what we're going to do is check if there are any employee allowances, first of all. So we say if there's no employee allowances, or there is the employee allowances dot length is equal to 0. If either of those things is true, we want to render a div with a class name of flex col item center justify center padding y of 6, and then the div will put a p tag with a class name of text gray 500, and we'll say no employees found. And of course, what we do want though is we're going to hope there are some employees, obviously. That's my thing over there for cursor for helping me debug earlier on. But we'll go over here and we'll put a div with a class name of overflow x auto. We'll put a table inside of it, a table header, a table row, and then the table head, and we'll basically just put the contents inside of each of these table heads. So it's going to be name, email, department, role, available days, and actions. Okay, so just tab those in as well if you've got cursor set up and everything. Then what we're going to do is, 1 second, let me just think. Yeah, I need to go inside of the table body, make sure this is closed off so it doesn't get a syntax error, and then map over the employee allowances. Okay, so let's say employee allowances dot map. Each employee, we want to render a table row with a key of employee.id. Then inside of the table row, we put the table cell, and we'll say employee.firstname, employee.lastname next to it. Then in the next table cell, we're going to put their email, and we will put in their just email here. Then their department. Then we want to do their role. We want to do their available days. And then inside of the table cell for the last one, we're going to put their form for their actual amount of days they can have, okay? So now we're going to go ahead and make another component. So let's go ahead into our components folder now and make a new file called allowanceform.tsx. And we will say then use client. We'll say import use state from React. Import button from at /components/UI/button. Then import our dialog content, our dialog header, our dialog title, and our dialog trigger. And that's all going to be coming from at /components/UI/dialog. And we're going to say input from at components/UI/input. Then we're going to go ahead and do our label from at components/UI/label. Then I'm going to go ahead and import toast from Sona. Then I'm going to say my interface for my allowance form props is going to be equal to employee ID of string, our employee name of string, our current allowance of number, and we're going to say export default function, and we will say allowance form. Okay, and this is going to take an employee ID, an employee name, a current allowance, and the type is going to be specified next. And we're just going to say allowance form props. Why did it tab in all of my states and everything? Now, granted, I do need those states, but I want to write them myself. So now inside over here, I'm going to say return an empty div for the moment, just to get rid of any syntax errors. And then underneath over here, let's just say const is open. set is open is equal to use state of false. And then we're going to set, really? I don't want to call the handle submit. I just want to tab across. Oh dear. Okay, we'll say allowance equals set allowance equals use state current allowance. We should specify over here this is going to be a number. And we should specify over here that this is going to be a Boolean. Then over here for the next one, I'm going to say const is submitting, set is submitting is equal to use state type of Boolean. Initialized as false, because obviously it's not submitting when we first load the page or submit the form even. And then we're going to go ahead underneath this and we're going to call our handle submit function, or rather define it. So let's say handle submit is equal to an asynchronous function, which is going to take in an an event, I should say, and the type is going to be of React.form event. Then inside of this over here, we're going to say e.prevent default. Set is submitting to true. Then we're going to do our try catch block. Okay. And over here, what I'm just going to do is just say implement allowance update. Like in a minute, we'll do the server action for that. But if I move underneath now to actually describe in the UI, it's going to be relatively simple in comparison to some of the other bigger forms and stuff we've built out today. Let's say dialog to wrap around everything first of all and close it as well, because that's the parent of everything in this component. The dialog is going to have an open property passed to it equal to is open. On open change, it's going to be equal to set is open. Then dialog trigger as child is going to have on it a button variant equal to outline with a size of SM. And it's going to just say edit inside of the button. Underneath this dialog trigger, we're going to put the dialog content now. And we're going to go ahead and put a dialog header. And inside of it, we're going to put a dialog title. And we'll say update holiday allowance. All right, cool. Let's take a quick hydration break, everyone. Have some water if you haven't had any recently. And we'll continue to the next lines in a moment. Okay, so underneath now, update holiday allowance, and underneath the dialog header, we're going to put our form, and we'll just use the baby form for this entire one, because it's only one field we're doing. And we'll just call handle submit when we submit this form. And we'll put a div inside of this with a class name of space y2. And then we'll do a label inside of this with an HTML4 equal to what do you call it? Employee name. But this is going to be immutable anyway, but the idea is that they can at least see who they're editing. So we'll just say employee name, or employee rather would be more descriptive actually, ironically. And then we'll say input. And we're going to say ID equals employee name. So obviously the name and the input are linked together. And the value will be equal to employee name, and it will be a disabled input. Okay, then underneath the div over here, we're going to do another one with a class name of space y2. And we'll say the allowance in this, so the label. HTML4 is going to be to allowance, and we'll just say holiday allowance days. Okay. Then we'll do an input with an ID of allowance. a type equal to number, a min equal to 0, so they can't have negative numbers, the value equal to allowance, and then on change, we're going to call the state change, and we're going to say taking the event to the anonymous function, and an anonymous arrow function, I should say, and then we're going to call set allowance past the integer and have e.target.value be the bit underneath. Okay, brilliant. And we're going to also say that this is required. They have to have this here. Okay, then we will go underneath this div and just do a button. Keep the button inside of the form, though it's worth saying. Submit for the type, the class name is width of full. Disabled is equal to is submitting. Okay, and then we'll just say over here is submitting. And we'll say updating, ... Otherwise, we'll say update. Brilliant stuff. We'll say update allowance, won't mind we do that instead. That'd be nice for them. So now we need to go ahead and create the server action for updating the allowance and everything. So we'll go ahead and put that inside of the admin actions folder, file even, I should say. So let's go to the admin actions file. You can put it wherever you want. I'm just going to say export async function, update employee allowance. Okay, and we'll then go ahead and say employee ID is equal to string, and the allowance, this is just for the types, I'm writing them first for some reason, I don't know why I've done that, but yeah. Then we'll take into this the employee ID and the available days. We will go in the try catch block and obviously await the auth as always. There we go. And we're going to go underneath it and say if there's no user ID, we will say return error unauthorized. However, if that's not the case, we'll say is the admin user. We'll say admin user equals await prisma.user.findUnique. And we'll say where the clerk ID is equal to user ID. And we will then go ahead and say underneath over here, if there's no admin user or the admin roles is not equal to admin, we can just throw an error saying unauthorized. And then we can actually update the employee now. So we'll say const updated employee equals await prisma dot user dot update. And we're going to say where ID is equal to employee ID. And the data we want to set is the available days. Okay, we should call this employee to update actually would be better. No, we'll call it update employee. Sounds more is better actually. Okay, and then we're just going to return from this. We're going to revalidate the path on the allowance endpoint, on the allowance page even. And then we're going to return from this function an object saying success is true. And we want to console the error if we have one and throw an error if there is one there as well. Okay, I can actually just say await this instead without even giving it a variable name as well. Cool. Cool. So now let's go ahead and call this function inside of the allowance over here. So we will go to our code, a moment, which is here. Now, why am I getting lost? That's the wrong page. It needs to be in the allowance form. That's why here. And let's say for the try block over here, const result equals await update equals update await update employee allowance. And we're going to just say employee ID, available days allowance. We'll say if result.success. And we'll just wait toast.success and set is open to false. Yeah, I think we're all good. We don't need this else over here though. Okay, so now we can say finally send some into false as well. Let's go ahead and check if this is all working. So now if I go back to my browser, go to my dashboard over here and just go to view. Actually, I'm going to get an error because it's going to say, yeah, it's not got the things I want to it. Okay, on the page, we've got an issue. Let's go to the page back over here. Might just be literally that we need to save it. But then also what we do need to do is in the final table cell over here, we actually need to render out the allowance form and pass to it the employee information. So we'll say allowance form, employee ID is equal to employee.id. The employee name is equal to employee.first name, employee.last name. Current allowance is equal to employee.available days. And then now when we go back over here, okay, I've got my stuff set up. I just need to make sure this sits on top of each other as well. So let's go ahead and fix that. It's just over here. This should be flex col space y of 4. Maybe 6, we'll have to see. I think 6 will be better. And yeah, there you go. So now we can edit them. And let's say Mark Henry's now going to have, 33 days. Update the allowance. Available days is now set to 33 if we refresh the page. It's all working. Let's try to give him 15 days. And we get 15 days over here. So that's all working as well now, guys, okay? So we've got that bit set up now. Let's go ahead and check our invitation codes, which is the last admin page to do for the moment. So we'll go ahead and actually create that page now. So we'll say admin. And we're going to call the folder invitation codes. And we're going to say page.tsx refce inside of this, okay? And let's start writing out the actual logic now for that. So let's get started on this invitation codes page by creating the server-side logic of everything that we need. So that's going to mean we have to convert this into an asynchronous component first of all. Then I'm going to say const session. What am I saying? Const session? That's not what I mean to say. What I mean to say is get the user ID. So I'll just start typing out and then port it as we need it. So user ID equals await auth. And then if there's no user ID, let's just throw an error or redirect them away. Okay, this needs to come from Next navigation as well, not whatever this is. There we go. And then underneath over here, let's say const user equals await Prisma and type out Prisma dot user dot find unique. I'm definitely going to refactor this, but yeah, I'll probably do another video refactoring the code. So where clerk ID is equal to user ID. Then we're going to select company ID as true and the role as true. Okay, and then I'm going to say if there's no user or the user role is not equal to admin, we're going to redirect them away as well. Then we're going to go ahead and throw a code request over here. So I say const codes equals await prisma.code.find many. Remember, we created the code earlier on in the schema where the company ID is equal to user.company ID. And we're going to order by used. And this is going to be just to get used ones basically, okay? Because we don't want to obviously get yeah, we want to. I mean, we want to order by the used time that they were done. Okay, is what I'm trying to say. Regardless if they are used or not, is what I meant to say. So anyway, now what we want to do is create a client-side part for all of this stuff as well. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and we'll call this in the components file. We'll just say invitation codes, and this will basically contain a whole bunch of stuff to go inside of the invitation codes page over here. What I'll do is I'll start off by importing that, like so. And yeah, it's going to take codes as a prop to it. So we'll go over to the invitation code component and we'll set up the interface and everything. So let's just say interface, invitation code, props, codes props. And we'll just say it's going to have an ID of string, code string used and create that date and stuff like that. Then for the properties over here, we will say it accepts codes and they're going to be of type invitation codes props, and make sure you put in codes like this to say it's an array of them. Then what we want to do is import some things and convert this to a client component while we're at it. So I'll say use client at the top first of all. Then I'm going to import use state from React. Then I'm going to import link from next link. Then I'm going to import the button from at /components/UI/button. Then I want to import my table body, table cell, table head, table header, table row, from at components /UI/table. And then we're going to import alert description from at components /UI/alert. Then we're going to import a badge from at components /UI/badge. Then I'm going to import the toast from Sona. And then I'm going to import some icons as well from Lucid React, namely the check icon, the copy icon, plus icon, and the refresh CW icon from Lucid React. And it needs to be CW in lowercase. There we go. So now instead of the logic over here, let's go ahead and set up our states first of all. So I'm going to start off by doing my const codes with square brackets and set codes. Actually, I'm just thinking one moment. Let's um yes, we need to have a state of codes, yes, because we want to update it after we create a new one. To say code, set codes equals use state, and we will just initialize it as an array of invitation code, and I can actually set up the invitation code or just code even. I think we can do it like that or not. Okay, we need to take the prop and modify it to be initial codes because otherwise it's going to be it's going to say the types don't match now. Okay, that's just fine. Let's just do it as we'll say this initial code is going to be an array of code actually, because that's what it is technically. So then we can fix the type issue and have better, shorter code as well. Then there's still our loading state. We'll say const is loading, set is loading, equal to use state boolean, and then we'll just say it's initialized as false. We'll say const is generating, set is generating, equal to use state boolean, and we'll initialize it as false again. Then we will have a const error, set error equal to use state or string and null, initialize it as null, and then the copied value, and it'll be either a string, but it's not going to be a string or null. Actually, it's actually going to be for the type over here as a record, which is going to be either well, it's going to have a string and a boolean. There you go, and it's going to be initialized as an empty object like that. Okay, then what I want to do is have my handle generate code function. So I'll say handle generate code. And we'll say we'll say call server action over here for the moment. We don't need to do anything crazy for that. Then for the copy to clipboard, what we're going to do is write out the logic for that. We're going to use the navigator object from the browser. So we're going to say const copy to clipboard, code string, and we're going to say navigator dot clipboard dot write text, and it's going to write the code that it takes into this function. And then we're just going to say dot then. We're going to do what? We are going to call an anonymous arrow function, inside of which we set the copied to be an object of whatever copied previously was, plus code as true. And we're going to toast.success code copy to clipboard. We will also set a timeout for 2 seconds and then set the code to false afterwards, okay? Just so after we've copied it once, it's fine, but then we reset the copied state after 2 seconds so they can copy other ones and keep the the state synchronized and everything, okay? So then we're going to catch any errors as well. So over here after this object, even this one, I should say. Actually, you know what? That's fine. We'll just do it like that. And then now, let's go ahead and set up our UI part. So we're going to say class name is space wire8 mt12. Div class name flex item center justify between. And I'm going to put a div inside of this with a class name. Sorry, not a class name on it. And I don't know why I keep doing this thing with what do you call it? No, actually, no, this can be flex justify between everything. But then the div inside of it's going to have an h1 with a class name of text 3XL, font bold, and it will just say invitation codes inside of it. Then underneath the h1, we're going to do a p tag of a class name of text gray 500. And we're going to say generate and manage invitation codes for your new employees. Okay, then we're going to say button. We're going to say on click. We'll say handle generate code. Sorry, not handle generate code. I zoned out for a second there. This one's going to be for the back to dashboard part. Okay, so we'll say as child variant of outline. And we'll do a link with an href of /admin. And we'll say back to dashboard. Okay, then underneath this button with the div on it, we're going to go underneath it even further here. And we're going to say if there's an error, we will render an alert with a variant of destructive. And we'll have an alert description with an error on it. Okay, and then after that, underneath, we'll have a div with a class name of flex justifier end. I have a button on it with on click. And we'll call handle generate code. And this is going to be disabled if is generating is true, which obviously is our state up here. Then inside of this, I'm going to check the text. I'm going to say, if it is generating, let's render some UI components. It's going to just say refresh CW icon, class name with a margin right of 2, a height of 4, and a width of 4, and an animate spin on it. And we'll just say generating inside of it like this. Then underneath that, I'm going to check again, and I'm going to say this time for the UI part, a plus icon with a class name of MR2 height of 4 and width of 4, and then we'll just say generate new code for the button text for that one there, okay? Amazing stuff. So now inside of this button and the div underneath it and everything, let's go ahead and do our card, which I'm going to import as I write it out as well. I'm going to do my card header. Again, just import these as you use them kind of thing. Then the card title is just going to say active invitation codes. And then I'm going to put card description. Codes that can be used to join your company. And then underneath the card header, I'm going to go ahead and say card content and just import that as I use it. And inside of the card content, what I'm going to do is first of all, check if it's loading the page in the cards and everything like that. So I'll say is loading. And we'll just say over here, a div with a class name on it, a flex justify center, padding y of 8. And then we're going to put a refresh CW icon inside of this with a class name of height of 8, width of 8, animate spin, text grade 400, close it off. And then underneath this now, I'm going to check if the codes.length, so actually I should check this before. I'm going to say codes.length is greater than 0. And I should check if codes exist first as well before I check the length. And then if that is the case, I'll render over here the table header. Then I'll do the table row. And the table head inside of it 3 times. So table head with status. And then the next table head will have a class name of text-write. And we'll just say actions inside of this table head here. Then underneath this table row and the table header, I'm going to do the table body. And inside of the table body is when I'm going to map over the, the cards. Okay, the codes, even not the cards. So we'll say codes.map. And we'll just say inside of each code, we'll say table row with a key of code.id. And then we'll put the table cell inside of the table row, and we'll give it a class name of font mono text-lg. And 1 second, inside of it, let's just say code.code. And then we're going to go ahead underneath this table row and table cell. Sorry, underneath inside of the table row, but underneath the next table for the next table cell. Let's go ahead for this one and just say code.used. If the code is used, let's just go ahead and say badge with a variant of secondary, and we'll just say used for it here. Then let's go ahead and then say again underneath over here, badge with a variant of default. And then we'll say for this one, active. Okay, what we can do is we can apply, yeah, we've already got the bits over here, okay, for this one, but I'm going to say for this one over here, the class name can be BG green instead, because the default won't match our, our default color scheme. So we should overwrite it by saving it a BG green of 500 here as well. Now, underneath this badge check, sorry, underneath this table cell, let's go ahead and do another table cell. Let's, for this one, give it a class name of text-write. Okay, it's doing that thing again where it's trying to tab the code, but I want to just tab across, type it in. Okay, let's give a button on this one with a variant of ghost, a size equal to SM, and on click equal to calling the copy to clipboard function, pass into it the code.code that is currently being mapped over. And then we'll say over here inside of this button for the props that it's going to have apart from the on click, the size and the variant. We're also going to say the disabled is equal to code.use. So there's no point in letting them copy it if they've already used the code, okay? So then what we're going to do underneath is just for the body in terms of like text for this button, we're going to say copied, and then 1 second, and then use square brackets to get that notation. And then if it is copied code.code, we'll render the check icon with a class name of width height of 4 and a width of 4. Otherwise, we'll do the copy icon with a class name of height of 4 and a width of 4. Okay, brilliant stuff. And then we're going to go ahead underneath this one, and we're going to check the span for the screen readers only. And we'll just give it a class name saying SR only for visually impaired people. And we'll just say copy code here, okay? Cool. So now underneath this table, what do we call it? This table over here, we need to do the alternative condition check, which is going to be just to render a piece of text saying no active codes, okay? And yeah, that's our card content, our card really, and everything like that done now. So if we go back to the browser and see what this looks like, we're going to see it's going to look much nicer and cleaner. So I'll go to invitation codes. Now we might get some errors, to be fair, we'll have to see. Just click on that. Yeah, we've got an issue. No problem. We've just got to import some types, it looks like. So I'm going to go, the first one said record is not defined. Okay, I think it might be because I've got the space here potentially. Okay, interesting. Okay, let me go back. Should not be getting that issue. So I'm missing something. Is it because of my syntax? Oh, it's because I'm missing the closing arrow over here. That's why. There you go. That's why it was saying it wasn't defined. I was really confused then. Yeah, let's go back now. Okay, you see we've got our lovely UI all set up now and everything. We can go back to the dashboard. Fantastic. We can go back to view invitation codes again over here. Obviously, if we click on generate new code right now, nothing's going to happen. And obviously, because we've not got the server action yet. And we also need to put some description down here of what we're doing on this page and what it all does. So I'll go back now to the card. Sorry, down to the bottom of the card over here. Again, I keep zoning out. Okay. And then I'm just going to copy some code across, and I advise that you just copy this from the repo or put some dummy data on it, depending on if you're still watching the video at this point. And again, shout out to you if you are. And also, if you want to make this into like a real business with like informative information for the users. But I've got some in the code. I'm just going to copy across this list, just telling people what it does. So we generate a new invitation code by using the button above. We share the 6-digit code with the employee. The employee will sign up into the code during the onboarding. And once used, it will be marked as used and cannot be used again. Okay? Nice and simple, really, for that one there. So now let's go ahead and look at the browser, see what that looks like so you can see. Yep, looks really clean if you ask me. So now let's go ahead and do the stuff, the server action stuff, I should say. So back over here now, in the handle generate code, I'm going to create a new server action inside of the admin actions file. So we'll go ahead and do that. So over here, let's say export async function, generate invitation code. We'll say try. And let's just say const user ID equals await auth if user ID will throw a new error as unauthorized. Let's say const user equals await Prisma dot user dot find unique, and we'll say where the clerk ID equals user ID, and we'll say select underneath this where role is true and the company ID is true. Then we'll do the condition check to check if they're role or there's not a user, and we'll throw an error depending on if that goes wrong or something. Then we need to generate a 6-digit code. So the way I'm going to do that is by generating a code over here, generate random code equals an arrow function, and it's going to return math.floor. There we go. And we will then say plus math.random times 9,0,0. 1 second. It's 5 zeros, yeah. Like this, okay? So this one over here as well should be 5 zeros. And then we convert that to a string. So guys, we're not obviously checking the database to see the what do you call it? To check if the code is already used. I'm no mathematician, but the chances of this code being generated as one that already exists inside of the database, it's astronomically improbable, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Okay, it's never going to happen, never in a million years. Okay, well, not in a million. You know what I mean, though. Like realistically, you're not going to have to worry about it. Obviously, if you wanted to do this in production, you could check the database and then just to be safe. But for the moment, I think we're fine to just generate a 6-digit code and know pretty damn sure anyway that will be fine. But I'll be fair to you. I will check the existing code. I'll be fair. I should not be lazy. So let's say let existing code, and we can do something like await prisma.code.find first, where the code, yeah, just code is equal to code because it's the same key. And we'll say while existing code, so we'll do like a loop. We will say code equals generate random code because it's a let anyway. So it's not a let, but you know what I mean. Like we'll say it should be a let though. So we can obviously you can't mutate a const. And then we'll say each time existing code equals await prisma.code.find first where code. That way we can know it's going to iterate until it gets one that's unique. And if we get somehow by a chance the issue of what do we call it? The code already exists in the database. By some astronomically low chance, we will also iterate again until we get one that doesn't exist. And the chances of finding the same one twice, buy a lottery ticket if that happens, is all I'm saying. So anyway, let's go ahead now and actually save the new code once we've got past that point. And we'll say new code equals await prisma.code.create. And we'll check the data to be for code, company ID, and we'll say user.company ID. And obviously it's going to be initialized with a used value of false. And then revalidate path /admin /invitation codes. Okay, and then return new code over here. And I should just catch the error as well, obviously. So I'll just catch that over here and throw an error if there is one. And yeah, I mean, after I return the code, we'll go ahead now and check if this works. Okay, so I'm just thinking, yeah, return new code. Okay, this is fine, yeah. So we get the codes back, obviously. And then if we go to our state checker, our state inside the invitation codes component over here, not our state, our server action call. Let's handle that now, actually, then we'll go from there, really. So what I'll do is say over here, set is generating as true and set is loading to true. And then I will set the error to null. Then I will try and I'll say const new code equals await generate invitation code and write it out as I import it, write it out. Then I'm going to set the codes to be all of our codes from before plus the new code at the beginning, so I can just spread in the array like this, all nice and easy. And I think the best way to do it, though, the correct way is actually to get the like this, the syntax, take the prev and then spread it in. Dot prev and sorry, new code and dot prev. Okay. Then inside of the bit underneath over here, we'll toast.success, say new code generated successfully. Otherwise, we'll catch the error, toast the error, and set is loading to false, and set is generating to false. Okay, and I think what we can do as well is also set an error saying failed to generate code. Okay, so now let's go ahead and try to generate a code. So I'll click on generate new code. Okay, we've got an issue saying prev is undefined. If I refresh the page, okay, but we saw the state was looking really nice and everything at least. So let's go ahead and fix, I think it's the props over here. And it's that we've got, yeah, project code is not exist on type. Okay, initial codes, that might be why actually then, isn't it? Yes. So let's go back to the browser now then. And we will also check inside over here because it said prev is undefined. So I think that might be because of that state thing over here. Let's check. Let's generate a new code. No, that's definitely an issue saying prev is undefined. Okay. Not a problem, not a problem. Nothing we can't solve, I'm sure. So we'll set codes. Is it because I need to do like that? But then if I Alt-Shift-F to format it, is it just going to put it back to where it was? It is, yeah, anyway. So let me check all the other places I've got the word of prev. I've got it here and here. Strange. Okay, let me think. I'll pause and think about this for a second. Okay, again, literally 5 seconds after. You just need to run a use effect to listen for when the initial codes comes in. And then, because obviously it might be a race condition change, like a race condition problem, or whatever. And then just set the codes to initial codes as it comes in, okay? So now if I go back over here to the browser, you can see I've generated one now and I've got the other ones from before. I'll generate the new code. I've got 4 of them. I'll copy the code. I will paste it in over here. Yep, you can see that's all working. And I can paste it as many times as I want, okay? So that's all working now then. If I go back to the dashboard, we can see we've got 4 activation codes, 1 employee account. And guys, we've pretty much done the admin pages for now, okay? There's only one more we need to do, which is going to be for the individual request page. But I want to wait till we get some time off request before we can do that, okay? So we're basically done with the admin pages for now. So well done if you've made it this far. Let's go ahead now and start signing up as an employee and doing the onboarding stuff like that as well, okay? See you in a sec. So guys, I've just cleared up my VS Code and I've made some more space on the screen, got some tabs closed and everything. Because now in this point of the video, we're moving over to do the employee pages. Now the employee pages is going to go much quicker than the admin pages, okay? Because the employee essentially needs to be able to make a request and see their requests, and that's it really, okay? Not too much to say there, to be fair. So what we're going to have to do now is go ahead over to our app over here. And inside of dashboard, where we've got admin folder here, we're going to make another folder inside of dashboard called employee. Okay. So, and then inside of employee, we're going to make a couple of pages. I think not literally a couple. I think we're going to make 3. Yeah, we've got one. Well, we've got one main page.tsx, and then we'll have one, two, or 2 folders for the requests, my requests, and new request pages. So we'll say for the first one, my request, and we'll say page.tsx, and then we'll make another folder inside of employee called new request. And we'll put a page.tsx inside of that as well there, okay? And just say RAFC for that part. I've just checked one thing actually. We need to move this layout inside of admin here. We need to move this into the actual dashboard folder. Just go ahead and move that into the dashboard over there because that layout needs to be shared between both the employees and the admins, not just on the admin route. So that's why we just move that back there. So just make sure you got your layout.tsx inside of the parentheses dashboard close parentheses instead of just inside of the admin folder. So let's start off with this home page, so to speak, of the employee over here. So we'll go over here and we'll say page.tsx. And let's do a couple of things, okay? The first thing I want to do is import auth from @lib/auth is the first thing, okay? Then I'm going to go ahead and import redirect from Next Navigation. Oh, whoops, getting a bit tied up there. Then I'm going to go ahead and say import link from Next Link. Then I'm going to import the button from @components/UI button. And I'm going to go ahead and import the card contents, the card header, and the card title, all from @components/UI/card. Okay. So then what we'll do is kind of do the standard thing, inside of the page over here. So we're going to grab the data of the employee, and to do that, we're going to get the user ID equals await auth. And because we're awaiting it, we need to convert this into asynchronous as well up here, like that. And then we'll just say if there's no user ID, we redirect them away, and we'll redirect them to the home screen. Then I'm going to say const data equals await Prisma dot time off request. And again, just import Prisma here. And we're going to say time off request dot find many. And we're going to get all the time off requests that the user has made now. Okay, so we'll say where the employee ID, so where the employee has a clerk ID equal to user ID. And from that, we will include the employee as true. Okay, then we're going to say const available days equals await Prisma dot user dot find unique. And we're going to say where the clerk ID is equal to user ID. And then we're going to say the available days. And sorry, in the side of the select, I should say, we're going to say the available days is equal to true. I'm just checking over here why we're getting a weird thing coming up. That's because I've got the square bracket instead of curly brackets. So yeah, available days is true is what we want to select. Then we're going to get the total request by just calculating, saying const total requests equals data.length. So it's coming from the time of request up here. Okay, and then underneath that, we're going to get the approved requests. So I say const approved request, and we'll just filter over the requests. Sorry, we'll filter the data, and on each request, we will only return if the request.status or status equals approved, and we'll get the length from that. Then we're going to do the same thing for pending requests and just filter so we only get the statuses that have pending on them as well, all right? So nice and easy there. Now what we've got to do is see why we're getting a bunch of errors over here saying data is, because I'm doing it underneath, that's why. Okay, I need to move this up and put it here so it's in scope. There you go, because it was out of scope a second ago. So now that that's done, let's go ahead and we'll actually start painting out the UI now, so to speak, which is going to be quite simple for this one. So let's just say class name space y-8 mt12. And then we're going to say over here div with a class name of flex col space y of 2. And we're then going to go ahead and say h1 class name is equal to text 3xl, font bold. And we're going to say for the next one, employee dashboard inside of it. Dashboard. And then we'll just say, welcome back user.firstname. Actually, no, we won't even do that. We'll just say welcome back. Oh, sorry, we'll just say employee dashboard even. Then inside of the p tag, we're going to do a class name of text gray 500. We'll say manage your time off requests. Say div with a class name of grid gap 6 LG grid cols 2. And then we'll say card with a card header and a card title. The card title will just say time off requests. And underneath that card title, we'll put a card description, which is just going to say manage your time off requests. And then underneath that card description, inside of the underneath the card header as well, we'll do a card content, inside of which we're going to render a div with a class name of flex col space y of 2. And it's going to have inside of it a button with an as child on it. And it's going to say link href equals /employee /new request. And inside of that link, what we're going to do is just say new request. So I'll take them to the new request page, which was one we're going to create in a minute. And on this button, apart from just having as child, we're just going to keep as child, actually, I meant to say there. We're going to do another button underneath. And this one's going to have a variant of outline. And it's going to have an as child property on it as well, just like the other button above. And we're going to have a link with an href of /employee /my requests. View my requests. Okay, cool. So then underneath this one over here, we're going to go ahead underneath this button, go under the div, go under the card content, go under the card, into the div of the next div. So inside of the div underneath the card. And we're basically going to do another card now. So let's just say card again, card header, card title. I'm going to say quick overview. And card description. And we're going to say your time off at a glance. Underneath this card header, we're going to do our card content. We're going to have a div with a class name of grid. Grid calls 2, gap of 4. And we're going to do a div with a class name now of rounded LG BG gray 100 P4 text center. Close off that div, and I'm going to put 2 divs inside of it. The first one's going to have a class name of text to Excel font bold, and it will just say total requests. We'll have another div underneath with a class name of text SM, text gray 500, and we'll just say total requests. Okay, cool. So now that we've got that one there and it's rendering out a total request, we're just going to basically copy the 4 divs here and just do Alt-Shift down 3 times. So 1, 2, 3. And we're just going to change the parts of it because it's going to be the same anyway. So we'll just say approved request for this next one. And then over here, we'll just change this from total requests to approved requests. And then for the next one, instead of total request, we'll just say pending requests and change the text to be pending. And then for the final one, we will say available days. And we're just going to say days available. Now we need to go ahead and make sure this days available is correct. It's available days up here. So I'm just seeing why we're getting an error. What's the problem? Okay, we'll just say available days. Then if there is available days, we'll render them. Otherwise, we'll just render 0. Okay, or not available would be better for the user experience, actually. So now that that's done, let's go ahead and say over here, we'll go, well, so obviously at the moment it's worth pointing out that we cannot access this page just yet. And the reason, and by the way, update this import to be from Clerk Next.js server. The reason we cannot update it is because we don't have an employee account. We've only got an admin account. So let's go back over here now to our page. And I'm on my admin page, obviously, over here, right? Let's go ahead now and just say admin. I think I need to make it lowercase. And what we're going to do as well is when they go to the home page, if they're signed in, we're going to redirect them to the admin page or the employee page, depending on their role. And the reason we're doing that is so that we don't have to have it in the nav bar, like the admin option or the dashboard option in the nav bar, because they won't need a nav bar because they'll always be pushed back to the same place. Now, on the Mark Henry WWE Champion 123 at gmail.com account, this is the admin account we've been working on for the past 5 hours or so, right? So we're already able to see the employees, and we're also able to have invitation codes as well over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy one of these invitation codes. I'm going to put it somewhere safe, like this. And I'm going to go ahead now and sign out. And I've been redirected to the home screen. I've just made another Gmail account now. Okay, and we're going to sign in with this Gmail account and we're going to try to onboard as an employee and we're going to use the invitation code that we just set up, okay? So I'm going to go ahead now and just sign in. I'm going to continue with Google on my other screen. And I'm going to sign in with seanmichaelshbk@gmail.com over here, okay? So I'm going to sign in and click continue. And this is a good chance to test our onboarding flow as well. So we're not getting pushed to the onboarding screen when we sign in. That is a problem, okay? And we don't have a role either assumed over here. So that is something we need to fix, guys, because that's not okay. If I refresh, I wonder if it will push me to onboarding. It doesn't push me to onboarding, okay? So let's fix that. I think it's because the homepage is a public route, so we'll have to fix that, okay? So I'm going to pause the video now and apply those changes. So I've just gone ahead and added in some condition checks over here, basically to account for the fact that if there is a user ID and the path name is equal to / so the home page, and the metadata.onboarding completed is not true, then we redirect them to onboarding. And over here as well, this part here is optional, by the way, you don't have to do this part. But I've also checked to make sure that if they're on the home page, they have completed the onboarding and they have got a role, we redirect them back to the appropriate role dashboard as well. Now you only need to do that if you want to push them to their authenticated dashboard when they're on the homepage if they're signed in. If you want them to be able to freely navigate around the homepage, even when they have an account, then you don't need to worry about these two if checks here, okay? But just do this one up here, okay? Because now if I go back over here to the actual browser and I try to go to the home screen and press enter, it's just going to push me back to the onboarding screen, okay, which is exactly what we want, because at the moment, if I check the console over here, you can see I've got an empty object, so I don't have any data set up here or anything. So I shouldn't be able to just do whatever I want. I need to be redirected to onboarding. So that's why we've made that change there, okay? So now that that's done, we can actually try to onboard now as an employee. So I'm going to say my name, Sean Michaels, from my email and everything, department, let's just say coding. And then the invitation code we've got is the one I've just copied. Here, let's complete the setup and see what happens. Okay, so I've completed the onboarding now, it looks like over here, but I'm not getting redirected. That's an issue. I wonder if I refresh now, what will happen? I'm getting taken to the employee dashboard, okay, so I am being onboarded correctly, and I'm getting put in the correct dashboard, but I'm not getting redirected, which is an issue. So we'll go ahead now and we'll fix that as well. I've got a solution. It's not really, it's a solution. It's a hack almost around the problem. But if anybody knows what the issue is or how to solve it, let me know, please, because I spent 2 hours nearly trying to do this stuff and I just cannot, for the life of me, make it work the way it should be working. Okay, so it's very simple. What I've done over here is I've got this can redirect variable inside of handle submit outside of the try catch block. If the response to success comes back as true, we set can redirect to true. And then if can redirect, we check this in an if statement outside of the try catch block. If it is there, we put a toast of success saying onboarded to complete successfully, please refresh the page. You don't need the please refresh the page part here. And then we call window.location.reload. Router.push wasn't working for me. Router.refresh wasn't working for me. This is the only way I could get it working, to be honest with you. So I fully hold my hands up and say it's a hack around the problem. So I'm over here now. I'm going to try to sign in. Let's click continue. We're going to get taken to the onboarding screen, I hope. We do. I've got a digit code over here to set in. Complete the setup. And we get redirected to the correct screen, okay? The only other thing I want to show you is one thing I've done just to improve the user experience as well. Is I've done the same thing, by the way, for the admin account as well. So just the can redirect is false, the same setup and everything. And then over in the, where is it? In the can, where is it? Sorry, it's down here. Yeah, I've just put a timeout for 1 second as well, just so it's got a bit of a delay so they can actually read the pop-up message and everything as well. But we're now there at least, okay? So let's go back to the browser now, and we've got to look at the pages we've got. So we've got new request and view my requests. Let's go over to the new request page and start working on this as well. At the moment, it just says page, obviously, because we haven't done anything for it yet. But we can start doing this. So let's go to new request. And by the way, guys, yeah, check the code in the GitHub repo as well, because like sometimes maybe I might update it if like I see a better solution for things and stuff. So bear in mind that what you see in the video might not be exactly what the most recent version of the code is, because I might discover something, I might see a way of solving the problem, a better way of doing something. So I'll always update the code when possible. But yeah, just wanted to tell you that really. So let's redirect the user now to the home screen if they haven't got a user ID. And then we're going to say const request equals await time off request. Sorry, Prisma. And Prisma, you can import it as you've got it, like that. And let's say time off request dot find many. And then inside of that, we're going to just say where the employee ID is equal to user ID. Okay, and then we're going to return a time off request form. Okay, so obviously we don't have that created yet, we should go ahead and create it as well. So inside of the components, I'm going to say time off request form .tsx RAFC like this. And then I will start writing out the UI logic for this as well as importing all of the things. So in terms of what we need, it's going to be quite a big form, to be honest with you. Yeah, well, there's no getting around it. It is a big form, but we'll get through to it. And let's first of all mark this file as use client. Okay. And then we shall start with the rest of the stuff. So this form is going to be quite beefy, but yeah, it's because it has to account for a lot of things. That's the thing. For example, we have to, apologies, we have to account for the fact that the holidays might overlap. There might be an invalid date. We have to account for so many different things when calculating the length of the holiday and also just doing the general logic for that. They can be quite a pain. So let's start off by importing all the bits we need. So we're going to import use state and use effect. And use effect is lowercase at the beginning. And we're going to import this from React. I'm going to import use router from Next Navigation. Okay, I'm going to import use form from React hook form. Okay, I'm going to import next to this Z from Zod. I'm going to import some functions from the FNS as well. So I'm going to import the format, the is same day function, is within interval function, the add days function, and the is weekend function. That's all coming from dateFNS, so really helpful library. Honestly, it's goated, to be honest. And we're going to import the Zod resolver as well. So let's import Zod resolver from hook form resolver Zod. We're going to import the button from at /components /UI /button. I'm going to import the card and card content from, oh, my screen's going to turn off. We'll have to fix that. There we go. From at components /UI /card. We're going to import the input element as well. So say input from at components honestly, I'm just thinking to myself as I type this out, like 90% of web dev is just importing things that other people have written. But yeah, so let's import the input anyway. There's import the text area as well. Yeah, that's definitely true. I think that's just what a lot of this is. But anyway, still, obviously, you have to still put it together and make it work. But I'm just saying. Done. Okay, components, UI, text area. Now, text area is something we need to install. So let's go ahead and open up the what do you call it? The terminal. So let's open up another one, a fresh one. And let's say npx Shadcn at latest add text area. I think it's all lowercase when you can do the installation. We'll see. And we'll just wait for that to install. While it's installing, let's import the select items as well. So select content, select item, select trigger, and the select value. And that's again coming from @/components/UI/select. Now again, select is something we haven't installed yet. So let's just go ahead and do the command from before and change it from text area to select and install that. Okay, it's going to prompt us to pick one of the options. Let's go for use legacy peer dependencies. Okay, that's installed now as well. Let's import our form thing. So let's import form, form control, form field, form item, form label, and form message, all from @/components/UI/form. Let's import our alert and alert description from @/components/UI/form. Let's import not from form, from alert, I meant to say. Then let's import our alert next. Let's say import alert. So what am I saying? Not import alert. I get my words mixed up. Let's now import our types actually from the Prisma schema file, or Prisma client even, but based on the Prisma schema file. So let's say import time off request and time off type from Prisma client. Let's import a badge from @/components/UI/badge. Let's import the toast from Sona. Let's import the calendar from @components/UI/calendar. So we need to install that as well. So let's just go ahead and make sure we've done that. Okay, we'll install that stuff. Legacy peer dependencies. Let's import next our calendar icon. To be fair, like if I'm being completely real with you, you could just use the standard date type from for the date input and have that be the calendar as well. To be fair, that's probably what I should do, but I guess we can also use this as like a learning experience as well. So to be fair, so we'll use the calendar from the Shadcn. It's the same thing, really. I mean, there's obviously some slight differences, but it's not anything massively different. Let's import the popover as well, and the popover content. But yeah, guys, while I'm just writing out these imports, that's one of the things I like about these tutorials and doing them is that as I write out my code, I can see the inconsistencies and issues potentially with my original code. And then it gives me an opportunity to then like improve for the next time, It's just a part of it doesn't have to be perfect each time, really. Obviously, if you're doing banking apps or stuff, it has to be. But when you're doing fun little projects with web dev like this, just making a cool little side project over the weekend, it's fun, it's fine. It doesn't have to be best standards or anything. It's just good to get something out there working, At least that's my philosophy on the matter. Of course, there's a time and place for perfectly consistent code and everything, but sometimes it's nice just to get something that works as well. That's not a justification for doing poor best practices, but you know what I mean. So anyway, we've got all of our things installed now, it looks like. So let's go ahead now and start working on the logic even. So we'll go with our first function. And the reason this file is going to be so big is because we're going to write all the functions before we do the UI logic. Obviously, you could put this in like a lib file as well if you wanted to. But anyway, this one's going to be forgetting the days between. Okay, so we're going to take in a start date of type date and an end date of type date. Okay, and then you're going to see const days equals an empty array to start off with. We're going to write there. Then we're going to get the current date and make it be a new date type. So we're doing a type conversion. new date, and that's equal to start date, just in case. And then while the current date is less than or equal to end date, we will say days.push the new date with the current date inside of it like this. Then we'll say the current date equals add days to current date and 1. And then we're going to return the days from this. Okay, then let's go ahead underneath and we're going to do our request schema now. Okay, so this is going to be quite a long schema because we're going to account for all the errors as well. Let's just say request schema equals z.object to start off with. And what is the object going to take into it? Well, we're going to put curly braces and we're going to say the start date is equal to z.date. And then we'll say required error. If they miss it, we'll just say start date is required. And no point submitting a form if you haven't got the start date. Then we're going to do a comma. We're going to say the end date. That's going to be z.date. And again, it takes an object inside of it. And we'll say required error end date is required. Then we're going to have our type. And also, actually, for the end date, we need to refine it. So go refine over here. Take in the data. And then date. And then we'll just say new date. New date. Dot set hours. So we make sure it's like completely from the beginning almost. So we just put 000 here. 0000 4 times. And then I'm just going to make sure my syntax is correct over here because I've got an issue, I think. Yeah, it's I put data instead of date here. So I just need to fix that. Cool. And then underneath this now, I'm going to go ahead and put a message. So what I'll do is after the parentheses, I'll just say end date must be today or in the future. Then for the type, the AI has done it here already, but we need to make sure we say z.enum. And then we're going to just say vacation, sick, personal, other. And then we again do our required error. Then underneath that bit, we're going to go ahead and give a reason, which is going to be a z.string. But the nice thing is it's going to be optional. And then the max. 1 second, I've got a type issue over here. Let me just see what the problem is. Okay, one moment, I need to go back and fix that. There we go. Almost. No, I've still got my type issue. Okay, there we go. The AI did it for us there. So the reason, again, this is something we still need to do ourselves. So we'll say z.string.optional. And we're just going to do underneath again, exclude weekends. And we'll say z.boolean.optional. And then we're going to say next bit, exclude weekends is z.boolean.optional. So this is like if, for example, the person has a different working schedule to, and we can do this one as exclude holidays, by the way. For example, the company admin or employer or whatever might make it so that employees are working days generally, but then the specific employee might not work on weekends, for example. So they can choose to exclude that there if their working schedule is unique to them outside of like the general company, so to speak, because they might have part-time employees or whatever. So at least that was my thinking behind it. Obviously, if this was a real business, you could do some market research and all of that. But anyway, let's say underneath our custom excluded dates. And same thing over here, if you've got like a doctor's appointment or something, which it's not like a holiday, and you don't want it to be subtracted from your actual holiday days, you can put that over here as well if it does happen to overlap. Again, that was my thinking, with this part over here, really. Outside of all of the stuff, though, I want to call the refine method on it. And the reason I'm doing that, and let's close this down as well, by the way, is because I need to check for some things. So we'll just say underneath over here, refined, and we'll take in the data, and we'll just say data dot start date is less than or equal to data dot end date. If that is the case, we want to put a message saying start date must be before end date. And then we'll put over underneath the comma, we'll put a comma and then a path one, and we'll just say end date here. So that's our custom schema now set up for the request and everything with good error handling. It looks nice there, I would say. Then we're going to do our type. So it should say type is form values. And that's equal to z.infer type of request schema up here. Okay, cool. I just seen what that error was then. And then underneath, let's go ahead and do our, what do we call it? Our has overlap. So we need to check if they match previous holidays as well. So the reason we do that is because if they've got like one holiday which overlaps another, we want to throw an error to say they can't do that. So it's going to take in the start date with type date. It's going to take in the end date of type date. We are then going to take in the existing requests. And we're just going to say, we'll go with time off request, array of time off requests from Prisma. And then we need to do the types. I'm just thinking. Yeah, okay. After the parentheses over here, let's go ahead and do some square brackets. And let's say overlaps is a boolean. It's going to be for the return. I believe I've done this as, yeah. And then we'll say conflicting requests. Is optional. And we'll say time off request. Okay. And then we'll close off that curly brace. And then we're going to do our arrow here. I just tab that in then just to see. Okay, 1 second. I'm getting a weird syntax error. Okay, you know what? I'm going to copy it across, but I'm not going to like write the whole logic out. I'm just going to copy. I mean, I will write the whole logic out, but I'm going to copy the function just to get the syntax. And then I'm going to remove the actual logic inside of it over here, just so we don't get any weird. Well, just because it's not fair for me to copy code across like that. So let's go ahead now. And inside of this over here, we're going to do a for loop. So let's say for const request of existing requests. Let's say const request start equals a new date of request dot start date. Then the const request end equals new date, and we'll say request dot end date. We're then going to do a check inside of this by checking for the start overlap first of all. So we'll say start overlap equals is within interval, which is coming from date FNS. And that takes the start date, which is obviously just start date. And then we'll put an object next to this, which will take in the start of request start and the end date of request end next to it, okay? So then what we've got to do is check for other options as well. So we can say, or is same day, which will take in the start date and the request start. And finally, we'll also check the is same day. And I'm getting a bit off the screen here, so I'm just going to Alt-Shift F to format my code so it goes underneath so you can see it clearer. And then over here for the is same day, let's just say start date and request end. Okay, so then underneath this const start overlap over here, let's just say const end overlap equals is within interval. And we'll just say end date. It's the same thing as before, really, to be honest with you. And to be fair, you could probably just copy this part and then just change everything where it says start to end, really. So yeah, let's just copy that stuff there. Okay, so from above and just change it from start to be end, basically, or request start and request end here. So it's the same for that part, and then just change the end dates over here instead of start dates and stuff, and then you should be good. Okay. The only thing which the AI has also done when I've tabbed that in is to check if they encompass previous dates as well. So you can just have this Boolean check over here. And then we're going to do an if check to say if the start overlap or the end overlap or encompasses existing. So if there's any kind of overlap whatsoever, we're basically just going to say return overlaps as true and conflicting request is the request passed in. Okay. And then after we've done outside of this if statement, we need to return overlaps false. Okay, which will obviously happen if nothing inside of this over here comes through, because this obviously returns here if there is an overlap. So this will only return false if this doesn't come true inside of the for loop, basically. So that's the thinking behind that code there anyway. So now I need to do the get request type of color. So it's just for the UI bit, really. So we're going to say const get request type color, and we'll spell it the American way. It's going to take in a type, and it's going to be a time off type. Okay. And then we're going to say switch, and we're going to say case vacation, and we're going to return a BG blue 100 and text blue 800. Okay. Then we're going to do another check underneath. We're going to say the case is sick. We'll return BG red over here, BG red 100 and text red 800. Then if it's a case of personal, we do BG purple 100 and text purple 800 as well. Okay, and then we'll say other, which will return BG grey 100 and text grey 100. And finally, the default will be to be the same as the other case, basically over here. Okay, so I'm getting one issue over here now. The case, I think, is because I've got to. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, I see. It was just a syntax. Okay, cool. So that's our get request type color function now. It's going to be very helpful. Now we need to have a function, our final one, for calculating the working days. So, apologies for coughing. Let's over here, const calculate working days. And we'll just say insert the start date, takes in date. The end date takes in date. Exclude weekends is a Boolean. Exclude holidays is a Boolean. Custom excluded dates is an array of dates. Now we have to specify the return type of this. So we're going to say like this inside of the curly braces, we'll say total days. It's going to be a number. Working days is going to be a number. excluded days is going to be an array of date. And then we'll go over here next and just fix up the function here. What's the error? Okay, because I'm not actually using any code yet of these over here. So let's first of all calculate the days between by saying const days between equals get days between. And we're going to pass to that the start date and the end date. Okay. And obviously we need to know that because we need to know how many holidays to deduct later on. We're now going to say const total days is the days between dot length. Then we have our excluded dates. Let's just set this up to say const excluded days equals, it's an array of date, and it initializes an empty array. And we're going to say days between dot for each. And for each day, we want to check something. We're going to say if exclude weekends is true, if exclude weekends and is weekend. So if the day matches the is weekend, if the day is a weekend day, Saturday or Sunday, basically, we push to the excluded days that day. Okay. I'm just seeing what the issue is up here because I think I've got a typo. Excluded days. I'm just seeing what I've missed. What I'm missing, not missed. Damn Alfie, come on. Cannot find name. Did you mean exclude weekends? I've done exclude weekends. That's why it's exclude weekends. There you go. Just fix that up and you should get rid of the error. Then we can return from this like that. Then I'm going to say if exclude holidays, I will say, so if exclude holidays and is holiday. One moment, I just got to check one thing. Okay, let me think for a second. I'm having a bit of a brain fart again. Oh yes, I just remembered what I wanted to do. So I forgot to add something in. That's why the excluded holidays doesn't work at the moment. We need to go back up just a tad over here, just above the calculate working days function. And we're just going to basically set up now some bank holidays, so to speak, like some general holidays that most of the people celebrate. So we'll just say bank holidays over here. And what you could do is you could set this up so the employer could do this as well, the bank holidays they have. You could pull from like a government API, for example, which tells you the bank holidays of the country where your customers are. You can do all sorts of stuff, okay? I'm just going to include a couple. So I'm going to say new date. And let's just say new date. We'll just do New Year's Day. And we'll do new date. And we'll do Christmas Day as well. Why not? Okay, so we'll say new date. Dot get full year. And then instead of 14 and 1, let's say 25 and 11 over here, okay? So for our Christmas Day now, and then Boxing Day, same thing up here. Now what we're going to do is go underneath and we will say inside of the exclude holidays one now, which is under here, right here where we are now. 1 second, I should go back in my source code. Yeah. Then we can say and bank holidays dot sum holiday. So we check basically if one of their days matches one of these days. We don't deduce it, we'll deduct it even. So we get the holiday in. We'll then say arrow check is same day, holiday and day. Okay, and then cool. Then we just say excluded days dot push and then day, and then we return from this like that. Okay, brilliant stuff. So now we're going to do the same thing for custom excluded dates. Let's say if excluded or custom excluded dates dot sum, if any of those excluded ones match the is same day as so we'll compare the excluded and the day. Let's say excluded days dot push, and we'll say the day, and we'll return like this. Okay, brilliant stuff. So then we're just going to return from this function now. Underneath, the const working days is equal to total days minus excluded days dot length. And then we return the total days, the working days, and the excluded days from this, okay? Cool. Now what we need to do is go ahead and actually start writing out the UI logic and everything. So inside of our time off request form, the first thing we want to do is specify that we're going to be taking in as a prop some existing requests. Okay, and then we're going to go over here and do curly braces. And we're going to be and the type of existing request, I should say, is an array of time off request. So inside of the UI logic now, let's just return a div for the moment, just to get rid of the typo issue. And then above that div over here, let's set up now what we want to take in. Okay, so even before we do UI logic, we have to do some other logic here as well. So I'm going to say const router of router equals use router. I'm then going to say over here, const is submitting, set is submitting equal to use state of false. The const error and the set error equals use state, string, and null. We'll go ahead and say const date overlap error, and then set date overlap error equals use state. And we'll say string or null. And then we'll just say over here, null. Okay, brilliant. Then what I need to do is check if the calendar is open. So I say const calendar open, set calendar open equals use state false, and that's going to be initialized to Boolean type. And we'll go over here as well, and we'll just say of up here, Boolean, just to get type safety and everything. Then underneath over here, let's set up our form now. So we'll say const form equals use form, and we'll pass in the form values. And we're going to say, okay, first of all, for the resolver, we say Zod resolver, and we'll say request schema. We'll say the default values. We'll say the start date, sorry, the type will start off by default as vacation, just because we want to assume the best. We don't want to assume they're sick or anything. That's not very nice, is it? Then we'll say the exclude weekends is true by default. I think that's a fair assumption. We'll say exclude holidays as true. And we'll say the custom excluded dates is an empty array to start off with as well, okay? Cool. Now that we've done that, let's go ahead and set up our parts for our form. So I'll say const start date equals form.watch start date. Our const end date is equal to form.watch end date. Our const exclude weekends is equal to form.watch exclude weekends. Our const exclude holidays and our const custom. It's all the same thing, really, just form watch all of them basically. So you should have 5 form watches after there. Then we're going to go ahead and destructure out some things. We're going to say const total days working days and excluded days equals start date and end date. If that is there, we're going to call the calculate working days with passing to it the start date, the end date, the exclude holidays, the custom excluded dates, and let's just scroll across just a tad over here. We'll do Alt-Shift-F. Oh, no, so let me do it. Okay, I have to scroll across. So after the custom excluded dates line of code here, let's go ahead and check the alternative now, which is going to be total days is 0, working days is 0, and excluded days is an empty array. Then underneath this, let's go ahead and run a use effect. So yeah, like I said, guys, there's a lot of calculations that have to go on to get this all working. So let's say if start date and end date and so start date and end date and start date is less than or equal to end date. Let's go ahead and say const overlaps conflicting requests, and we call our has they overlap function, which we created earlier on. So has they overlap, start date, end date, existing requests. Let's then say if overlaps and conflicting requests. I'm just seeing if I've got what the issue is over here. If overlaps and what's the issue I've got over here? Has they overlap? Why is it saying I've got a problem? Cannot find name conflicting request. Am I doing something wrong? Oh, because I need to move it inside of the scope over here. That's why. So copy this code and move it inside of this if statement up here. Then it's in scope. At least it should be. Cannot find name conflicting request. What have I doing wrong here? Huh? Huh? I'm doing something. Oh, I see what I'm doing wrong. I've missed the line. Okay. First of all, I need to say const overlaps. I thought I just did this here. Okay, I need to take a moment to make sure I'm not doing anything silly. I've got my start date up here, my end date, exclude weekend. Okay, I need to say exclude weekend. I've got to add that to that. So let's solve that problem first of all. Just get rid of that error. Then over here, we need to check if there's a start date and the end date and start date and end date. Okay, then we pull out the overlaps and we say conflicting requests equals, I must have just forgot to put my code in, has they overlap? And it's going to take in the start date, end date, and existing requests. Then I'm going to say if there's an overlap and it has conflicting requests, we're going to say const formatted start equals format. And we'll say new date conflicting requests dot start date. And we'll say mmm d y const formatted end equals format new date conflicting request dot end date, and we'll say mmm d y. Okay, cool. Now that that's done, let's go ahead and do our underneath the formatted date end even. Let's go ahead and say set date overlap error, and we will say for this one over here, curly braces, we'll say this request overlaps with and we'll say it overlaps with your existing request, and we'll say conflicting request dot type. So we'll say like a sick request or something, and just make sure you put your $sign here, and we'll say request time off request from formatted start to formatted end. Okay, cool. Now that's done. We're going to go for the else part of this now. I'm going to say else set date overlap error to null. Okay, brilliant stuff. Okay, just had to take a quick hydration break. But anyway, so that's our use effect now. We just need to put in the dependency array of this use effect, the start date, the end date, and the existing requests to trigger it, basically. Then we're going to finally do our on submit, and then we can do our UI logic at long last, okay? So let's say for the next part over here, const on submit equals async data dot form values. We'll say set is submitting to true. Okay, so when they submit, we say it submits true. We set error to null, just like from before, really, in our other forms and everything now. Then we're going to go ahead over here and we're going to say const form data equals new form data. And then we're going to basically just append all of the stuff. So we'll say form data append, all of the bits over here, basically, okay? And for the reason one, we're going to say if there's a data.reason, do it then. Otherwise, don't do it. Data.reason. Okay, brilliant stuff. So then we've got to do our working days as well, appended to it, and our custom and our working days. So say format data dot append working days dot to ISO string. So we have exclude weekends, exclude holidays, working days, the reason, the type, the end date, the start date. Okay, that's all good. Then what we want to do is say if the data dot custom excluded dates dot length is greater than 0, we can say form data dot append custom excluded dates dot length. Okay, format data dot append custom. Okay, yeah, I see what I've done wrong. JSON dot stringify, and then we'll say inside of this data dot custom excluded dates, we'll map over it and convert it to an ISO string, basically. Cool, 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 cool. So now that we've done that part, let's go ahead and we'll just say underneath call server action. So we'll say try, and we'll just say call server action to create time off request, and we'll create that later on, okay? Because obviously that doesn't exist at the moment, and this needs to be error of 2 hours, not 1 hour. Cool stuff. So now let's go ahead and we're going to say for the next part, catch the error. Okay, console the error. Okay. Console error creating time off request. Okay, yeah, just set the error. So we'll console the error and we'll set the error to be error.message or an error occurred, and we'll say toast like this. And then over here, let's just say this is going to be a type any. You know what? Let's just put the message over here as an unexpected. You know, I don't even. It doesn't matter at this point. Okay, error here, and we'll just console the error. There you go. And then we'll put finally set is submitting to false. So now, guys, we can finally start doing the UI of all of our form and everything. So what I'm going to do first of all is wrap this in a div with a class name of space y8 mt12. And I'm going to do a div inside of this with a class name of flex col space y of 2. And then we're going to say h1 class name text -3xl font of bold. And we're going to say new time off request, a p class name of text gray 500. And we'll say submit a new time off request to your manager. Okay, cool. And our div next to it. Now we've got to do our card, which is going to contain all of the types of time off requests and everything for the existing requests, I mean to say. So we'll go ahead and do that. Okay, so UI logic time. Again, I just had to take a break, to be honest. It's so hard talking for so long. But anyway, yeah, underneath this div now that's with the p tag inside of it, let's go ahead and check the existing request. So we'll say if the existing requests, we'll check if it exists, then we'll check the length. If the length is greater than 0, and we'll say card, we'll say card content, and the card content is going to have a class name on it, by the way, of p6. We'll go ahead now over here and we'll say h2. Class name is text LG, font semi-bold, margin bottom of 4. We'll go ahead and say inside of it your upcoming time off. Then we'll say the div goes underneath that again with a class name on it of space -y-2. And we'll say inside of this one over here, underneath the space by 2, we'll map over and filter those existing requests. We'll say existing requests dot filter, and we filter first. So let's say for each request, we get the date, and we convert it to a new date from the request dot start date. And then we say if that is greater than or equal to new date, so basically only ones that have actually not happened, we get those. Then we're going to filter over those. And as we filter, we're going to we're going to sort them, I mean to say. So with a dot sort, we're going to check, we'll say new date, a dot start date, dot get time, minus new date, b dot start date, dot get time. And then we're going to map over the sorted and filtered ones. So we'll say map for each request. Let's go ahead and just return a div with a class name on it of p3 border rounded MD flex justify between an item center. Let's also give this a key of request.id. Okay, close off that div as well. Inside of that div, let's go ahead and just say the badge first of all. So the badge will have a class name on it of get request type color, and we'll pass to it the request.type. And then inside of it, we'll say request.type.char at 0 dot to uppercase. Then we will say, well, actually, we don't, it's already uppercase to be fair. Then we're going to plus to that the character at the zero, the first character, the second character, but you know what I mean, first in the, you know what I mean, computers, the way they count. And then underneath this badge, we're going to go ahead and do a div with a class name of MT1. And then we're going to say for this format, we'll say new date, and we'll say request.start date. And then we'll say for the end date as well, like that. And just seeing what my problem is over here. We've got the div, got the, I need to close it off, that's why I think. There we go. Okay, cool. And then underneath over here, I'm going to do another div for the reason now. So this one's going to have, inside of it over here, we'll say request dot reason. And if there is a request reason, we can say and a div with a class name of text -sm text gray 500 and MT1. Like this. Okay. So now that that's done, we need to go ahead and close off that div as well. And like this. And then inside of that div, we'll just say, well, the request.reason, to be honest, is not much more to it. And then after you've done the request.reason, we're going to go ahead and do another one underneath with a badge with a variant of request.status. Status. If it's equal to pending, we're going to apply the secondary variant. Otherwise, if it's request.status is equal to approved, we're going to say default. Otherwise, we will apply the destructive. If they're sick or something, you know, it's like, oh, it's destructive, it's red. It makes sense, it's logical, you know. So let's go ahead now for the badge, and we'll go underneath, and we're going to say the next part, request.status equals pending. And we'll say secondary. Then we'll say, what am I saying? I don't know why I've just done that. Okay. We just need to say request.status.char at 0, and then like this. Okay, so convert the first one to uppercase. Well, it's actually already in uppercase, but then convert the second one to lowercase. And yeah, that's going to be for our existing request now, guys. So now we've got to go underneath and we're going to do the card for the actual form and everything, all right? So this part, I can appreciate it's a lot of code we're going to have to write, but a lot of it we can copy and paste because the card fields are going to be very similar for the form, I mean. So let's do card, we'll do card content, class name of py6, and then underneath the card content, let's go ahead and do a form with .form, and we shall say the baby form inside of this on submit equals form.handle submit on submit. And then on the form, we're going to give it a class name of space -y-6. Okay, cool. And then inside of this, let's go ahead now and render out our Calendar stuff. Okay, first of all, so we'll do the start date for the first one. So we'll say inside of this form, we'll do a div with a class name on it of grid calls 2, sorry, grid calls 1, MD, grid calls 2, gap of 6, and then we're going to go ahead and say form filled, control equals form.control, and then the name is equal to start date. We'll say render, and then we'll go ahead and put inside of this our field. And for each field that we have, 1 second, let's go ahead and render a form item with a form label of start date, and the form control will have an input with a type of date. And we will say on change, and we'll call the E, and we'll say const date equals e.target.value as date. Okay, and then we're going to go over here inside of the onChange. Let's just close off this input because it's causing syntax errors. There we go. And then we're going to say for the date, okay, if there is a date, let's just go ahead and say field.onChange date. Okay, so then I'm just seeing what the syntax error is over here. I think it's because the form field needs to be closed off. There we go. Okay, so then inside over here now, for the new date, got an issue saying, so not overload matches is cool. Okay, let me think for a second. So I don't need to convert it to a date type, that's why. It can be like this. And then over here we call field.change.onChange date. Yep, that's okay. Brilliant stuff. So now, underneath this, we'll say the value is going to be, if there's a field.value, we're going to say format, we'll call field.value, and let's say year, and then hyphen hyphen dd. Otherwise, we render an empty string back. And then underneath the form control, let's go ahead and do a form message. And form item, and that's our first one done now, guys. The beautiful thing is now, right, to get our end date, we can literally just copy this form field down. So just highlight everything and just do Alt-Shift down. And then what we've got to do now is change all of it to be end date instead of start date. So just take end date up here, end date here, and then we'll say input type is date, on change. It's all the same part over here. I'm just making sure we're all good. Yeah, we don't need to change anything for that part there. Okay, so that's really helpful, obviously. So let's go to the div underneath now, and we're going to say if there's a start date and end date and the start date is greater than the end date and let's go ahead and say div with a class name of text-sm text red 500, and we'll say mt2. And then let's go ahead and say inside of this, the end date cannot be before the start date. Okay, so let's go ahead underneath now, and we'll say if there's a date overlap error, we've got to render that out as well for the user. So we'll say div with a class name. Actually, let's do an alert. Let's do an alert here. Say alert, variant destructive, and then alert description, which will just render the date overlap error. And same thing up here as well, let's do this as an alert again. And just put in like so. Then underneath, let's check if there's a if they're the same day, actually, no, they don't need to. That's just a day of one holiday, So let's go ahead now and say start date and end date and the form state dot errors dot start date and this needs to be not over here. Form state dot errors dot end date. So there's no end date or start date errors. Then we're going to render a div, which is just going to be a class name on it of text-sm. And we'll go ahead and say a spam with a class name. One moment. Inside of this div, we'll say the total days is equal to 0. If that is, we will say, we'll just put like a div and a class name. We'll put alert, and we'll say a variant is default. And let's say for this one in the alert description, we'll say same day request, for example, okay? Then underneath over here, if the total days is not equal to 0, okay, one second, actually, I've got a logic error I need to fix over here. If the days is equal to 0, we'll say same day request. Then if it's the total days is equal to 1, we'll say total days equals 1. If that's the case, let's go ahead and just have a spam. We'll just say 1 day. And then we'll go ahead and say a spam, and we'll say total days. Okay, so we get the whole thing. Cool. Okay, that's that part done there now. Now we can go underneath and do our options for excluding specific days, for example. So let's go ahead underneath the div about here, but inside of the form. And for this one, let's just say div with a class name on it of bg gray 50 p-4 rounded md space y of 4. Okay, you're going to take a quick water break, then I'll be right back. Need to rehydrate. Okay, back from my rehydration. Let's go ahead now and say div class name flex item center justify between. And we'll say an h3 inside of this with a class name of text sm font medium. And we'll say day exclusion options. And let's do a div underneath with a class name of relative. And we're going to say an information icon. So let's import that as we write it out. Info icon, class name, height of 4, width of 4. And we'll say text gray 500, cursor we'll just put it like this actually. And then after that icon, we'll go ahead and do a div with a class name. And by the way, the other thing the next div we have underneath now is going to be, so let's over here, let's say cursor help actually. And the div underneath here is going to have a class name on it of absolute hidden group hyphen hover block. So if they hover over the info icon, this text should pop up. And then we'll say width of 64, padding of 2, BG of black, text of white, and then we'll say text hyphen XS, rounded, shadow LG, minus top minus 2, minus right minus 2. And then we'll just say excluded days will show in your time off dates range, but will not be counted as, or will not be counted towards your leave balance, or will not be deducted from your leave balance or your allowance, time off allowance, we'll say better actually. Cool. So then underneath this div now, we need to go ahead and set up our form fields and everything for this one. So let's go ahead, and I just need to work out which div it is. So I've got one here, one here, one here, and then here we do our div for the grid. So we'll say grid cols 1, MD grid cols 2, gap of 4. And we're going to say inside of this a form field with a control of form.control. And just inside of this form field now, let's give it a name of exclude weekends and a render, which will return the field, the form label. And then we're just going to do inside of the form control a checkbox. And make sure that when you use the checkbox, you import it from the components one. Don't import the icon from Shadcn, from Lucid React. Then say checked is equal to field.value. And on checked change, we call the field.onChange event handler. Okay, then underneath this form control, let's go ahead and do a div with a class name on it of space y1 leading none. And we're going to say for this one over here, form label, exclude weekends. Really, and then under the form label, we'll do the form description. And we'll just say Saturday and Sundays won't count towards. We need to do the symbol, don't we? It's at, won't be excluded from your time off. So won't be, we'll say won't be counted, won't be deducted from your leave allowance, we'll say. It's part of web dev as well, just thinking of how to word things to make people understand what they're actually doing, and what things do. Anyway, underneath this form description now in this div in the form item, let's go ahead and do another form field. This time we can just copy it down because it's another checkbox. So just take the form field, highlight it all, and do Alt-Shift down. And we'll say exclude holidays. And for this one, we'll say exclude holidays, and we'll just say holidays, so holiday days. That's different from your leave balance. And then additional non-working days is going to be the same thing. But we just need to go underneath the div now that's wrapping around these. And then we do another one. And we're going to do a form field again for this time. Now for this one, it's a little bit more complicated. We need to render out the custom excluded dates on it and everything. So bear with me for a second while I just think of that. Yeah, let's say form field. And actually, I think we can actually look at what this looks like now in the browser, So I know we've been running a lot of code and we haven't actually seen what we're doing yet. So let's go back to the browser and just have a look, shall we? So this is on the new request page, and obviously nothing's even been returned at the moment. Okay, you know what? Let's finish up, then we'll look at it in the browser because it's going to be a lot of hassle. So underneath this div, let's go ahead and say form field. The control is equal to form.control. The name is equal to custom excluded dates. The render is equal to the field call over here. Then we return a form item on each one. We'll return a form label saying custom excluded dates. And we'll just say this is optional. Then inside, we're going to do a form description. we'll just say add specific dates that should be received your time off balance, e.g., dentist appointments or sick leave, for example. You know what I mean? Anything like that. It's really company specific, so it's hard to say. But yeah. So anyway, in the form control now, sorry, the form description is going to have underneath it a div with a class name on it of flex wrap gap2 mt2, and we're going to do a field.value inside of this check. So we'll say field.value.map. For each date and index, we return a badge with a key of index and a variant of outline and a class name on it of gap1. And then we format the date that's coming in. Underneath that badge, we're going to put inside of that badge even, we're going to put a button with a variant of ghost and a size of SM and a class name of height of 4, width of 4, padding of 0. And then we're going to say over here on click, we're going to call this, I'm going to say const new dates equals ... field.value. And we'll say new dates.splice index1 and field.onChange. Okay, brilliant stuff. So now that that's done, let's go ahead and work on the one moment underneath that badge. We've got a button. Oh yeah, inside of the button we need to render an icon, don't we? That's what it's going to say. Let's render an X icon. With a class name of height of 4 and width of 4. There you go. And then let's go ahead and do a popover underneath now, which is going to be for opening up the calendar conditionally. So I'll go ahead and do that. Okay, lost my train of thought then. But anyway, let's continue with the code. So underneath the badge, yeah, we're going to do a popover now. That's what I was going to say. I remember now why I had the calendar and then I had the other one. So the popover has to go inside of the form item, I should say, as well. So underneath the badge, and then inside of the div and the form item, let's just say popover, and we'll say open, calendar open. And I think I need to set up that state as well, actually. Yeah, well, oh no, I've already got it set up, actually. And we'll say on open change is equal to set calendar open. Yeah, popovers, by the way, are self-contained, so you can just do like this. You don't have to have a closing popover tag specifically. Really? It's going to start bugging out now. What? No, I don't want to have the popover. I want to have the popover trigger, yes, but I want the... Oh no, popovers aren't self-closing, that's why I was confused. Silly me. Silly me, silly me. They're not, no. But we have a popover trigger inside of this over here, I should say. And inside of the popover trigger, we're going to have a button with a variant of outline size will be SM. The class name one is height of 8, and the size is SM. See, that's what I mean. AI does some nice things, but it doesn't do everything. And we'll just say add date over here. Cool. Then let's go ahead now for the popover trigger, underneath the popover trigger, sorry, and do our popover content. So popover content like this with a class name of width of auto, padding of 0, and a line at start, the popover content. Then we're going to do a calendar mode of single. And then selected is going to be equal to undefined over here. And then the on select, we're going to take in the date. And we're going to say if there's a date, let's say const exists equals field.value.sum is same day, and we need to give the d and the date. And then if it doesn't exist, so if that's fine, we just set the new field to be that. And then we set is calendar open to false to close the calendar after they set the new date, basically. Nice and easy. We also need to disable the calendar if the date, if we have a start date and we have an end date, and the date is less than start date, or the date is greater than the end date of the holiday. Otherwise, we just return false over here, okay? So it's not disabled, basically. So I've got a syntax error over here. Just need to fix that up as well. Hopefully we can just tab it away. See not. Okay, you know what? I'll just put it in myself. Basically, for disabling dates out of the selected range. There we go, okay. And then we're going to just say initial focus as well. So as soon as it opens up, this is the thing they focus on. And that's our bit over there. Inside of the popover and popover content, that's all good now. We just need to show a form message underneath the div inside of the form item. So form message, like this. Hey guys, so now let's go underneath the div that's underneath the form message and form item. So it's going to be this one here. But make sure that you stay inside of the form. That is an important part of this. And then once you're outside of that div, but inside of the form, let's go ahead now and check if there is a start date. So just say start date. And if there is an end date as well. So if they've got both things checked off and there is no errors, so no form state errors start date. So no errors with the start date and no errors with the end date. If that's the case, we want to render a div out, okay? So what we'll do is we'll render a div with a class name of bgblue50. We're going to say p4 rounded md and space -y-2. Then we're going to do a div inside of this with a class name of flex items center justify between. And then inside of that, we want to go ahead and do a span with a class name of font-medium. And we want to say inside of this duration summary. So when they've got everything checked off, we want to show them the summary of the time off that they are requesting, basically. And that's what this part of the page is going to be for over here, okay? This is one of those things which you could probably split into another component as well, like with a lot of the stuff on this form. But again, I wanted to keep it all inside of one file just to make it easier to follow along with, at least in my opinion, you know. Sometimes it can be hard to follow on when you've got loads of files to work with. But anyway, let's do another div underneath now with a class name of gridcols1, md gridcols2. We'll say gap of 3 and text -sm. We'll do a div inside of this over here with a class name of font medium. And we'll say inside of this font medium, we're going to just say the total days. And then underneath that div, we're going to do another div with a class name on it. Sorry, no class name even. And it's just going to render out total days. Like so. Okay, and make sure you've got this curly brace like that. And what we'll do next to the total days is we'll put like some text next to it and conditionally change it. So we'll say calendar day, and then we're going to do a condition check to check the length of the total days to know if we should add a plural here, or in other words, if we should add an S or not. So we just say total days is not equal to 1. If that's the case, let's render an S. Otherwise, we render an empty string like so. Okay, then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to render another div underneath this div here. So just do another one here. Just checking where it's got to go, sorry. It's got to go inside the grid, yes, so here. And we'll just say for this one div class name, or sorry, no div class name for this one, then a div inside of it has a class name. And it's going to have a font medium and a text blue of 700. Then it's going to have a working days. So this is going to be the ones that are actually going to be taken from their time off, so to speak. So we'll say div class name, text blue 700. We'll say font bold. And we're going to just say working days inside of this. And again, we'll just say next to the square bracket, curly braces, we'll say day, and then we'll do the other check again to check if it's plural, it should be plural or not. So we'll say working days is not equal to 1. If that's the case, S, otherwise empty string. And we'll close off that div there. Okay, cool. So then inside of this div underneath now, sorry, underneath this div here, and then underneath, so I've got this one here out as well. I've got this one. We want to be inside of the grid. So this div here, press enter, make sure you're inside of it. And then we're going to check the excluded length, excluded days.length, and check if it's greater than 0. So we're going to say excluded days dot length. Let's put a question mark as well, just for good practice. Length is greater than 0. If that's the case, let's go ahead and render a div with a class name of col-span-2. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and do a div with a class name of font medium inside of it. And that div that has the font medium class on it is just going to say excluded days. And essentially our plan is to just map over the excluded days. So then underneath that div, which has the excluded days, then we're going to do another div with a class name of text gray 600. And we're going to go ahead underneath. And we'll just say excluded days dot length day. And we'll say excluded days dot length 1 is not equal to 1, sorry. If it's not equal to 1, we want to put an S. Otherwise, we put an empty string. Okay, and then underneath that div, sorry, inside of that div, we're going to check again if, what was I going to say? This one here needs to go inside of one set of curly braces, I think. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Okay, and then the div next one we do is going to, yeah, map over the excluded days. Okay, just checking one thing to make sure I'm doing everything correctly. It's all looking good. Yeah, I think we're okay. Just want to put this on this line here just so I can visualize it better for my sake. Okay, it's easy for me to follow now. All right, cool. Let's go ahead now and just say the excluded days dot length is not equal to, is greater than 0, sorry. And if that's the case, we want to render. We'll say a div with a class name of mt1 text-xs. And then next to it, we're just going to say, a moment, there we go. Inside of that div, we're going to do a class name on it of mt1 and text.xs, just to separate it a little bit from the ones above. And we're going to map over, sorry, inside of the excluded days that we've got, we are going to render a span So we'll say excluded days dot map. For each day, we're going to get the index as well. And we're going to return a span with a key of the index. And then we're going to put a class name on this span of inline block mr-2, mb-1, px2, and py-1, and bg-gray 100, and rounded. Okay, then for the span, we're just going to say format, and we're going to say day, EEE, MMM, D, and then we're going to say if there's a weekend, we're going to say is weekend day. If that is the case, we're going to render just some text that says weekend next to the day, so it'll be Saturday or Sunday, then it'll just say weekend in parentheses. Then we're going to do an alternative if check to say bank holidays dot sum. Okay, and then we'll say for each holiday, we're going to check if it is same day. And if it is, we're going to go ahead and just say holiday. Otherwise, we'll return an empty string. Okay, so if they've got like a bank holiday, which is Christmas Day, which we hard-coded in our array earlier, again, as I mentioned earlier on, you could make the admin set what they want to be a bank holiday as well, for example. Really, there's so many different ways you can take this project, okay, guys? For the moment, we'll just do it like that. So now, let's go underneath, over here, and we're going to do another form field for the time off type. So I'm going to go underneath the divs now. So this is the part which is going to be kind of hard to follow along with, I think. And to go to the closing curly braces here of our thing we just built here. Then go one div under, two divs under, three divs under, then inside of the form. Then do the form field. And this form field is going to be for the time off type. Okay, so we'll say control is form.control. The name equals type. The render is going to just return a field, and we're just going to say for the next part, we'll return a form item with a form label. And we'll just say time of type. And we're going to say a select inside of this with an on value change equal to field.onChange. Nothing crazy there. Then we'll close off that select and we'll say default value. Field.value, and then we're going to say inside of this select, we're going to say form control. And we're going to say select trigger. And then inside of it, we're going to say select value with a placeholder of select a type of time off, so like a reason basically. And then we'll go underneath the form control and we're going to do our select content now. And inside of our select content, we can just do some select items. And basically, these have to correspond to the types of holidays, you know. So we'll say vacation. And we're going to do a select item with a value of sick. And we're just going to say sick leave. We're going to select item again afterwards with a value of personal. And we're just going to say personal time. Then we're going to say select item with a value of other. I'm just going to say other here, okay? And then underneath that select content, just do a form message, okay? And then finally, for the last form field, we're just going to do a explanation of their reason, okay? So like, if they've got a vacation they picked, you can say, I don't know, going to Greece. If they're sick, just say doctor's appointment or whatever. And it's completely optional for the user to enter this in. So let's just say form field. And we'll say control is equal to form.control. The name is equal to reason. The render is equal to field. And we're going to return a form item with a form label inside of it. The form label is going to say reason optional. And the form control is just going to have a text area. And the text area is going to have some properties on it with a placeholder saying enter a reason for your time off request. And we're going to say class name min hyphen height hyphen 80 pixels. And we're going to say curly braces dot 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 field. For our form control, we're going to say form message. Okay, brilliant. And then, guys, we've done all of our form fields now, finally. So now we just need to check if there's an error. And if there is, we're going to render an alert with a variant of destructive. And we're going to say an alert description, which is going to have an error rendered inside of it. And we're going to do a div again with a class name of flex justify n space x2. We're going to do a button now with a type of button, a variant of outline, and an on-click event, which is going to call router.back. So basically, we cancel the time off request, and we'll just say cancel inside of this. Then I've got another button for the next part, which is going to say button here. But this button is going to have a type of submit, and a disabled equal to is submitting, or is date overlap error, because we don't want them to have a date overlap error when they submit their holidays. And let's just say is submitting, and submit request. Okay, and then we just got an issue up here. I think it's just to say date overlap error, not is date overlap error. There you go, okay. And then our disabled is throwing an error over here, string on no, brilliant, defined. Wonder if we just quick fix that. We can see what the issue is. Oh, there you go. There you go, fine, just check if it's not equal to null. Oh, you know why? It's because originally in the code, I had it like this. There you go, and that fixed it for me in the original source code. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. So now that we've done our form, guys, I can't believe we've actually done our form. I know it's a huge file. It's probably, you could definitely refactor it into smaller components. I'm not denying that whatsoever. For the purposes of the tutorial, I did it all in one file, okay? But again, if I was in an environment where it was of the utmost importance to have quality code like this, well compartmentalized code and everything, yes, I would say to split it into components as well, okay? So I just want to be very upfront with you on that part there. Got an issue over here. I think, what's this say? Exclude weekends. Okay, not a problem. Let me just go ahead and check that. Got a couple of errors in this file. Nothing too crazy though, it looks like, so we can definitely sort it out. The calculate working days call. This is down here, okay. Got my start date, got my end date, got my exclude weekends. Exclude weekends is equal to form.watch exclude weekends. I've got a type issue here. I think we just need to just check the type of it. Let's just fix it with the quick chat. Yeah, there you go. Cool. All right, brilliant stuff. So now let's see what the other red is for up here. I think it's just for unused imports. Yeah, so just some things I accidentally imported earlier on. And then select it like this is just a typo. I'm using all the other ones. There's no other red here. Cool. Let's go ahead now and do our server action. Okay. So our server action is all the way down here. No, it's our server action, guys. Where's our server action? It is going to be a search for on submit. There we go. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and make our server action now. So in terms of where we're going to put this one, we're going to put it in a new file. So we'll go and open up the sidebar. And inside of our actions folder, let's go ahead and do employee actions. .ts. Just make sure you give it a file extension of .ts. And then mark this with use server at the top. Okay. And then we're going to make an asynchronous function, an asynchronous server action for our time off request. So yeah, really easy stuff now from now on, guys. So we're going to say export async function. We're going to call it create time off request. And it's going to take in our form data of type form data with capitalized at the beginning. And then we're going to say over here const user ID equals await auth. And we just need to make sure we import our auth up here again. So we'll just say import from Clerk Next.js server and everything. Cool. And then underneath, we're going to say if there's no user ID, throw an error. Next thing we want to do is get the user in the database. So say db user equals await db.user, sorry, Prisma .user.find unique. We want to get where the clerk ID is equal to the user ID. And that's what we want to do there. Then if there's no DB user, we can throw an error and we can just say user not found. Then we can pull out the data from the form. So we're going to say const start date equals form data.get start date, end date, so on and so forth. Just basically get all of them. So, apologies. So then what we want to do is, one moment. Yeah, we don't need these ones here because they're going to be stored, they're going to be on the client side for the calculation anyway. So I do need to make sure that I pass my working day. I get my working days and pass that though. So let's just say const working days equals form data.get working days as string, or we do a conversion and have it as a 0 if it's not there. Just making sure I've got the other things all set up correctly. End date and start date. This doesn't need to be specified as string. The other ones do. Okay, cool. Let's check if there's no start date. Or there is no end date. Or there's no type. We'll throw an error, say missing required fields. Okay. Then what we want to do is just actually create the time off request now, and that'll be it really. So we'll just say const time off request equals await Prisma dot timeoff request dot create. And we're just going to say data is start date. And we'll just say new date. We'll say as string. And we'll say end date. And then we'll pass in all of the stuff we need. So we need the type. And we'll say type as time off type. And we'll import the time off type in a second. We need the reason. We need the employee ID. And we need the working days count equal to working days. Up here, okay. And then I've got to import the time off type as well. Employee ID needs to be set to user.id or db user.id or user.id. No, db user.id. I'll get my words out actually. db user.id. And then for the working days, can we pass it as an integer? I don't need to say it's a string to do it up here, really, to be fair. So I can just say like this and then pass it as an integer. And then I don't have to do the type conversion over here. And then I just want to return the time off request. And I'm just going to wrap all of this now in a try catch block as well. So highlight all of this code we've just done. We'll get there in the end. And just say try catch the error. Okay, brilliant stuff. So anyway, now let's go ahead and we'll import this into our time of request form now. So back over here, where we've got the part that says call server action. We've got our checks over here in the try block. Let's just go ahead and we've done all of our stuff here, which is good. Got our check here. Yeah, we just need to await now our time of request. So time of request. We'll say await, create time off request. And we'll just say const time off request, const time off request data equals this. And then we're just going to say if time off request data, we will do a toast for success and we'll push them to their holiday page. So router.push employee / my requests. So let's go ahead now and make a time off request. So we've got to go back to the page now for this over here. And we need to actually pass down the expected data to the form as well. Because otherwise we're going to not be able to do anything. So let's say inside of the page over here, we're just going to return the time off request form. And the existing request prop is going to be equal to the requests from our API call over here. Amazing. So now let's go back to the browser and see what we're working with. Let's refresh. We'll just wait for that to work. It's being really slow, so I'll pause it and be back when it's done loading. Okay, amazing stuff. So we've got a time off request set up over here now. Let's go ahead and just do a standard one. Let's say we want to do for March 19th to the 27th, for example. Let's go ahead and create this request and submit it. And we'll say reason is feeling ill. And we'll submit the request. Time off request because it's created successfully and will be redirected. Let's go ahead and check the database. Apologies. I'm going to go to the time off request over here. I'm going to refresh. I think we might have an issue though. Okay, I need to start my npx Prisma Studio. That's the issue. Not a problem there whatsoever. npx Prisma Studio, because when I record it, I always take breaks in between, and it's not recorded in the same session because that would be crazy to sit here for 10 hours doing this. But yeah, okay. And then we're going to go ahead and just load it up and we'll see what happens. Okay, we'll wait for it to load. Time of request. And we've got our time of request over here as well, okay? So it's from the 19th to the 27th. That's all matching. We've got our reason, pending status, type vacation, employee ID. It's linked to the correct user. Amazing stuff. Yes. So let's go ahead now and go to the admin side to see if we can handle this time off request with the page that we didn't do earlier on for the admin. And then we'll do the my request page for the employee. And then we'll be basically done. Okay. Actually, guys, you know what? Let's do the my request page first for the employee, and then we'll go ahead and do the admin page. It makes more sense to do it that way now that I think about it. So this is the employee dashboard page over here, by the way, now that we have made a request and everything. And we just did the new request page. Now we've got the view my request page over here, which is obviously returning a 404 at the moment. So let's go ahead now and set up that page and make it all actually, work, so to speak. So what we'll do is we shall go and open up our code first of all. Be a good start, wouldn't it? Open up the sidebar and let's close this down. And let's go over here next to new request and my request. And let's just say, this should be plural, by the way, my requests. Perhaps that was the issue actually. Then it should be my requests plural. And the user was getting redirected to my request. Oh, you see, look, now it's working. Yeah, okay. All right. I was wondering why it was playing up them. Anyway, so let's go ahead now and just check in our time off request form actually where they're getting redirected to as well to make sure they are getting redirected to the correct place. So it should be my requests. Yeah, so it will actually work now, okay? So over here in the page.tsx now, let's go ahead and set that up. So rather than it just saying a page, obviously, let's return let's import some things first of all. Let's import, and this is all server side, by the way, so we don't have to make a client-side component for this part, so just returning the data. So let's say import work / Next.js / server. Let's import redirect from Next Navigation. Let's import link from Next Link. Let's import format date. Let's import Prisma. It should be Prisma from app / lib / Prisma. Then we need to import our button from app / components / UI / button. Then we need to import our card content from app components / UI / card. Let's import our table body, table cell, table head, table header, and table row, all from app components / UI / table, obviously. Let's close down that sidebar as well. And let's finally import our badge from components UI badge. You guessed it right now. Let's convert the page to asynchronous as well. And we're going to go ahead and say const user ID equals await auth. If there's no user ID, let's go ahead and redirect them to the home page. And we're going to get the DB user. Prisma.user.findUnique, where the clerk ID is equal to user ID. And then we're going to go ahead and get the time off request as well. But first of all, there's no DB user. Let's redirect them to the onboarding. Then we're going to get the requests and we're going to await Prisma.timeOffRequest. And we're going to say where the employee ID is equal to dbuser.id. And also we want to select some specific things or include them. We're going to include the manager as true. And we're also going to order by created at as descending. Okay, and then we're just going to return some stuff over here as well. So let's return a div with a class name of space y4 or 8 even, and we'll go mt12 like we've been doing most of the time, to be honest, in the app. And then inside of this, we're going to return our header stuff. So let's make this multi-line, and then we're going to return with text2xl and text3xl actually is what we do want to have. And also, this needs to be, see, this is why AI, you can't trust it sometimes, you see. Let's do a div, first of all, with class name flex, item, center, justify between. And then let's say over here, div with a class name of flex col, space y2. And then we'll say h1 class name is text-3xl font bold. And we'll say my time off requests. And I'm going to say p with a class name of TextGrid 500. Like I've said 1,000 times, guys, you could put this in its own component as well because we're using a lot of this div around our pages. But I just like to write it out for the tutorial and stuff. And then obviously, if you're in an environment where it's important to have code like that, by all means, go ahead and do it. But we're just getting like an MVP at the moment, something that works. So let's go ahead and say a button as child. And then we'll say link is an href to employee / new request. Make sure it's 2 E's, new request. And we'll just say new request inside of it. Cool. Let's go underneath this div now and render out our card. So just say card content. It's going to have a class name on it, by the way. Of p-6. Then I'm going to say the requests dot length equals 0. If it does, we're going to render out a div, a class name of flex col, item center, justify center, py-6. I'm going to do a p with a class name of text gray 500. And we're just going to say you don't, and we're going to do our apostrophe. So we're going to say at _t. Have any time off requests yet? Okay, then we're going to go underneath that p tag, and we're going to render a button with a class name of mt4 and an asChild property on it. And we're going to put a link inside of this with an href of employee / new requests. And let's just say create your first requests. Okay. Then after this, let's go ahead and do a table. We're going to do a div with a class name wrapping around that table first of all, with overflow -x -auto. Then I will go over here and I'll do a table. table header, table row, and then table head. And we're just going to say dates. And then we'll say type, status manager. We'll say for the next one, created. And we will also say notes. Okay. I did not mean to close cursor down then. That was an accident. All right, I'll be right back once I've reopened that. It was silly of me. Okay, I'm back after being cut off by myself by closing down the tab or closing the cursor window. So where we were on the My Request page, weren't we? And we were just doing our table. We had our table cell over here as well. Yes, okay, one moment. I need to move this across over here. Okay, yeah, okay, I remember now. So, yes, we had our table body we were working on. So let's do the table body. So inside this, we're just going to map over our requests. Let's say request.map for each request. We want to do something specific, and the thing we want to do is return a table row. Now, the table row is going to have a key of request.id, and then we're going to do our table cell. The first table cell, we're going to call onto it the format date option. We're going to say request dot start date to request dot end date and format them both with format date function. In the next table cell, we're going to say request dot type. Then we're going to say another table. So in this time, we're going to render a badge depending on what is happening. So if the request, so render a badge, I should say. And then the variant of that badge is what's going to be conditional. So we'll say variant is equal to curly braces. And if the request.status is equal to pending, we render secondary. Else if the request.status is equal to approved, we return the default. Otherwise, we return the destructive. Then inside of the badge, we're going to render out the character at 0 and 1 for each one. So request.status.char at 0 plus the 1 at 1. Okay, so the first two characters of the request type. And then for the next table cell, we're going to render out the manager, but we're going to check if they are there first of all. So let's say table cell, and we'll say request.manager request.manager, and we'll render out the request.manager first name, and then the request manager last name, and then otherwise not available. And then for the table cell, we'll go ahead for the last one, just do our notes. Sorry, our last two. We'll do the created at. The request created at, and then we'll say the table cell request.notes if they are there. Otherwise, we'll just render just no notes, for example. Okay, that's our table row. Just got a syntax error. It looks like someone just figuring out where that is. Oh, there we go. That looks like to be the case. Just one closing parentheses around everything. And then under our table, we've got our card. And yeah, just close it off then. And that's our request page done now for the employee. So if I click on view my request now over here, we should see we've got my request that I've been making, and it's a pending request at the moment. All right, and we've got the dates over here as well that it's going to take place on. Lots of fun stuff. They click on new request, and then you get taken to the new request page. I'll click on it again. It just always loads so slowly in development mode, doesn't it? And then over here we've got our form and everything. We'll have to do some final testing for this afterwards as well to make sure everything is working. But now let's sign out, and we'll sign in as an admin as well. Okay, so I've signed out. Let me sign in over here. So I'm going to continue into the Mark Henry account. Let's continue. And I go over here now and I log in as the admin. I can say I've got 1 pending request. I've got 2 employees. I've got 0 active activation codes, invitation codes, and 0 approved requests. If I go to view all requests over here, now I can see I've got the status of this request over here and everything. If I can go on view, this is going to be the page which we need to create now to handle the individual requests, and that's what we're going to do next, okay? So let's do that, and then we'll be almost done after we've got our final testing. So we'll do this, then we'll do our final testing, then we shall be done. So let's work through this then, shall we? So what I want to do first of all is go to the page, and I'm going to create the actual page inside of the folder we're on right now, okay? So for the moment, in the admin page over here, let's go over here quickly, I'll show you. We haven't got a specific page for the time off request. We've got the time off request over here, which is fine and everything, but we need to have one for the specific time off request because, as you saw in the URL a second ago, it had the ID in the URL, and that's going to be how we check this. Okay, so I'm going to first of all just say right click in the time off request, and I'm going to make a folder with a square brackets wrapping around ID. Then what I'm going to do inside of this is say a page.tsx. Then what I'm going to do inside of that is return my page. Okay. Then the next thing I have to do is basically make other logic for showing an individual page. Okay. Apologies for coughing. Genuinely sorry. It's a problem I have from talking for too much, I think. So let's go ahead now and import all of our bits and bobs. We're almost there, guys. We are so close to finishing. Let's import the auth from @/clerk @clerk /Next.js /server, like so. Then let's import our redirect and not found from next navigation. Let's import our format date from libutils as well as our calculate days from libutils. Let's import our Prisma from @/lib Prisma. Let's import our badge from @/components /UI /badge. Let's import, well, actually, we don't need any more imports at the moment. And let's basically get all of the server-side stuff over here now, okay? So the first thing I want to do is grab the params and specify the type that they're going to come in as. So params is going to have inside of it an ID, which itself is of type string. Then what I want to do is basically, grab the user ID and everything, the drill by now. User ID equals await auth. And then we're going to have to go ahead and say if there's no user ID, we're going to redirect to the home screen. Then what we want to do is grab the ID and await the params. So for those of you who don't know, with params, you have to await them inside of server-side components. So also I'm going to convert this into an asynchronous component over here. Now I know it's going to say, oh, it has no effect, but it does have an effect because if you don't do it, it throws an error and it tells you to await it in the Next.js docs. So if anybody knows, if anybody wants to comment more on that, please feel free to do so in the comment section below. But yeah, so let's get the request now. So we've got to say const request equals await Prisma dot time off request dot find unique. We've got to say where the ID is the same, and we want to say include the employee as true, as well as the 1 second on the time of request. If we go to the schema, actually, I just want to show you one thing. So yeah, the time of request over here has a bunch of data on it, such as the what do we call it? The manager ID, for example, over here. and we can compare the manager ID and stuff. Well, you'll see what I mean. Okay, so if we go back now over here, we can get the employee, and we can say if there's no request, we'll say not found. And the next thing we want to do is get the employee. So we'll say const employee equals await prisma.user.findUnique. We'll say where the ID equals request dot employee ID, and we want to include the company as true. Okay, over here, and then we can use this to determine if the user can view in the database the thing. So then we can go over here and we can say grab the manager like this, and then get this from, say, where clerk ID is equal to request.manager ID, or better yet, the user ID up here. Because there's no manager ID linked at the moment yet, because the manager ID is only there after they make the approval or deny the request. So that's why. And anyway, we're going to include the company over here. And we'll just say include company as true. And let's just say if the manager dot company ID is not equal to employee company ID, we redirect them back to the time off request page over here, because it means they are not authorized to view this over here. They're not of the same company, basically, okay? And also this over here, this if not request, we can go back over here and do this before, up here, and return the not found like that. And then over here now, let's go ahead and paint the UI, and also we've got to count the days as well. So let's just say const days count equals calculate days. And we'll pass to that the request.start date and the request.end date. And we're going to say to this over here, for the div that's wrapping around everything, it's going to have space wire8 on it and MT12. And then we're going to say div class name flex item center justify between. Okay, and then we're going to say inside of this a div again with a class name on it of flex col space y2. And inside of that div that's got the space on and everything, we're going to do a link with an href equal to /admin/ time off requests. Okay, and then inside of this, we'll just say back to all requests. And underneath that link, we're going to do an h1 with a class name with 3xl on it, a text 3xl. And it will just say font bold. And then inside of it, it will say time off request details. And yeah, now we can just basically render out all of the information about the time off request over here. So inside this div as well, by the way, I want to also check underneath the request.status if it's equal to pending. I'm going to say request.status equals pending. And if that's the case, let's go ahead and return a div with a class name in it of flexgap2. And in a minute, we're going to make a component to put inside of this. Let's just say for the moment, we'll put a comment saying client side component, which we'll create in a second to either handle the approval request. Cool. Then underneath this div now over here, but inside of the actual main div, let's go ahead and render a grid. So I say div class name grid cols 1, md grid hyphen cols 2, depth of 8. And we're going to go ahead and do a div with a class name of rounded LG. border, BG card, and text card foreground, shadow-sm. And then inside of it, we're going to go ahead and do a div again with a class name on it of P6, flex colon, space y-1.5. And then we're going to go ahead inside of this over here. And we're just going to render out inside of this in H3 again, the class name of text XL, font semi-bold, leading -none, tracking tight. And then we're going to go ahead and say request information. Okay, and then inside the H3 underneath the div, we've got to go ahead under here. I'm just seeing what this error is I've got. We'll figure out in a second, I'm sure. We'll go ahead and do a div underneath this with a class name on it of P6 or PX6 even. Close it off. I think I've just got to close the div again. I think I've just got to close one down here potentially. No, that's not it. Okay, we'll fix that in a minute, no problem. And anyway, in the div over here now. Okay. Sorry, it's just getting some syntax errors over here. So inside of the div that has the PX6 on it, let's go ahead and render a grid. So div class name grid calls to gap 4. We'll go ahead and I fix the syntax error now by the way there. There you go. We'll do a DT and we'll say class name text SM, font medium, text gray 500, and we'll just say inside of that DT status. Capitalize it as well. And then underneath that, inside of the div, and by the way, this should be a DL. So I should have said over here. So we'll just say DL. No, sorry, this one with the grid on it is the DL. Oh, silly me. There you go. And that fixes that syntax error there. Then underneath this DT, we're going to do our DD. And we're going to say inside of this is going to render the badge. And we'll just say badge. And we'll say the variant again. We'll check it. And if it's equal to request.status, if it's equal to approved, so if it's equal to pending, we're going to render secondary variant. If the request.status equals approved, we're going to go ahead and render default. Otherwise, we're going to render destructive. Then inside that badge over here, let's render out our request. The status thing, the same we've been doing from before. Request.status.char at 0. And don't put a blimmin' debug line like I've just done over here. So 0 plus the request.status.char at 1. Like this, okay? Then underneath this badge, we can just render out a bunch of different pieces of information now. So we're going to the badge, go into the DD, and then close the, we've got the DL. But inside of the DL, sorry, I mean, yes, we need to go here. So in between the two of them. And we are going to render a div with a class name of space -y-1. And we're going to do a DT with a class name of text-sm, font medium, text gray 500. We're almost done with this part, guys, because this bit we're going to be able to copy and paste in a second. And let's take the type here. And underneath that DT, we're going to do a DD again, which is just going to have the request.type. And then now, guys, you can copy the div that has space by 1 in it to highlight it or do Alt-Shift down. And the next one's going to be for the start date, and you can just change the parts inside of it. So we'll just say start date here. And then over here, we're going to say request.start date, but we're going to format it as well, I should say. And then the AI has just done it for the next one. So just copy and paste it down and put the end date for the next one underneath as well. Then what we can do is we can highlight all of this code again. So highlight it all and do Alt-Shift down. And then we're going to say text SM font medium text grade 500. It's all the same. And here we're going to say duration. And then inside of it over here, we're going to render the days count days. Oops, opened up cursor again when I was debugging earlier on. That's with that redirect issue I was talking about earlier. That was a real pain. And inside over here, let's just say days count is got to yeah, we need to check if it's going to be plural, so we can put it in curly braces like this, and we say days count is not equal to 1, S, otherwise like this, and DD. Then we do a div with a class name of space hyphen Y hyphen 1. And we'll do a DT with a class name of text hyphen SM, font medium, text gray 500. And we'll say the working days in over here. And from this, we'll go ahead and get the DT again, or the DD even. And we'll just say request.working days count. And then we'll check if it's plural again over here by just checking if it's greater than 1. So we'll say request, so we'll say day here. And then here we just check if it's plural. Okay. Then we can copy this again. And we'll do Alt-Shift down. And we'll say instead of working days, this one will say created. And then over here, we will render out the request.created that and format that date as well. Underneath the div and the DD, we're going to go ahead and do our request.notes. Our request.reason, sorry, but we need to check if it exists first. So we say request.reason, and if there is a request.reason, we will say div with a class name on it of colspan2. And we'll do a DT inside it with a class name of text-SM, font medium, text gray 500. And we'll just say a reason. And then we'll render the request.reason in the DD tag. And then the final one we're going to have to do is the request.notes. So underneath this over here, let's just say request.notes and render out a div with a col span of 2 on it and a grid as well, I should say. And then, yeah, over here, instead of this one, we'll give it a grid as well. And it'll render the notes with the same styles as the one above and the request.notes. And then underneath, guys, we just need to do the employee information as well. So out of the div underneath over here, 1 div down, 2 divs down, then this div here now. And now we're going to do a div with a class name on it of rounded-lg, border, bg card, text card foreground, shadow sm. And we're going to go ahead and do a div with a class name on it of p-6, flex col, space y-1.5. And we'll do an h3 with a class name on it of text-xl, font semi-bold, leading -none, tracking tight, close it off and just say employee information. Then underneath the div over here, we're going to render out the employee's information now, so nice and simple. Let's do a div with a class name on it of px6 mt0. Sorry, just p6 actually, px6. And then div with a grid inside of it, so grid cols 2, gap 4. And then inside of this over here, we can basically just copy the style up here of the div. So the div that says space1 and all of that things up here. And then copy it down over here. And just say, for example, inside of this one, instead of created that or created, just say name. And you can render the employee's name inside of it over here. So request dot employee dot first name. And then we'll do a space. And we'll say request dot employee dot last name. Okay. And then underneath that one over there with the div, we're going to go ahead and say space1 div again underneath with a class name of space -y1. And you can just copy it down now, okay? So just copy this part here. And you can take in the employee email, for example. And you can just do request.employee.email. And then you can do underneath again, you can copy the div. And then we'll do a role. And we'll say request.employee.role. And we'll say a div with a class name of, well, again, we can just copy it down actually. And this one's going to be for the department. There we go, okay? So now if I go back to the browser now, we're going to see an almost correct version. So this is what it looks like at the moment. We just need to fix the padding over here, it looks like. But, you know, it's going okay so far, I would say, over here. So let's just go to the request information part. And make sure we've got everything correct over here. So request information is this part. It's being wrapped by this div here, the P6 on it. And I think we just need to check a moment. P6 on that part there looks all good to me. Just making sure I've got no typos or anything. I think it's because it needs to be PX6 like this, not P-X6. That's probably the issue. Yep, that looks to be the issue there. And we can also just do a PT, I guess, as well. PT4 or PB4 even. There you go. Looks quite nice now. Okay, there, guys. So you can see over here, we've got all of the stuff working now. I haven't got a department on this account, which is why it's blank. So what we can do is we can also render that as well. Underneath, we can just say request.employee.department. If there is one, we render the employment as we say not available. So now let's go ahead and make our client-side component, okay, for this part up here, which is going to be the approve or reject buttons, which are going to be client-side. So we don't want to put them inside of this file directly because this is a server-side part over here. So what I'm going to do is make a new component called approve reject buttons. Approve reject buttons. This is going to be a very simple component, RAFC inside of it. And what it's going to do is, a moment, I'll show you. We need to import some things into it. It's very simple. It's only about 100 lines or so. Let's mark it as a use client file first of all. We are going to import a button to it, to be fair. We're also going to import use state from React. And we'll just go ahead and say import use router from Next navigation. We'll import the button and the button, just button, we've already got it imported. Under this, let's import the dialog, is what I was going to say. So dialog, everything from the dialog basically. And then the text area as well. So we'll just say text area from at components /UI/text area. Then we're going to import the label from components /UI/label. And then we're going to make a server action, which we'll import later on, but obviously we don't have that yet, so we can't import it. So now let's go ahead and say over here for the approve reject buttons inside of it. We'll get our router and initialize that first of all. So say const router equals use router or router. Okay, I think I have accidentally deleted the text that says return. Yes, I need to fix that. There you go. And then underneath this router over here, let's go ahead and get in his loading state as well. Put his loading, set is loading, use state false to initialize it, and mark it with a type of Boolean. Boolean, I don't know which one. Boolean is Boolean. Okay, then const notes, we set notes to say if the reason why they get approved or rejected, or more likely rejected for if you're going to give a reason. Then show notes modal, and set show notes modal is initialized as a Boolean of false. And then const action type, so what do they want to do? It can either be approve or reject. Will actually it'll be in capitals rejected or approved. And we'll say approved. Like this. Then we're going to go ahead and say const handle action equals async. And we're going to go ahead and say over here for the next part, async, we're going to say status approved or rejected. And we're going to set the action type to be the status that has come in. And then we'll set the show notes modal to true. Then we need our confirm action, which is basically like our submit. So we're going to say const confirm action equals async. And this should be where we call our server action in a moment, guys. Okay, so I'm just going to put server action stuff. Okay. Now we can start doing the UI. So over here, we'll wrap everything in a fragment first of all. So I'll just delete this part here, the fragment like that. And let's just put a button next, and we'll say on click. And we'll call handle action with approved if they click on the approved button, of course, that is. And that is going to have a class name on it. Of button variants, actually, which is something we can import. But no, I can just say variant is equal to default, can't I? Yeah, to default. Okay, cool. And then I can have another button underneath, which is going to be for rejecting it, and that can have a variant of destructive. Then what we can do is just render out our dialog. Okay, so underneath these buttons, we're going to do a dialog with open and show notes modal. And we're going to say on open change, we're going to set the show notes to modal. And we're going to put the dialog content inside of this as well. And then a dialog header will go inside of that as well. And then a dialog title will go inside of the dialog header. And then we're going to say action type equals approve. And we'll say approve request. And then we'll say reject request. Under this dialog title, then we've got our dialog description for the next part. So say dialog description. And we'll say here inside of this dialog description, action type equals approved. Well, we're going to put inside of the description, add any notes for the employee regarding this approved request. Otherwise, we're going to render some text that's just going to say, please provide a reason for rejecting this time off request. And then the dialog header is going to be for the next part. And we'll say a div with a class name on it of space -y-4. And we're going to do a py4. And we'll do a div with a class name of space y2. And we're going to do a label inside of this now with an HTML4 equal to notes. I'm just going to render out the notes inside of it. And then underneath this label, we're going to render a text area. Which is self-closing, I should add. And then it's going to have some properties on it, such as an ID equal to notes, a value equal to notes, an onChange equal to setNotes e.target.value, then a placeholder equal to just to say add any notes, enter notes here, and then we'll just say optional. Then we'll do a class name on it of min-100 pixels, like so. Okay, underneath the dialog content, inside of the dialog content, but underneath the div, let's do the dialog footer. Actually, no, let's do it inside of the div over here. Actually, we'll say dialog footer. It's going to have on it a button. And the first button is going to be a variant of outline. And then on click can be equal to an arrow function, which is going to call set show notes modal to false. And we're going to go to cancel over here, or cancel. And then another button underneath for this one over here now, with an on click, which will call the confirm action. Disabled will be equal to is loading, which will be set to true when we submit the form, or we're calling the server action, I should say. And the variant is going to be action type is equal to approved. Default, otherwise it's destructive. And then for the text, again, we're going to conditionally render it and just saying if it's loading, we're going to say processing. Otherwise, we're going to say approve or reject based on the action type. Okay. So if we go back now to the browser, and actually we need to take an ID to these approved buttons as well over here, actually. So let's just take in an ID of type string, which we'll have to use. Okay, so if we now go back to page over here, and we need to pass in the ID to this form. So instead of saying client-side component, obviously post in the approve, reject buttons and give it the ID that we got from the database earlier on from the request, okay? Which is obviously up here in the URL, I mean to say. So if I go back now and click on approve and rejected, okay, so we've got an issue over here. It's saying approved or rejected, but it's pending, obviously, so it's not conditionally rendering correctly. So we need to fix that. Not a problem. I shall take a look. So over here, let's just say for our buttons, let's think this through. Yeah, this should say approved, approve, or reject, not as if in the past. That was the issue, okay? So if I go back now, yeah, now it says approve or reject. We just want to put these a little bit closer as well, I think would be fair to say. So let's just wrap these in a div. Let's cut them out, put them in a div, and then just say flex gap 2 like this. that looks a lot cleaner like that, if you ask me. Okay, so we can say approve or reject. If I click on approve, it's going to open this up here. If I click on reject, it's going to open this up here as well. So now all that's left to do is just to do the server action for this and stuff. So, I mean, yeah, that's our next step. So inside of this next part over here for the confirm action, let's set is loading to true. And we'll just say try and then catch error. And we will we'll go set up our server action now is what I was going to say. So the server action itself is going to go inside of the admin actions file. So let's open up the admin actions over here, admin hyphen actions. And we're going to export an async function called update time off request status. And we're going to go ahead and do a request ID, a status, and notes. And we're going to say the request ID is type string. Status is either approved or rejected, and notes is an optional string as well. We're going to grab the user ID from the auth and just await that as always. If there's no user ID, we throw an error. We find the user based on their clerk ID. So where clerk ID is equal to user ID. Then we're going to select the ID as true and the company ID as true and the role as true as well. Okay, so that's that part done there. Underneath this user part over here now, what we need to do is say if there is no user, we want to throw an error. If the user.role is not equal to admin, we want to throw an error. We want to grab the request to ensure it exists inside of the database next. So let's just say where the ID is equal to request ID. And we're going to select the, we're going to include the employee as true. Make sure you put this in curly braces. Okay. If there's no request, obviously we need to handle that as well. And if the company ID doesn't match the company ID of the employee doesn't match the user.company ID, then that means they're not in the same company. So we need to say throw an error, you can only manage requests from your own company. And then we're going to go ahead and just say over here, if the status, so if status is equal to approved, let's go ahead and await Prisma dot time off request. Sorry, first of all, that's for the next part. We need to say, first of all, const updated request is equal to await Prisma dot time off request dot update. And we'll say where the ID is equal to request ID and the data status notes, and we'll get the manager ID as well passed to it. So we can now link a manager to we link the person who approved it to the manager. So we know which manager approved it, is what I'm trying to say. And imagine you could set it up so you can have like multiple managers if you wanted to as well. Then after we've done the status as approved, we can go ahead now and then take the time off away from the user. So we can await prisma.user.update. And what we'll do is go ahead and say where ID request.employee ID, for example. And we're going to get the data. And we'll say the available days. Keep hitting the wrong one. It's available days. We're going to decrement from that the updated request dot working days count. Okay, so the user gets their amount of days deducted from the based on their holiday from their overall days, okay? So then over here inside of the try catch block now for the actual page. 1 second, let's go back and call this action. Sorry, inside of the approve reject buttons component, I meant to say. Let's set is loading to true first of all, which we're already doing up here. We'll say await update time of request. We'll say status action type notes router.push, and then we'll push them to the admin, and also we'll set the show notes. We'll set the show notes to false, show notes modal to false even, and then we'll call router.refresh. Then when we catch it over here, let's import the toast, and we'll just say something went wrong. And then finally, regardless, we'll set its loading to false. Okay, cool. We've got some red over here in our part, so it just looks like I've got one too many. I just need to return something, I think, from my function. I think, yeah, I need to revalidate the path afterwards. So let's just go over here. And I also need to catch it as well. But let's revalidate the path of /admin /time of requests, and we'll return the updated request. And then we'll catch the error and throw the error if there is one. Okay, hopefully there won't be because we've got it set up pretty neat now so that they're never really going to get errors, hopefully. But, you know, it's worth just catching the errors anyway. And now let's go back to the browser and let's approve this request and say, congratulations on your time off. And this is 7 working days, by the way, we want to reduce from it. So we have to keep an eye on that as well. So let's approve it. Okay, it's been approved. It looks like now over here, which is fantastic. Let's go to back to time of requests. The status has now been approved by Mark plus Henry. We will need to fix that part there. So let's just go now to our code. And this is on the request page of the admin. So we'll get rid of that little plus sign. So admin, time of requests, page. And when we've got the approved by, we don't need this plus symbol here, okay? Now it says approved by Mark Henry. We've got it over here. The actions are view. It's already been approved now. So that's all good. And yeah, let's go ahead and sign in as an employee now. So I'll sign out over here. And remember, we've reduced 7 days from the starting point. So let's sign in. Let's continue with Google. Let's sign in as our employee. We're going to continue. We sign in over here. We've got 1 total request. We've got 1 approved request. We've got 18 days available because we reduced 7 from the starting 25. And everything is updating correctly now, okay? So guys, now we're going to do a walkthrough and we're going to test our code. We're going to apply different circumstances to it. And we're going to see if we can get it working, okay? So let's go ahead and do that now. So guys, I've just made, well, I've done a couple of bit of testing off camera just to, you know, make sure everything's working and find some of the improvements, some things I maybe missed from my source code as I was preparing the tutorial. And I've made some slight modifications that I'm going to walk you through now. I'm going to walk you through a bit of code, don't worry, but I just want to let you know the reason we've made these changes is because we want to account for the company holidays as well when we are calculating the time off requests. What I have done is I've set up a company holiday on the admin account to be on the 20th of March, non-recurring. Then what I have done is I have checked in the time off request form the company holidays and passing down as a prop, and I'm not going to count those days towards the time off because they're already company holidays essentially, okay? Again, obviously it's very company specific, but you know, this is how I've done it anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and walk you through the changes I've made now, don't worry. So it all starts off inside of the admin time off request page over here. And essentially what I've done is I've grabbed the, what do you call it? The employee page, I should say, for the new request page over here, my bad. So it all starts off over here again. What I've done is originally we were grabbing the await auth and stuff like that. And that stuff stays the same, from in terms of getting it from Clerk. So we await the auth here. We say if there's no user ID, we redirect them. What I've further done though is I've checked in the database for the user, like this code here, and get the company ID from it. I redirect them to onboarding if there's no user. Then what I do is I get the requests from over here, check the requests for the employee. I get the company holidays as well now from the database, and I pass those down to the time off request form over here, okay? So we pass on company holidays here, which is basically an array of company holidays. So if I open up the time off request form now, I want to show you this. We've got over here my company holidays being passed on as a prop to time off request form now. Originally, it just had the existing request here. Then I've got specified the type over here that company holidays is just an array of company holiday, and the company holiday type comes from Prisma here. Then in terms of other stuff that actually happens, it's mainly in the calculate working days now. When we call this function, we pass to it company holidays as well. So if I look for where I've got calculate working days in the code base, I'll show you. Here in line 220 approximately, 226 is where I've got the line. I've added in the company holidays and I'm passing them down as well. If I go back up now to where I've got that function, what I'm doing again over here is I'm checking if there is excluding holidays is true. Okay, then I exclude the company holidays over here, okay? And I push the excluded day to the array, essentially, of excluded days. And then remember, I said that the day is on March 20th. I'll show you that in the database, what I've just done. That's my cursor from my other window there, because I had to do some debugging, because I was in a really weird error. So look, over here, this is the company holiday I created. And as you can see, it happens on the 20th of March, 2025. So if I now, as an employee, go over to create a new holiday, and I'll refresh it to do it from scratch to show you what I mean. So just wait for it to reload. I'm going to set it from the 18th to the 21st, which is the Friday. And you can see the duration is 4 days, which is correct. I know it doesn't seem correct because obviously there's 3 days between 18 and 21. There's 3 days difference. But we have to count 18 itself as well, because technically when you click on the start date, that's when the holiday starts. So we need to include that in the day over here. So it's actually 4 days, although it looked like 3 days, if that makes sense. It took me a while to get my head around it first. I don't know if it will be the same for you guys as well. But anyway, over here, you can see now, in the excluded days over here, we already have 1 day, which is Thursday, March 20th, which is the holiday set by the company earlier on, which I did off camera. So I just created a new holiday as an admin. And yeah, so you can see now the working days is actually 3 days, because the excluded days is being deducted over here from the calendar days as well. Okay, so it's actually accounting for now the company working days. Okay, and also if I add another date, for example, over here, I could say, for example, I'm not working on the 21st as well. It's going to take me down to 2 days over here. Okay, for example, if I wanted to add that in as an employee, but if I can just get rid of that now, okay, I've gone back to excluded days of 1 day and my working days are 3 days. So if I now submit that request over here, I'm going to submit it. Time off request created successfully over here. My other one was approved. I don't know if I did this on camera or not a minute ago. I had to stop recording at some points and stuff like that, but I approved this one. If I didn't show you before, I'll show you again anyway. So I'm going to sign out now from this account. I'm going to go ahead and sign in as an admin on my other screen, so bear with me. And signing in over here. This is the admin dashboard over here, obviously. I'm going to go ahead and now, and I'm going to sign up. I'm going to go ahead and check the view or request, sorry. I've got my request from Shawn Michaels over here. I'm going to view it in my actions tab. I'm going to approve it. I'm going to say, well done. I'm going to approve it. I'm going to get redirected over here. Sorry, I'm going to set the status over here to be approved. I'm going to go back to time of requests. It's going to be marked as approved over here. If I now go back to, if I sign out and I sign back in as the employee account, 1 second. Over here. Let's sign in. You can see now over here, I've got 2 total requests, 2 approved requests, and I've got 15 days available, okay, which means everything actually adds up now and everything's all good, I believe. Yeah, it's definitely working. I just did another time off request as well with 3 days again, just to make sure, and my days are getting deducted correctly and everything. So it's all working in that sense. Okay, I just had a moment there where I was just making sure the days were all right and everything. So yeah, I'm able to approve requests now and deny requests as an admin. Let's go ahead now and make another request. And we can go ahead and say over here from the, we'll say from, let's go from the 15th of April to the 28th. Obviously, if I do the 21st, it says it cannot be before the start date, which is good. We'll go to the 30th. So 16 days, 16 working days. Okay, it's got 4 days excluded because we work weekends. I can exclude the weekends if I can unexclude the weekends if I want to. But why would you do that? We've got this over here. Okay, so obviously you could link the company working days as well to this if you wanted to, really. But so over here we've got 16 working days now. 16 calendar days, 12 working days. If I exclude the weekends over here, it's going to be 16 working days, which obviously we don't want that as an employee. So let's submit the request. Actually, let's make it more interesting. Let's go from the 15th. So let's go from the 10th to, I don't know, 15th, for example. Okay, and you can see again, it's only got 4 days, 2 days excluded. So just make sure it's all working. And 6 calendar days minus 2 excluded gives us 4 working days. So that's good there. Let's go ahead now and submit this request. So it's going to be 4 working days. We'll sign out and sign back in as an admin. So we'll sign in. One moment. Okay, sign in as an admin now. Let's go back over here. Let's go ahead and view our requests. Let's view it. And remember, if we look in the database now over here and we refresh it on the user, at the moment, the available days are 12. Over here, I'm going to deny this request, reject it. We'll just say no, reject it. It gets marked as rejected with the notes of no. If I refresh the database over here, we still have 12 available days because the request was rejected, so the days don't get deducted, which is fantastic to see. Yeah, I mean, let's fix this duration thing over here as well, actually. It's just because there's a space between the things. So we'll go back to the time off request. We say my request. No, we'll say time off request ID page. And then over here, just get the, I think it's just because this part here, the days count part. I think we just need to move it closer together. Yeah. There you go. Fixed it. Okay. So this request is rejected now, which is brilliant. Let's go back to time of requests. Over here, let's sign out. And I'm going to create a new account now entirely with a different company and my own account to show you how it all works. So I'm going to create an account on my own Google one now as an admin, and I'll sign up as an admin. So I'll sign in my personal Google account. So it's like a new company essentially. Okay, I'm going to just do my code, business admin. I'm going to call the company name Hello World. I'm going to complete my setup. Okay, one moment. Okay, amazing stuff. So over here, I've just created a new account. Okay, it's a new admin of an account. I've got one employee, which is me, obviously. Let's go ahead now and make a new invitation code. So I'll click on invitation codes. We're going to generate a new code. We're going to copy this code, and I'm going to sign in on another email of mine, and I'm going to be another employee. I'm going to sign up as an employee on this new account and use this code over here to show you how it can work with multiple companies as well. So let me sign up on my other screen. Let's sign in. Continue with Google. I use this email. I'm going to continue. Okay, I'm going to enter my 6-digit code. Onboarding completed successfully for me. And I bring it over here now. And I've just signed up with this account as well over here. Okay, so I'm now a new company person in a new company with the account I just created as well. So this is the employee account. The other one I just created was the admin account. Let's go ahead and make a new request now. So I'm going to say over here, I want to have from the 12th, not the 12th, let's go for April 10th to 20th. Oh, but it can't be in the past, obviously. So we need to go across over here. Say 22nd, why not? 9 days, excluding weekends and excluding holidays. Let's go ahead now and click submit. Time off request created successfully, all brilliant. Let's go ahead and sign back in now with my admin account over here. So I'll sign out. I will now sign back in. Just signing in now on my other screen. Obviously, I don't want to put all my emails on the screen. Okay, I'm over here now as an admin. I'm going to view the request. And I'm going to view it on my other screen. I'm going to approve it just because I don't want to put my email and everything on the screen. So I'm going to approve it. I'm going to say well done on my other screen and approve it. And I've just marked it. I've just approved the request now on the admin screen over here. If I go back, sign back in on the employee account of the new account I just created. I'm over here. My request has been approved. My days have been deducted and everything is working as it should. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and just do one more final sign off. So now, guys, if you've made it this far, I want to humbly say thank you for watching the video and sticking through it. I know it's not been easy to follow along at times. I know it may be a little bit fast. I know there's a lot of code to follow along with, but you've made it this far, okay? And if you skip to this point of the timestamp, well, watch the video. I'm sure you'll learn something. So I want to talk now about where you can take this project, because obviously 11 and a half hours, while it's a lot of time, it's not enough time to make a production level application. Okay, it takes a lot of work, a lot of stuff to consider and everything, and there's some things you can do. So I want to talk about some things you can do to improve this project, just some ideas, and then you can obviously, you don't have to do this, but just some proposals. One thing you could consider doing, for example, is rate limiting the amount of invitation codes that an admin can make, for example, because at the moment they can just spam invitation codes to their heart's content, you know? So perhaps you could rate limit them, for example, so they can only produce a certain amount of invitation codes. You could also look into implementing a Stripe implementation where the users have to pay to have more than a certain amount of employees, for example, or they have to pay to view more advanced information about the holidays, the holiday history, things like that. You could make it into a pro version and stuff like that, for example. The other thing you can do as well is you can look into deploying this application. Now, if you want to deploy the application, you can just follow the links we did earlier on with when we set up our synchronization and everything with the database in Ngrok. You can look into making it production ready if you wanted to. It's not something I'm going to cover in this video because I don't think this is a production level application, so I don't think it's worth going and deploying it and in its current state. But if you want to build on top of it and deploy it, there's going to be some resources out there you can follow for sure. And it's not that difficult. You can definitely do it. I believe in you. Some other things you could do as well, obviously you could tidy up the UI, the UX. In terms of code as well, you could probably put into components some of the pages we did, some of the more longer pages. They could definitely be split up into components. And some parts of the code as well could be made more reusable, things like that. You could also, when the user deletes their account via Clerk in the top right over here, you could make it so that you listen for that webhook in your code and you delete them from the database as well to unsync them completely and then delete their account. There's really so many things you can do with this project, okay? And I really believe that some of you, if you follow along, you'll be able to build some great stuff from it and make something really cool, okay? So if you've enjoyed this video, please do leave a like down below. It took a lot of effort. Really hope you've enjoyed it, though. I hope you've learned something. And if you've got any ideas of videos, let me know down in the description below. Comment section down below, I mean. If you have any issues with the code, leave a comment. And if your comment gets filtered for some reason, just message on Discord. There's a Discord link down below as well. Because sometimes YouTube filters it out, and I don't know why it does that, but yeah. I'm not doing it, I promise you. I'm not filtering anyone. It just does it automatically on YouTube for some reason. It's really strict. I don't know what I've done. So just let me know and I can go manually unfilter it in case yours has been filtered for whatever reason. Okay, so yeah, don't worry about that. And then we can help out. Thank you for watching, everyone, though. See you in the next one. Deuces.